Tonight we begin the sweeping saga of the Crusades, centuries of conflict driven by faith, power, and the enduring pull of the sacred. It is a story marked by holy ambition and quiet tragedy, where kings and peasants alike marched toward a distant promise, leaving behind a world forever changed. So before we begin, take a moment to like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, let me know where you're watching from and what time it is. In the early 7th century, the Arabian Peninsula was a region of fragmented tribes, polytheistic religions, and sparse political unity. That changed with the rise of Islam, a monotheistic faith founded by the Prophet Muhammad, who received revelations beginning in 610 CE. These teachings, later compiled into the Quran, called for submission to one God, social justice, and a new sense of communal identity under the Ummah, the community of believers. Within a generation of Muhammad's death in 632 CE, Islam had become a powerful religious and political force that began to spread rapidly beyond Arabia. Under the leadership of the Rashidun Caliphs, the successors to Muhammad, Muslim armies surged across the Middle East. Through both conquest and treaties, they brought vast territories under Islamic rule, including the Levant, Persia, Egypt, and North Africa. By 638 CE, under the second Caliph Umar ibn al-Khattab, Muslim forces captured Jerusalem from the Byzantine Empire. The city, sacred to all three Abrahamic religions, became part of the growing Arab Caliphate. For Muslims, Jerusalem was the site of the Al-Aqsa Mosque and the Dome of the Rock, commemorating the Prophet Muhammad's night journey. For Jews, it was the city of the ancient temple, and for Christians, it was the place of Christ's crucifixion and resurrection. Jerusalem's status as a spiritual epicenter meant that its control carried not just political weight, but deep religious significance. Despite its conquest, the new Muslim rulers generally allowed religious minorities to practice their faiths under the status of dhimmi, or protected peoples, in exchange for a tax known as the jizya. Christian pilgrims continued to travel to the Holy Land, and churches like the Church of the Holy Sepulchre remained in Christian hands. For centuries, relative stability allowed Jerusalem to serve as a spiritual crossroads. But tensions simmered beneath the surface, and the balance of power in the region remained fragile. In Europe, the fall of Jerusalem and the rapid expansion of Islam sparked a mixture of fear, admiration, and theological anxiety. The Christian world, still reeling from the collapse of the Western Roman Empire, viewed Islam as both a military threat and a heretical challenge to Christian doctrine. As Arab fleets entered the Mediterranean and Muslim armies advanced into Spain and southern Italy, the boundaries of Christendom were redrawn. The Byzantine Empire, although still powerful, began to experience significant territorial losses, and its appeals for Western aid would later plant the seeds of the Crusades. By the 11th century, the Islamic world had fragmented into competing caliphates and sultanates, but it remained intellectually and economically vibrant. Cities like Baghdad, Cairo, and Cordoba became centers of learning, science, and trade. Meanwhile, Western Europe was undergoing its own transformation. The Christian Church was consolidating power, reforming itself under movements like the Cluniac reforms, and fostering a more militant vision of Christendom. Papal authority was growing, and with it came new ideas about holy war and spiritual salvation through violence. Jerusalem, as the focal point of Christian longing, was increasingly romanticized in religious texts and sermons. Pilgrimages to the Holy Land were viewed as acts of profound piety. However, As Seljuk Turks began to take control of former Abbasid and Byzantine territories in the late 11th century, reports of mistreatment of pilgrims and the destruction of Christian churches began to circulate in the West, whether accurate or exaggerated. The spiritual narrative of a lost holy city in the hands of infidels began to take hold in the Christian imagination. The idea that the Holy Land must be reclaimed grew stronger with each generation. To the Christian faithful, Jerusalem was not just another city, it was the center of their spiritual universe. Its occupation by non-Christians became a source of deep grief and religious urgency. Monastic chroniclers, clergy and traveling pilgrims alike painted a picture of a once sacred realm under desecration. While some of these accounts were likely colored by propaganda or genuine misunderstanding, they nonetheless shaped a rising tide of religious fervor in the West. By the end of the 11th century, the political landscape of Europe and the Near East was poised for a dramatic confrontation. The rise of Islam and the loss of Jerusalem were no longer distant episodes of history. They were immediate, pressing, and cast as affronts to the divine order. What began as a military conquest centuries earlier had evolved into a theological crisis. This crisis would soon erupt into one of the most prolonged and violent series of conflicts in medieval history. The stage was set for the Crusades. In November 1095, in the French town of Clermont, a momentous speech by Pope Urban II set into motion one of the most dramatic episodes in medieval history. Addressing a council of clergy and nobles, Urban called upon Christians of the Latin West to take up arms and reclaim Jerusalem and the Holy Land from Muslim control. The Pope described the suffering of Eastern Christians under Seljuk Turkish rule, emphasizing alleged atrocities against pilgrims and the desecration of holy sites. His call to action was unprecedented, offering spiritual rewards to those who would fight. He promised remission of sins, declaring that those who died on the journey or in battle would receive salvation. The reaction was immediate and electric. Cries of Deus Vult, God wills it, echoed through the crowd, and the First Crusade was born. Urban's appeal was more than a religious exhortation. It was deeply political and socially resonant. The medieval West was a world rife with violence and internal conflict. Feudal lords constantly warred over land and power, while the Church sought to channel this aggression into a cause it deemed righteous. By redirecting knights and warriors toward a distant sacred goal, the Pope aimed to consolidate Christian Europe under papal leadership. The offer of indulgences was revolutionary. Never before had the Church granted such sweeping spiritual benefits for acts of war. For many, especially younger sons without inheritance, the crusade offered both eternal salvation and earthly opportunity. The call spread rapidly through France, the Holy Roman Empire, and beyond. Preachers like Peter the Hermit stirred massive enthusiasm among commoners. The result was the People's Crusade, an early and poorly organized wave made up largely of peasants, laborers, and minor nobles. Driven by faith and desperation, they marched eastward in the spring of 1096, but were largely annihilated by Turkish forces in Anatolia. Still, the movement could not be stopped. Later that year, the official armies of the First Crusade began their march. They were led by prominent nobles such as Raymond of Toulouse, Godfrey of Bouillon, Bohemond of Taranto, and Hugh of Vermandois. The journey to the Holy Land was grueling. Crusaders faced starvation, disease, and constant harassment. Their route through Byzantine territory required coordination with Emperor Alexios I Komnenos, who offered supplies and passage in exchange for oaths of loyalty and promises to return captured territory. Trust between the Byzantines and the Crusaders was tenuous, but the mutual goal of weakening Muslim power kept the alliance intact, at least temporarily. In June 1097, the Crusaders captured the city of Nicaea, formerly a Byzantine possession. They then moved through Anatolia, enduring scorching heat and ambushes from Turkish forces. By October, they reached Antioch, a heavily fortified city crucial for controlling access to Syria. The siege of Antioch lasted over 7 months, marked by hunger, betrayal, and extraordinary brutality. When the city finally fell in June 1098, the Crusaders themselves were besieged shortly afterward by a large Muslim relief army. Only through a surprise sortie and the discovery of a supposed holy relic, the Holy Lance, did the Crusaders rally and repel the attackers. With Antioch under their control, the Crusaders turned toward Jerusalem. In June 1099, they arrived at the walls of the sacred city, now ruled by the Fatimid Caliphate. The siege was short but intense. On July 15, 1099, after scaling the walls with makeshift siege towers, Crusader forces stormed Jerusalem. What followed was a massacre that shocked even contemporaries. Muslims and Jews were slaughtered indiscriminately, and the streets were said to run with blood. Chroniclers described the killings as acts of divine justice, but modern historians view them as one of the darkest moments of the Crusades. Following the conquest, the Crusaders established the Kingdom of Jerusalem and other Crusader states like the County of Edessa, the Principality of Antioch, and the County of Tripoli. Godfrey of Bouillon refused the title of king, preferring to call himself Defender of the Holy Sepulchre, but power quickly centralized in the hands of the new Latin nobility. The success of the First Crusade was astounding, especially given the lack of centralized command, the logistical nightmares, and the overwhelming odds. It was seen in Europe as a miraculous victory, a sign of divine favor. But beneath the triumph lay a foundation of violence, suffering, and religious intolerance. The First Crusade revealed the potency of religious ideology fused with military ambition. It also exposed the brutal lengths to which men would go to claim a city sacred to 3 faiths. For the Christian West, the capture of Jerusalem marked a spiritual climax. For the Muslim world, it was a catastrophe that would not be forgotten. And for the Jewish communities caught in the storm, it was a period of unspeakable tragedy. The First Crusade had succeeded beyond anyone's expectations, but its legacy was already entangled in bloodshed and betrayal. The stage was now set for a century of uneasy rule, constant conflict, and the eventual launching of further crusades. After the conquest of Jerusalem in 1099, the victorious Crusaders faced the daunting task of governing and defending their newly acquired territories in an unfamiliar and often hostile land. Out of the remnants of the First Crusade arose a patchwork of Latin Christian polities known collectively as the Crusader states. Chief among these was the Kingdom of Jerusalem, founded officially in 1100 and centered on the Holy City itself. Other principal states included the County of Edessa in the north, the Principality of Antioch along the Orontes River, and the County of Tripoli on the Mediterranean coast. These states represented the physical and ideological foothold of Latin Christendom in the Levant, established by force but sustained by a complex web of diplomacy, trade, and military vigilance. The Kingdom of Jerusalem quickly became the spiritual and administrative heart of Crusader rule. Godfrey of Bouillon, who had refused the title of king, died in 1100, and his brother Baldwin of Bouillon assumed the crown, becoming Baldwin I. Under his reign and that of his successors, the kingdom expanded to include ports like Acre and Jaffa, and inland cities such as Hebron and Bethlehem. The Latin rulers attempted to transplant European feudal structures into a Middle Eastern context, dividing lands among nobles and erecting castles such as Crac des Chevaliers and Belvoir Fortress to control territory and defend against external threats. These fortifications, often built with local materials and adapted to regional geography, were essential for the survival of the Crusader states. Daily life in the Crusader states was marked by a cautious coexistence between Latin Christians and the diverse local populations, which included Eastern Christians, Muslims, Jews, and Samaritans. Latin rulers relied heavily on native Christians, such as Armenians and Syriacs, to help administer the territories. Arabic remained a common language in the markets and fields, and Islamic law continued to apply in matters concerning Muslim residents. Despite the violence of the conquest, pragmatic arrangements emerged. Local Muslim leaders sometimes allied with Crusader lords against rival factions, and trade routes reopened under Christian oversight, linking the ports of the Levant with Italy, France, and Byzantium. Italian maritime republics like Genoa and Venice established quarters in key cities, bringing wealth and international ties. Yet the Crusader states were always precarious. Their populations were small and heavily reliant on military orders such as the Knights Templar and the Hospitallers, both of which emerged in the early 12th century. These orders combined monastic discipline with martial prowess, providing much-needed defense for pilgrims and settlements. In times of war, they acted as elite troops, garrisoning frontier castles and launching raids into enemy territory. Their growing landholdings and independence made them powerful forces in regional politics. The fragility of the Crusader states was underscored by constant external threats. The surrounding Muslim world, though fragmented after the decline of the Seljuk Empire, was slowly reawakening. Local Muslim rulers in Aleppo, Mosul, and Damascus viewed the Crusaders as both invaders and rivals. While internecine warfare among Muslim states provided the Crusaders with opportunities to expand and consolidate, it also ensured that peace was always temporary. Border skirmishes, sieges, and raids were a constant reality. The Crusader nobles spent as much time negotiating truces and managing alliances as they did fighting battles. The first major blow to the Crusader project came in 1144 with the fall of Edessa. The county of Edessa, the most remote and vulnerable of the Crusader states, was captured by the forces of Zengi, the Muslim Atabeg of Mosul and Aleppo. Zengi's campaign marked the beginning of a renewed Islamic counteroffensive against the Latin states. The capture of Edessa sent shockwaves through Europe and led directly to the call for the Second Crusade. Unlike Jerusalem or Antioch, Edessa had a large native Christian population and had served as an important buffer against incursions from the east. Its fall exposed the vulnerability of the Crusader network and shattered the illusion that the Holy Land had been securely reclaimed. Internally, the Crusader states struggled with issues of succession, governance, and cultural integration. The Latin aristocracy often found itself isolated, dependent on reinforcements and settlers from Europe to sustain its rule. Crusader kings and nobles married into local Christian families, creating hybrid identities that combined Western and Eastern traditions. These marriages were sometimes pragmatic, cementing alliances and ensuring loyalty, but they also revealed the gradual adaptation of Crusaders to their new environment. Still, cultural misunderstandings and religious divides persisted, and many Crusaders saw their residence in the Holy Land as temporary, hoping to return to Europe after fulfilling their vows. Despite their military and demographic disadvantages, the Crusader states maintained a surprising degree of stability for several decades. They developed their own political institutions, minted coins, issued charters, and even held ecclesiastical councils. Latin bishops were installed in formerly Orthodox or Eastern Christian sees, and churches were built in the Romanesque style familiar to Europeans. Pilgrims continued to arrive in growing numbers, protected by the military orders and the relative peace of the coastal regions. Yet beneath the surface, cracks were beginning to show. The loss of Edessa was a symptom of deeper vulnerabilities, geopolitical isolation, limited manpower, and the ever-growing unity of their Muslim adversaries. The fall of this frontier stronghold signaled a shift in the balance of power in the region. It became clear that the Crusader presence in the Holy Land, while enduring, was far from unassailable. The dream of a permanent Christian kingdom in the East would require renewed effort, greater coordination, and more bloodshed. The foundations laid in the aftermath of the First Crusade had held, but the storm was gathering once more. The fall of Edessa in 1144 marked a turning point in the history of the Crusader states and served as the catalyst for the Second Crusade. The city, located in northern Mesopotamia, was the most distant and vulnerable of the Crusader territories, a bastion surrounded by powerful Muslim states and reliant on fragile alliances. In late 1144, it was besieged and captured by Zengi, the ambitious and formidable Atabeg of Mosul and Aleppo. His conquest was swift and devastating. Edessa, defended by only a small garrison, fell on December 24, 1144. The Christian population suffered heavily, with many killed or enslaved, while churches were desecrated or converted. The loss sent shockwaves through Latin Christendom. It was the first major Crusader defeat since the establishment of the Crusader states, and it shattered the illusion of Christian dominance in the East. The capture of Edessa was not merely a territorial loss, but a psychological and spiritual crisis. The city had been one of the first to fall during the First Crusade and symbolized the Christian foothold beyond the Euphrates. Pope Eugenius III responded swiftly. In 1145, he issued the papal bull Quantum Predecessors, calling for a new crusade to reclaim Edessa and bolster the remaining Crusader states. This call was championed by Bernard of Clairvaux, a charismatic and influential Cistercian abbot who preached the crusade across France and Germany. His impassioned sermons invoked both spiritual urgency and divine promise, urging Christians to take up the cross once more. The Second Crusade became the first major crusading effort, led directly by European monarchs. King Louis VII of France and Emperor Conrad III of Germany vowed to lead their armies to the Holy Land. Their commitments brought legitimacy and resources, but also complicated the campaign with political rivalry and logistical challenges. Unlike the First Crusade, which was fueled by grassroots enthusiasm and local leadership, the Second Crusade was a top-down effort, marked by coordination issues and strategic missteps from the outset. Conrad's army departed first, in the spring of 1147, composed largely of German knights and foot soldiers. It traveled through Hungary and into Byzantine territory. Relations with the Byzantines were tense. Emperor Manuel I Komnenos was wary of Western armies marching through his lands, especially after the unpredictable behavior of earlier crusading forces. Conrad's army suffered from poor provisioning and frequent skirmishes with local populations. Upon entering Anatolia, they were ambushed by the Seljuk Turks at the Battle of Dorylaeum in October 1147. The result was disastrous. The German army was decimated, and Conrad himself narrowly escaped with his life. The survivors retreated to Nicaea, where they regrouped and awaited the French. Louis VII's army, meanwhile, had fared little better. Following a similar route, the French encountered many of the same difficulties. Harsh terrain, supply shortages, and Turkish ambushes took their toll. In early 1148, Louis reached the coast and sailed to Antioch. There he met Raymond of Poitiers, Prince of Antioch, and uncle to his wife Eleanor of Aquitaine. Raymond urged Louis to campaign in northern Syria and recapture Edessa. But Louis, pressured by papal expectations and desiring to fulfill his pilgrimage to Jerusalem, chose instead to march south. In Jerusalem, the leaders of the crusade held a council to determine their next move. With Edessa beyond immediate reach and reinforcements lacking, they decided to target Damascus, a wealthy and strategically vital Muslim city that had previously maintained a complex relationship with the Crusaders. The decision to attack Damascus in July 1148 proved to be a fatal error. The siege began with some initial success, but internal disagreements, poor planning, and strong local resistance soon doomed the effort. After only 4 days, the Crusaders retreated in disarray. The failure at Damascus not only ended the Second Crusade, but also discredited its leaders. The aftermath was sobering. The Crusaders had achieved none of their objectives. Edessa remained in Muslim hands. The costly expedition had strained relations between Latin Europe and the Byzantine Empire, deepened rivalries among Crusader leaders, and revealed the growing strength and unity of Muslim powers under leaders like Zengi and his son Nur-ed-Din. Bernard of Clairvaux, who had preached the Crusades so fervently, was devastated. He defended his role by attributing the failure to the sins of the Crusaders themselves, reflecting a broader medieval tendency to see divine judgment in military outcomes. The failure of the Second Crusade marked a shift in the crusading ideal. While the First Crusade had ended in miraculous success, the Second revealed the limits of Western power and the complexities of sustaining a religious war far from home. The loss of life, the humiliation at Damascus, and the disillusionment of thousands of pilgrims cast a long shadow over future crusading efforts. Yet despite its failure, the Second Crusade intensified Muslim resolve and reshaped the political landscape of the Levant. Nur-ed-Din, having inherited his father's mantle, would now rise as the principal architect of Muslim resistance in the years to come. Thus, the fall of Edessa not only ended a chapter of Crusader expansion, but also ushered in a new phase of Muslim resurgence. The tide was turning, and the fragile balance that had allowed the Crusader states to endure would soon be tested as never before. The mid-12th century saw the emergence of a formidable leader who would redefine the course of the Crusades and alter the balance of power in the Holy Land. Salah ad-Din Yusuf ibn Ayyub, known in the West simply as Saladin, rose from relatively obscure beginnings to become the most revered Muslim commander of his time. Born in Tikrit in 1137 or 1138 into a Kurdish family, Saladin entered military service under his uncle Shirkuh, a general in the army of Nur-ed-Din, the powerful ruler of Aleppo and Damascus. Through his uncle's campaigns in Egypt and his own political acumen, Saladin rose to prominence and, following Shirkuh's death in 1169, became vizier of Egypt. When Nur-ed-Din died in 1174, Saladin moved to consolidate power. Over the next decade, he united Egypt and Syria, absorbing territories through both conquest and diplomacy. By the early 1180s, Saladin had become sultan of a vast and reinvigorated Muslim empire that encircled the Crusader states. Saladin was not merely a conqueror, but also a devout Muslim, committed to the cause of jihad as a form of both religious duty and political strategy. He positioned himself as the champion of Sunni Islam and the liberator of Jerusalem. Under his rule, the fractured Muslim world began to rally around a common cause, the expulsion of the Crusaders from the Holy Land. Saladin's leadership combined military brilliance with a reputation for chivalry, generosity and restraint that earned him respect even among his Christian enemies. He abolished the unpopular Fatimid Caliphate in Egypt, re-established Sunni orthodoxy, and strengthened his position through marriage alliances, administrative reforms, and a highly mobile, disciplined army. By 1180, a fragile truce existed between Saladin and the Kingdom of Jerusalem. However, the peace was regularly broken by raids and provocations, particularly by the Crusader Lord Raynald of Chatillon, whose attacks on Muslim caravans and threats to Mecca and Medina outraged the Islamic world. Saladin warned that continued aggression would be met with force. When Raynald broke the truce in 1187 by attacking a large Muslim caravan, Saladin responded decisively, launching a full-scale campaign against the Crusader states. The campaign culminated in the Battle of Hattin on July 4, 1187, a cataclysmic defeat for the Christian forces. The Crusader army, led by King Guy of Lusignan, marched from the city of Tiberias in an attempt to relieve a siege. Exhausted by the summer heat, deprived of water, and trapped by Saladin's forces, the Crusaders were routed in a well-executed maneuver. The battle ended in disaster for the Latin kingdom. Thousands of knights and soldiers were killed or captured. Raynald of Chatillon was personally executed by Saladin for his repeated provocations, while King Guy was taken prisoner but later released. Perhaps most significantly, the defeat shattered the military strength of the Crusader states, leaving the road to Jerusalem open. Following Hattin, Saladin moved swiftly to capitalize on his victory. City after city fell to his forces with little resistance. Acre, Jaffa, and other key strongholds surrendered or were taken by force. On October 2, 1187, Saladin entered Jerusalem. Unlike the bloody conquest of the city by the Crusaders in 1099, Saladin's capture was marked by a degree of mercy and order that astonished many contemporary observers. He allowed Christians to ransom themselves and their families, permitted the Eastern Christian churches to remain, and even spared many of the city's Latin inhabitants. Property was protected, and Muslim holy sites restored. The Dome of the Rock and Al-Aqsa Mosque, defiled during the Crusader occupation, were cleansed and rededicated. The contrast between the sack of Jerusalem in 1099 and its recapture in 1187 could not have been starker. Whereas the First Crusade had ended in the massacre of tens of thousands, Saladin's conquest exemplified restraint. His conduct enhanced his reputation not only in the Islamic world but also in Europe, where even chroniclers hostile to Islam acknowledged his nobility. While not without instances of violence, the general tenor of Saladin's rule was one of magnanimity. The fall of Jerusalem sent shockwaves through Europe. The news of the city's loss to Muslim forces triggered mass mourning and calls for a renewed crusade. Pope Gregory VIII issued the papal bull Audita Tremendi, calling for all Christian princes to take up the cross and reclaim the Holy City. This marked the beginning of preparations for what would become the Third Crusade. In the meantime, Saladin worked to consolidate his victories, reinforcing garrisons, repairing fortifications, and ensuring stability across his territories. He knew that a major counter-offensive was coming, and prepared accordingly. Saladin's achievement was not merely military but ideological. He had restored Muslim control over Jerusalem, inspired Islamic unity, and offered a compelling model of leadership that blended devotion, diplomacy, and disciplined warfare. For the Crusaders, his success represented a devastating reversal. Jerusalem, the spiritual prize of the First Crusade, was once again in Muslim hands. The Latin kingdom of Jerusalem was reduced to a coastal strip. Its capital moved to Tyre. The Crusader dream of permanent dominion over the Holy Land had been dealt a mortal blow. Thus, the period from 1171 to 1187 marked the rise of one of history's most admired military and political leaders. Saladin's ascent reshaped the Crusader-Muslim conflict and redefined the stakes for both sides. His example would loom large in the minds of both his contemporaries and generations to come, setting the stage for one of the most dramatic confrontations in the entire crusading era. The Third Crusade, which began in 1189, was launched in direct response to the shocking loss of Jerusalem to Saladin in 1187. It quickly became a legendary conflict, not only for its military engagements, but for the powerful personalities that shaped it, notably Richard I of England, Philip II of France, and Saladin himself. Each leader had their own motivations and ambitions, yet they shared a common goal: control of the Holy Land. Richard, nicknamed the Lionheart for his valor and martial prowess, was determined to restore Christian rule in Jerusalem. Philip II, eager to assert his influence and prestige, allied with Richard, but would ultimately return to France early in the campaign. Saladin, meanwhile, sought to defend his newly united empire and maintain his control over Jerusalem. The campaign began with the arduous journey of European forces crossing hostile territories, plagued by supply difficulties and political disputes. The first major target was the port city of Acre, strategically vital for maintaining supply lines and access to the Levant. The siege of Acre lasted nearly 2 years, from 1189 to 1191, and was marked by brutal fighting, famine and disease. Both sides suffered heavy casualties, and the capture of Acre was a critical turning point that allowed the Crusaders to establish a foothold on the coast. Philip II returned to France after Acre's fall, citing illness and political concerns at home, leaving Richard as the undisputed leader of the Crusader forces. Richard then turned his attention inland, engaging Saladin's army in several key battles. The Battle of Arsuf in September 1191 stands out as one of the most celebrated encounters. Richard's forces, outnumbered and weary, held firm against Saladin's attacks and launched a decisive counterattack that secured a tactical victory. Despite this success, Richard could not advance to retake Jerusalem, which remained strongly defended and strategically distant from his coastal bases. Throughout the campaign, Richard and Saladin demonstrated mutual respect and chivalry, even as they fought bitterly. Their correspondence and conduct suggested a complex relationship that transcended simple enmity. Richard admired Saladin's honor and leadership, and Saladin acknowledged Richard's bravery. This respect influenced the eventual negotiations that led to the truce. In 1192, after years of warfare and stalemate, Richard and Saladin agreed to the Treaty of Jaffa. The agreement allowed for Christian pilgrims to access Jerusalem safely, though the city itself remained under Muslim control. The treaty also delineated boundaries, with Crusader states retaining some coastal territories. This uneasy peace ended the Third Crusade without achieving its ultimate goal of retaking Jerusalem, but it preserved a fragile coexistence and opened channels for dialogue between the two cultures. The Third Crusade remains one of the most famous chapters in Crusader history, not only for its battles and sieges, but for the personalities involved and the legacy of respect amidst conflict. Richard the Lionheart's military skill and Saladin's leadership continue to inspire stories and scholarship. Their clash was a defining moment that highlighted both the enduring religious passions and the political realities of the crusading era. The Fourth Crusade, launched in 1202, began with the intention of reclaiming Jerusalem, but instead became one of the most tragic and divisive episodes in medieval Christian history. Originally, the Crusaders planned to sail to the Holy Land, relying heavily on the maritime power of Venice to provide transport. The agreement was that the Crusader army would pay Venice for a fleet of ships sufficient to carry tens of thousands of soldiers. However, when fewer Crusaders than expected arrived at Venice, they lacked the funds to pay the full amount. This financial shortfall gave the Venetians significant leverage, and rather than refunding the debt, Venice proposed a solution that would alter the course of the crusade entirely. The Venetians suggested that the Crusaders assist them in recapturing the city of Zara, a Christian port on the Adriatic coast that had rebelled against Venetian rule. Despite objections from the Pope, who threatened excommunication, the Crusaders besieged and captured Zara in 1202. This act foreshadowed the greater calamities to come. Political intrigue soon deepened the Crusades' diversion when Alexios Angelos, the exiled son of the deposed Byzantine Emperor Isaac II, approached the Crusaders. He promised substantial rewards, military support, and the submission of the Eastern Orthodox Church to Rome if the Crusaders helped restore him and his father to the throne in Constantinople. Eager for funds and reinforcements, and influenced by Venetian interests keen on expanding their influence in Byzantine affairs, the Crusaders agreed. In 1203, they sailed to Constantinople and helped Alexios IV regain power. However, the Byzantine people were deeply divided and resentful of Latin intervention, and the promised support never fully materialized. Within months, unrest and violence erupted. Alexios IV was overthrown and killed, and the Crusaders found themselves stranded and betrayed. With their debts mounting and no way home, the Crusaders resolved to capture Constantinople outright. In April 1204, they launched a brutal assault on the city, breaching its massive walls after fierce fighting. The sack of Constantinople was unprecedented in its violence and destruction. Over the course of days, the Crusaders looted priceless treasures, desecrated churches, destroyed ancient art and manuscripts, and massacred many inhabitants, both civilians and clergy. The city, the heart of Eastern Orthodox Christianity and the center of classical learning and culture, was left devastated. This catastrophic event not only shattered Byzantium's power, but also deepened the already profound schism between the Eastern Orthodox and Roman Catholic churches. The spiritual and political rift widened as mutual accusations of betrayal and sacrilege hardened. The Latin Empire was established on Byzantine soil, but it proved unstable and short-lived, unable to maintain control or legitimacy. The Fourth Crusade, far from achieving its sacred goals, resulted in Christian armies attacking fellow Christians, weakening Christendom and reshaping the geopolitical landscape of the Eastern Mediterranean. This tragic diversion marked a low point in the crusading movement and had lasting repercussions for centuries, symbolizing the complex interplay of religious zeal, political ambition, and economic interests that could corrupt even the most sacred causes. The period from 1217 to 1272 saw a series of crusades known as the Later Crusades, which included the Fifth through Ninth Crusades. These campaigns reflected both the persistence of crusading zeal and the gradual diminishing of its power and influence in the Holy Land and beyond. The Fifth Crusade, launched in 1217, focused on Egypt, seen as the key to controlling Jerusalem. Crusaders hoped to weaken Muslim power by capturing Cairo, but despite initial successes such as the capture of Damietta, the campaign faltered. A failed attempt to advance further up the Nile ended in disaster, forcing the Crusaders to surrender Damietta in 1221 and marking a significant setback. The Sixth Crusade, led by Frederick II, Holy Roman Emperor, was remarkable for its different approach. Instead of relying primarily on military force, Frederick negotiated directly with the Egyptian Sultan al-Kamil. In 1229, through diplomacy rather than battle, Frederick achieved the peaceful handover of Jerusalem, Bethlehem and Nazareth to the Crusaders. This treaty was a rare moment of success and allowed Christian pilgrims access to the Holy Land once again. However, Frederick's methods were controversial, and his strained relations with the papacy weakened his position. The Seventh Crusade was led by Louis IX of France, known as Saint Louis. Starting in 1248, this crusade also targeted Egypt, particularly the city of Damietta. Despite capturing the city, Louis' forces were eventually defeated, and he was captured in 1250. His release came only after a heavy ransom was paid. Undeterred, Louis launched the Eighth Crusade in 1270, which was diverted to Tunisia. This campaign was marred by disease, and Louis himself died of illness shortly after arriving. The crusade ended in failure, and this event symbolized the waning power of crusading fervor. The Ninth Crusade, often considered the last major medieval crusade, was led by Prince Edward of England between 1271 and 1272. Edward's efforts were limited and largely unsuccessful, reflecting the reduced resources, political support, and enthusiasm for crusades in Europe. Despite some minor military actions, the crusade failed to reverse the steady Muslim reconquest of the region. Throughout these later crusades, the initial idealism and mass mobilization seen in earlier campaigns had diminished significantly. European monarchs became more preoccupied with internal affairs and political struggles, while financial and logistical challenges hampered large-scale crusading efforts. The diminishing flame of the Crusades revealed the limits of religious warfare and the complex realities of medieval geopolitics. The Holy Land remained under Muslim control, and the dream of permanent Christian dominion faded as the 13th century drew to a close. The year 1291 stands as a defining and tragic moment in the history of the Crusades, with the fall of Acre, the last major Christian stronghold in the Holy Land, marking the final collapse of the Latin East. For nearly 2 centuries, since the First Crusade captured Jerusalem in 1099, Crusader states had maintained a precarious foothold along the eastern Mediterranean coast, but over time, their position grew increasingly untenable. Acre had risen to prominence as the principal military, political, and commercial center for the Crusaders after the loss of Jerusalem in 1187. It was a fortified city with massive walls, towers, and a bustling harbor that served as the critical link to Europe, where supplies, reinforcements, and pilgrims continued to arrive. Despite its strategic importance, Acre was a city surrounded by hostile forces and vulnerable to sustained siege. In the late 13th century, the Mamluks, a powerful Muslim dynasty based in Egypt known for their military skill and religious fervor, emerged as the dominant force opposing the Crusader presence. Sultan al-Ashraf Khalil, determined to eliminate the Crusader threat once and for all, gathered a large and well-equipped army to lay siege to Acre. Beginning in April 1291, the Mamluk forces encircled the city with thousands of troops, siege engines, and cavalry. The Crusaders, numbering only a fraction of the Mamluk army, were exhausted from decades of warfare, and their hopes for meaningful aid from Europe had largely vanished due to shifting political interests and limited resources. Despite their dire circumstances, the defenders of Acre fought fiercely, manning the city's walls and mounting counterattacks. Knights from the military orders, including the Templars, Hospitallers, and Teutonic Knights, stood alongside local soldiers and desperate civilians. For nearly 2 months, they withstood the Mamluk assaults, but the overwhelming pressure, combined with shortages of food and weapons, slowly wore down the defenders. In late May 1291, after relentless bombardment and breaches in the walls, the Mamluks launched a final assault. They poured into the city, overwhelming the remaining defenders in brutal hand-to-hand combat. What followed was a devastating sack of Acre. The Mamluk soldiers looted homes, churches, and warehouses, destroying valuable relics, manuscripts, and artworks that represented centuries of Christian presence and culture in the region. Thousands of inhabitants were killed or captured, including refugees who had fled from other lost Crusader territories. The destruction was not limited to physical structures, but extended to the very fabric of the Crusader society that had endured for generations. Acre's fall effectively marked the end of the Crusader states in the Levant. Other remaining coastal outposts quickly fell or were abandoned, and the Latin Kingdom of Jerusalem, which had existed in name for decades, ceased to exist as a political entity. The significance of Acre's fall went far beyond a military defeat. It symbolized the complete failure of the crusading enterprise to secure a permanent Christian presence in the Holy Land. The religious and spiritual goals that had motivated millions of Europeans, including the reclaiming of Jerusalem as a sacred city, remained unfulfilled. Over time, enthusiasm for crusading waned in Europe. Monarchs and nobles faced rising challenges closer to home: political conflicts, dynastic struggles, economic developments, and the growth of centralized states began to dominate their agendas. The financial and human costs of crusading, combined with repeated failures, sapped the willingness of European powers to invest in further expeditions to the Levant. In addition, the complex realities of the Eastern Mediterranean had changed. Muslim powers, especially the Mamluks, had consolidated control and organized efficient administrations. The fractured and weakened Crusader states could no longer hope to compete with the military strength and political unity of their adversaries. Diplomatic efforts and truces occasionally offered temporary respite, but these were fragile and ultimately ineffective in reversing the tide. The fall of Acre thus marked the end of an era. The Crusades, which had shaped medieval Europe and its relations with the wider world for centuries, had come to a close as a military movement. While their legacy persisted in cultural exchanges, architectural monuments, and historical memory, the dream of reclaiming the Holy Land through war was shattered. The loss of the Latin East forced Europe to reconsider its place in the Mediterranean and its relationship with the Muslim world. In the aftermath, crusading shifted focus toward other regions, including the Baltic, Spain, and North Africa, but the original goal of liberating Jerusalem faded into the past. The end of the Crusader states in the Levant underscored the limits of religious warfare and highlighted how shifting political priorities, economic realities, and military capabilities shape history. The fall of Acre stands as a solemn reminder of the costs of conflict and the fragility of empires built on conquest and faith. It closed a chapter on the Crusades that would influence Christian and Muslim relations for centuries, shaping perceptions, tensions, and dialogues between East and West into the modern era. The Crusades left a vast and intricate legacy that extends far beyond the battlefields and politics of medieval Europe and the Middle East, shaping the course of history from the 14th century well into the modern era. While the armed conflicts themselves ended centuries ago, their reverberations have deeply influenced culture, religion, international relations, and collective memory. One of the most profound long-term impacts of the Crusades was the intense cultural exchange between East and West. The movement of crusaders, merchants, scholars, and pilgrims facilitated the transfer of goods, ideas, and knowledge. Europeans encountered advanced Islamic science, medicine, mathematics, philosophy, and architecture. This interaction helped to reintroduce and preserve classical knowledge from ancient Greece and Rome that had been safeguarded in the Islamic world during Europe's so-called Dark Ages. This revival of learning contributed significantly to the intellectual flourishing known as the Renaissance, which reshaped European civilization in the centuries that followed. Economic changes also followed the Crusades. The increased trade between Europe and the East led to the growth of powerful maritime republics such as Venice, Genoa, and Pisa. These cities became centers of commerce, banking, and cultural exchange, laying early foundations for the modern capitalist economy. The Crusades also helped stimulate urban development in Europe, as demand for goods like spices, silk, and precious metals increased. Although much of the crusading effort was framed as religious warfare, it became inextricably linked with economic and political ambitions, which had lasting effects on the Mediterranean world and Europe's global outlook. Yet the Crusades also left behind a darker, more tragic legacy marked by violence, suffering, and deep social scars. The wars brought unprecedented brutality, with the slaughter of civilians, Muslims, Jews, and Eastern Christians alike, often sanctioned or ignored by Crusader leaders. The sack of Jerusalem in 1099, the massacres during the capture of Acre in 1291, and numerous other violent episodes left entire communities devastated. These events fueled cycles of revenge and mistrust that hardened religious identities and sowed the seeds of lasting hostility. The schism between the Roman Catholic Church and the Eastern Orthodox Church, already present, was exacerbated by the events of the Fourth Crusade, especially the sack of Constantinople in 1204, which deepened divisions and bred resentment that persists in some form even today. Christian-Muslim relations were profoundly affected by the Crusades, shaping perceptions, politics, and conflicts for centuries. The Crusades introduced a framework of religious conflict and othering that often painted the opposing side as enemies of faith and civilization. This narrative has been invoked repeatedly through history, sometimes inflaming tensions and sometimes used by leaders to rally support or justify violence. While the Crusades were a specific historical phenomenon, their memory has been adapted and misinterpreted over time, sometimes fueling prejudice and misunderstanding rather than dialogue. The romanticized image of the Crusades as noble quests of chivalrous knights fighting for a sacred cause became a powerful myth that influenced European culture, literature, and identity. Medieval chronicles, epic poems, and later national histories often glorified the Crusaders, emphasizing valor and religious devotion while minimizing political intrigue, greed, and brutality. This romanticism persisted into the modern era and was sometimes appropriated by nationalist and religious movements to promote certain ideologies. In contemporary political and cultural discourse, the Crusades are frequently referenced, often stripped of historical context, and used to symbolize deep-rooted cultural or religious conflicts. This oversimplification risks perpetuating stereotypes and obscuring the multifaceted realities of the past. To fully understand the Crusades' legacy, it is essential to acknowledge the human cost and the quiet tragedies experienced by individuals and communities on all sides. Beyond the famous battles and leaders, countless people endured displacement, loss of life, destruction of homes, and the disruption of entire societies. Refugees fled advancing armies, families were torn apart, and cultural heritages were damaged or lost. These personal and communal sufferings often go unnoticed amid grand narratives of conquest and faith, yet they form a crucial part of the Crusades' story. The Crusades remind us of the complexities of human history, where faith, politics, economics, and culture intertwine in ways that defy simple explanation. They challenge us to move beyond binary views of good and evil and to appreciate the nuanced human experiences involved. The events of the Crusades shaped medieval Europe and the Islamic world and influenced global interactions that continue to the present day. Their legacy invites ongoing reflection on the nature of conflict, coexistence, and the long-lasting effects that historical events can have on societies, identities, and international relations. In considering the Crusades' impact, we also confront the importance of memory and interpretation. How history is remembered, taught, and invoked influences how communities understand themselves and others. The Crusades serve as a cautionary tale about the dangers of religious zealotry, intolerance, and the use of history to justify violence or division. At the same time, the exchanges and encounters they prompted demonstrate the potential for cultural dialogue and learning even amid conflict. As modern societies grapple with questions of faith, identity, and coexistence, the legacy of the Crusades remains a powerful reminder of both the tragedies and the possibilities embedded in our shared human past. Long before the dawn of modern nations or the rise of ancient empires, there was a quiet revolution unfolding in the heart of the Middle East. In the Fertile Crescent, a region curving from the Persian Gulf through modern-day Iraq, Syria, Lebanon, Jordan, Israel, and Egypt, humans were beginning to change the way they lived. Around 10,000 years ago, during what is known as the Neolithic period, early humans in this region began to cultivate crops and domesticate animals. This shift from foraging to farming is known as the agricultural revolution, and it was the foundation upon which civilization would be built. The land between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers, later known as Mesopotamia, provided ideal conditions for early agriculture. The rivers flooded annually, depositing nutrient-rich silt on the surrounding plains. This made the soil incredibly fertile and well-suited for the cultivation of grains like barley and wheat. With consistent food production, human groups could settle in one place year-round. These permanent settlements marked the beginning of village life. As agriculture improved, communities grew. The need for coordination in planting, harvesting, and distributing food led to the development of social hierarchies and governance. Over time, people in the southern region of Mesopotamia, known as Sumer, began to build more complex settlements. These were not just villages anymore, but true cities, complete with administrative buildings, temples, and marketplaces. By around 4000 BCE, proto-urban centers such as Eridu and Uruk began to emerge. Eridu is often considered the oldest city in the world. It was seen by the Sumerians as a sacred city, the home of the god Enki, and the place where civilization first began. Eridu started as a small settlement, but grew into a significant religious and cultural center. Uruk, however, would become the shining star of early Mesopotamian urbanization. Located in what is today southern Iraq, Uruk grew rapidly around 3500 BCE and is considered the world's first major city. At its peak, it may have housed between 40,000 to 50,000 people, a staggering number for the time. The city sprawled over hundreds of acres and was surrounded by massive walls that protected it from both human and natural threats. One of Uruk's most important contributions to human history was the invention of writing. The earliest form of writing, called proto-cuneiform, emerged in Uruk around 3300 BCE. Initially used for accounting and administrative purposes, these symbols were etched onto clay tablets using a reed stylus. Over time, the system evolved into cuneiform, a complex script used to record laws, trade, literature, and more. Urbanization in Sumer required technological innovation, particularly in irrigation. The people of Sumer built an elaborate network of canals, dikes, and reservoirs to control the unpredictable flooding of the Tigris and Euphrates. These systems allowed them to direct water to their fields during dry periods and protect their crops from destruction during floods. The ability to manage water was critical to the success and growth of Sumerian cities. As cities developed, so did specialization. Not everyone needed to farm anymore. Some people became artisans, priests, merchants, or administrators. This diversification of labor created a more complex society with distinct social classes. Priests played a particularly important role, as they were believed to communicate with the gods and ensure the city's prosperity through rituals and offerings. Each Sumerian city was a city-state, politically independent, but sharing language, religion, and culture with neighboring cities. At the center of each city was a ziggurat, a massive terraced structure that served as both a temple and a symbol of the city's wealth and devotion to its patron deity. The ziggurat of Uruk, dedicated to the goddess Inanna, was one of the most impressive structures of its time. Trade also began to flourish during this period. The Sumerians lacked many natural resources, such as timber and metals, so they established trade routes that extended into Anatolia, the Indus Valley, and the Persian Gulf. They exchanged goods like textiles, grain, and pottery for raw materials, leading to increased wealth and cultural exchange. By 3000 BCE, the Sumerian city-states were thriving. They had established many of the hallmarks of civilization: writing, complex government, organized religion, social hierarchy, and monumental architecture. They laid the foundation for all future civilizations in the region. The rise of Sumer was not an isolated event, but rather the result of thousands of years of gradual innovation, adaptation, and cooperation. It was a testament to humanity's ability to transform its environment and create enduring institutions. Though the Sumerians would eventually be absorbed into larger empires, their legacy remains profound. They were the pioneers of urban life, and their achievements mark the true birth of civilization. In the earliest cities of Sumer, daily life was deeply intertwined with religion. The Sumerians believed that every aspect of the world around them was controlled by divine forces. These forces were embodied in a pantheon of gods and goddesses, each responsible for a different part of the natural and human world. The rivers, the fields, the weather, and even the outcome of wars were thought to be subject to the will of the gods. As a result, religious belief was not just a personal matter, but a cornerstone of the political and social structure of Sumerian civilization. Each Sumerian city-state was centered around a specific deity who was believed to protect and rule over the city. The city of Uruk, for example, was devoted to the goddess Inanna, the deity of love, war, and fertility. In Nippur, the god Enlil, ruler of the air and the cosmos, was venerated. These deities were believed to reside in the city's temple, a monumental structure known as a ziggurat. Ziggurats were massive terraced buildings with a shrine at the top, built to be as close to the heavens as possible, serving as a bridge between the divine and the human realms. The construction and maintenance of ziggurats were among the most important communal tasks. They were not only religious centers but also symbols of a city's wealth, power, and devotion. These structures dominated the skyline and were often the largest and most elaborate buildings in the city. They required significant resources and labor to build, and their prominence reflected the central role of religion in public life. Political power in early Sumer was closely linked to religious authority. The earliest leaders of Sumerian cities were priest-kings, known in Sumerian as Ensi or Lugal, who claimed to rule by divine right. These rulers were often seen as intermediaries between the gods and the people. They conducted important religious ceremonies, interpreted divine signs, and oversaw the city's temple and religious staff. Their authority was rooted in their perceived ability to maintain harmony between the human world and the divine. Priest-kings also played a crucial role in the administration of the city. They were responsible for organizing the workforce, overseeing irrigation projects, collecting and redistributing agricultural produce, and commanding the military in times of conflict. In this theocratic system, governance was seen as an extension of divine will. Justice and order were maintained through a belief in divine law, administered by the king and his officials. The temple complex was not only a spiritual center but also an economic and administrative hub. Temples owned vast tracts of land and employed large numbers of people, including farmers, craftsmen, and scribes. These workers contributed to the temple's wealth, which in turn supported religious rituals, festivals, and the upkeep of the city's infrastructure. The temple also served as a storage center for surplus grain and goods, helping to manage the economy and protect against famine. Each city-state had its own pantheon, a collection of gods and goddesses specific to that city's traditions, although there was considerable overlap across Sumer. The major gods formed a hierarchy, with An, the sky god, at the top. He was followed by Enlil, who was often considered the king of the gods, and Enki, the god of wisdom and water. Other important deities included Ninuzag, the earth mother, Utu, the sun god, and Nana, the moon god. These deities were not abstract concepts but active participants in daily life. People prayed to them, made offerings, and sought their guidance through divination and omens. Rituals and festivals were held regularly to honor the gods and ensure their favor. These events included processions, sacrifices, and the reenactment of mythological stories. The New Year festival, for example, was a major event in which the king reaffirmed his divine mandate through rituals that symbolically restored order to the cosmos. The fusion of religion and government created a deeply hierarchical society. At the top were the priest-kings and high priests, followed by temple administrators and officials. Below them were artisans, traders, and farmers. At the bottom were slaves, often prisoners of war or those who had fallen into debt. Despite this rigid structure, the system was remarkably effective in maintaining order and stability in the early city-states. This union of divine and political power laid the foundation for future civilizations in Mesopotamia and beyond. The idea that kings ruled by the will of the gods would become a central theme in ancient politics, echoed in later cultures such as those of Egypt, Persia, and Rome. The Sumerians' integration of religion into every aspect of public life marked a profound shift in human history, turning scattered agricultural villages into powerful, organized societies. Through their devotion to their gods and their belief in a divine order, the people of Sumer built the first theocratic states, where religion and politics were one and the same. Their ziggurats reached toward the heavens, their priest-kings ruled by sacred mandate, and their cities became lasting symbols of humanity's earliest steps toward organized government and institutional religion. Around 3200 BCE, in the bustling cities of southern Mesopotamia, a revolutionary development occurred that would forever change the course of human history. It began as a simple need: how to keep track of goods, people, and transactions in an increasingly complex society. As cities like Uruk grew and trade expanded, the Sumerians needed a way to maintain accurate records. This necessity sparked the invention of writing, and with it, the dawn of recorded history. The earliest form of writing developed in Sumer is known as proto-cuneiform. It began as a system of pictographs, simple drawings that represented objects or commodities such as grain, cattle, or jars of oil. These pictographs were inscribed onto soft clay tablets using a stylus made from a reed. The stylus would leave wedge-shaped impressions, giving rise to the name cuneiform, derived from the Latin word for wedge. Initially, this writing system was purely utilitarian. It was used by temple and palace administrators to record economic transactions, manage agricultural production, and document the allocation of resources. These early tablets functioned much like receipts or inventory lists. Each symbol was a visual shorthand for a specific item or number. Over time, the symbols became more abstract and stylized, allowing scribes to write more quickly and consistently. As society became more complex, so too did the uses of writing. By around 3000 BCE, cuneiform had evolved from simple pictographs into a full script capable of representing spoken language. It included symbols for syllables, allowing scribes to write names, actions, and abstract concepts. This transformation marked a significant turning point. Writing could now be used to tell stories, communicate ideas, and preserve cultural memory. One of the most famous early works written in cuneiform is the Epic of Gilgamesh. Composed sometime around 2100 BCE, it is considered the oldest surviving piece of literature. The epic recounts the adventures of Gilgamesh, a legendary king of Uruk, as he seeks immortality and comes to terms with the limits of human life. Its themes of friendship, loss, and the quest for meaning resonate even today, showing the deep intellectual and emotional capabilities of ancient Sumerian culture. Cuneiform was not just used for literature, it became a tool of statecraft and propaganda. Kings used writing to legitimize their rule, record their accomplishments, and issue decrees. Monumental inscriptions detailed military victories, divine favor, and the construction of temples and palaces. By committing their narratives to stone, rulers sought to cement their legacy and demonstrate their authority. Laws were another critical area where cuneiform played a vital role. The most well-known legal code from ancient Mesopotamia is the Code of Hammurabi, inscribed around 1754 BCE on a large stone stele. Though it came after the Sumerians, it was built on earlier traditions of written law. Hammurabi's code outlined rules governing trade, property, marriage, and crime, and it introduced the idea that justice should be publicly known and universally applied, even if its standards were harsh by modern expectations. The role of scribes became crucial in this literate society. They underwent rigorous training in special schools called adubus, where they memorized hundreds of signs and learned grammar, mathematics, and even literature. Scribes were respected members of society, essential for maintaining the bureaucracy, recording contracts, and preserving cultural texts. Cuneiform was adapted by multiple cultures over the centuries, including the Akkadians, Babylonians, Assyrians, and Elamites. Though the Sumerian language eventually ceased to be spoken, it continued to be written and studied for centuries as a scholarly and liturgical language, much like Latin in medieval Europe. By the time of the early first millennium BCE, cuneiform began to decline. The rise of alphabetic scripts such as Aramaic and Phoenician, which were easier to learn and use, led to the gradual abandonment of the cumbersome wedge-shaped script. By around 100 CE, cuneiform had disappeared from everyday use, and its secrets lay buried in the ruins of Mesopotamia. Modern understanding of cuneiform came only in the 19th century, through the work of scholars who painstakingly deciphered the script from ancient tablets discovered in archaeological sites. Their efforts opened a window into the lives, thoughts, and achievements of people who lived more than 5,000 years ago. The invention of writing in Sumer marked the boundary between prehistory and history. It allowed for the preservation and transmission of knowledge across generations, giving rise to administration, law, literature, and science. It was the spark that ignited the flame of civilization, illuminating the path for all that followed. Among the many legacies of ancient Sumer, none is as emotionally powerful or culturally rich as the Epic of Gilgamesh. This extraordinary narrative, inscribed on clay tablets in cuneiform script, is the oldest known piece of literature in the world. It centers on the life and adventures of Gilgamesh, a historical king of the Sumerian city of Uruk, who reigned sometime around 2700 BCE. Over time, the memory of the man became myth, and his deeds were immortalized in one of humanity's earliest literary masterpieces. The Epic of Gilgamesh reveals a civilization deeply concerned with questions of life, death, legacy, and the gods. Gilgamesh is introduced as a powerful and arrogant king, described as 2/3 divine and 1/3 human. His strength and ambition are unmatched, but he rules with a heavy hand, causing the people of Uruk to cry out to the gods for relief. In response, the gods create Enkidu, a wild man who lives with animals and represents the untamed natural world. Enkidu is eventually tamed through contact with civilization and brought to Uruk, where he challenges Gilgamesh. After a fierce battle, the two become close friends and embark on heroic quests together. Their adventures take them to the cedar forest to slay the monstrous guardian Humbaba, and later to defeat the Bull of Heaven, sent by the goddess Ishtar after Gilgamesh rejects her advances. But the story takes a tragic turn when Enkidu falls ill and dies, punished by the gods for his defiance. Gilgamesh is devastated. For the first time, he confronts his own mortality and sets out on a desperate journey to discover the secret of eternal life. He travels to the ends of the earth to find Utnapishtim, a man who survived a great flood and was granted immortality by the gods. Utnapishtim tells Gilgamesh that immortality is not for humans. He recounts the tale of the flood, which closely parallels later biblical accounts, and explains that death is the fate of all mortals. Even though Gilgamesh fails in his quest, he gains wisdom. He returns to Uruk and comes to appreciate the enduring legacy of human accomplishments, realizing that the true path to immortality lies in the lasting impact of one's deeds. The themes of the Epic of Gilgamesh resonate deeply: the fear of death, the longing for friendship, the search for meaning, and the realization that human life, though fleeting, can achieve greatness. These ideas reflect the beliefs and values of ancient Sumerian society. The epic presents a worldview in which the gods are powerful but not always just, where fate is often inescapable, and where human beings must navigate a complex moral landscape. Sumerian mythology, as expressed in the epic, includes a rich pantheon of gods and goddesses, each associated with aspects of the natural world and human experience. Anu, the sky god, ruled over the heavens. Enlil, the god of wind and storms, held the power of kingship and divine authority. Enki, the god of wisdom and water, was a benefactor of humanity. Inanna, goddess of love, war and fertility, was one of the most important deities in the Sumerian pantheon. The gods were believed to interact with humans regularly, and their favor or wrath could shape the fate of individuals and cities alike. Temples, especially the massive ziggurats at the heart of Sumerian city-states, served as the earthly homes of the gods. Priests conducted elaborate rituals to maintain divine harmony and ensure the well-being of the community. The culture of Sumer was deeply intertwined with religion and mythology. The Epic of Gilgamesh, though centered on a single hero, was more than entertainment. It was a vehicle for transmitting values, explaining natural phenomena, and exploring profound existential questions. It also offered comfort in the face of mortality, reminding listeners that while life may be short, it can be meaningful and heroic. The story was told and retold for centuries, copied by scribes, and adapted by later cultures, including the Babylonians and Assyrians. The version most well known today was discovered in the ruins of the great library of Ashurbanipal in Nineveh, written in Akkadian, the language of later Mesopotamian empires. Yet its roots are unmistakably Sumerian. Through Gilgamesh, we glimpse the heart of a civilization that, despite the vast gulf of time, wrestled with the same questions we do today. It is a testament to the enduring human spirit and the power of storytelling. The Epic of Gilgamesh is not just a relic of the past. It is a mirror reflecting the timeless concerns of humanity, born in the land between the rivers, where writing was invented and civilization began. In the centuries following the rise of Sumerian civilization, the political landscape of Mesopotamia was one of independent city-states, each with its own ruler, temple, and local deity. While they shared a common language, religion, and culture, these cities often competed with one another for resources, land, and prestige. This fragmented system would be forever transformed by a man named Sargon of Akkad, whose conquests around 2334 BCE established the first known empire in world history and redefined the nature of political power in the ancient Near East. According to legend, he began life in humble circumstances. His name, Shurukin in Akkadian, means the true king, and he claimed to have been the cupbearer to the king of Kish, a prominent Sumerian city-state. His rise to power came through military skill and political cunning. Around 2334 BCE, Sargon overthrew the king of Kish and began a campaign of conquest that would bring much of Mesopotamia under his control. Sargon founded a new capital at Akkad, or Agade, though its precise location remains unknown. From this city, he launched a series of military expeditions that conquered the major Sumerian city-states, including Ur, Uruk, Lagash, and Umma. He extended his rule northward into the region of Subartu and westward toward the Mediterranean, establishing an empire that stretched from the Persian Gulf to the Levant. This was unprecedented. For the first time in history, a single ruler held dominion over a vast and diverse territory composed of different ethnic groups, languages, and traditions. To govern this expansive realm, Sargon implemented new administrative structures. He appointed trusted officials, often from Akkad, to oversee conquered cities. These governors were responsible for collecting taxes, maintaining order, and reporting back to the central government. Sargon also stationed military garrisons in key locations to enforce his authority and prevent rebellion. Sargon's rule marked a significant cultural shift. While the Akkadians adopted much of Sumerian culture, including its writing system and religious practices, they also brought their own language, Akkadian, which began to replace Sumerian as the spoken tongue of administration and daily life. Cuneiform was adapted to record this Semitic language, leading to a flourishing of Akkadian literature and documentation. The Akkadian Empire helped standardize weights, measures, and legal practices across Mesopotamia, creating a more unified economic and political environment. Sargon proclaimed himself King of the Four Quarters of the Earth, a title that emphasized his universal sovereignty. His reign established the concept of kingship not just as local stewardship, but as a divinely sanctioned, far-reaching authority. Religiously, the Akkadians continued to honor Sumerian gods, but with added emphasis on the king's divine support. Sargon and his successors were often portrayed as chosen by the gods, especially Ishtar, the goddess of war and love. This divine association bolstered the legitimacy of imperial rule and laid the ideological foundation for future monarchies in the region. Sargon ruled for over 50 years, a remarkable achievement in such a volatile period. After his death, his sons Rimush and Manishtushu succeeded him, continuing military campaigns and maintaining the empire's cohesion. But it was Sargon's grandson, Naram-Sin, who would leave the most enduring mark. Naram-Sin declared himself a god, the first Mesopotamian ruler to do so. His reign was characterized by monumental architecture, such as the Temple of Enlil at Nippur, and extensive military campaigns. One of the most famous artifacts from this period is the victory stele of Naram-Sin, which depicts the king ascending a mountain, trampling his enemies, and being watched by divine symbols. This visual language reinforced the emperor's divine authority and military might. However, the empire was not without its challenges. The Akkadian dynasty faced internal revolts, economic difficulties, and environmental pressures. Prolonged droughts and declining agricultural yields weakened the central authority. Eventually, around 2154 BCE, the empire collapsed under the combined weight of these pressures and invasions by the Gutians, a mountain people from the east. Despite its relatively short duration, the Akkadian Empire left an indelible legacy. It introduced the model of centralized imperial rule, combining military power with administrative oversight and divine legitimacy. It also cemented the use of Akkadian as a dominant language of diplomacy and literature for centuries to come. The story of Sargon of Akkad is not merely one of conquest. It is a story of innovation, ambition, and the birth of a new political paradigm. He transformed a land of independent city-states into a unified empire, laying the groundwork for future civilizations that would rise in his wake. In doing so, he changed the course of Mesopotamian history and helped shape the trajectory of human civilization. The Akkadian Empire, founded by Sargon of Akkad and maintained by his successors, had transformed Mesopotamia into a unified imperial state for the first time in history. Yet despite its monumental achievements, the empire did not last. By around 2154 BCE, the Akkadian Empire collapsed, ushering in a period of darkness and instability. This collapse was the result of a combination of environmental catastrophe, economic stress, and relentless foreign invasions, particularly by a mysterious people known as the Gutians. For decades, the Akkadian Empire maintained its dominance through military strength, centralized governance, and religious authority. But beneath the surface, mounting pressures began to erode the foundations of this early superpower. One of the most critical and often underestimated factors in the fall of Akkad was climate change. Scientific studies of ancient sediment cores and archaeological layers suggest that a severe drought struck the region during the late 3rd millennium BCE. Rainfall diminished dramatically and rivers receded. As agriculture was the backbone of Mesopotamian economies, this environmental shift had catastrophic consequences. Fields dried up, crop yields plummeted, famine spread across the empire. The once prosperous cities, dependent on irrigation and stable food supplies, began to suffer. The drought, which may have lasted for decades, disrupted trade routes, led to mass migrations, and made it increasingly difficult for the Akkadian state to sustain itself. Economic strain soon followed. The centralized administration struggled to collect taxes and redistribute food. Local governors became more autonomous, and loyalty to the capital weakened. As resources dwindled, the empire could no longer maintain its vast army or its bureaucratic machinery. Internal rebellions and civil unrest erupted across Mesopotamia. Amid this turmoil, a new threat emerged from the eastern highlands, the Gutians. Little is known about the Gutians, except that they were a group of tribal peoples from the Zagros Mountains. Akkadian texts often portray them as barbaric, uncivilized, and destructive. While these depictions are undoubtedly biased, they reflect the fear and chaos that accompanied the Gutian invasions. The Gutians took advantage of the empire's weakened state, launching raids into Akkadian territory and eventually seizing control of key cities. Their incursions further destabilized the region. Without the administrative experience or cultural integration of the Akkadians, the Gutians struggled to govern effectively. Under their rule, Mesopotamia entered what later historians would call a dark age. The period following the fall of Akkad was marked by political fragmentation, economic regression, and cultural stagnation. Major cities were abandoned or diminished in size. Monumental building projects ceased. The central records that once tracked trade, law and administration became scarce. The unity that had characterized the Akkadian Empire gave way to local rule, with city-states once again operating independently, often in isolation and fear. Despite this bleak picture, it would be wrong to assume that all was lost. Even in times of crisis, Mesopotamian resilience persisted. Local leaders continued to uphold traditions, and religious practices remained central to community life. Some cities, such as Lagash, managed to maintain a degree of autonomy and stability during the Gutian period. The memory of Akkad and its imperial glory continued to influence future generations, shaping ideas of kingship and statecraft. The Gutian period lasted for several decades, but their rule was eventually brought to an end by the rise of new Sumerian leaders. Around 2112 BCE, Ur-Nammu, a ruler from the city of Ur, founded what would become the third dynasty of Ur, also known as the Ur-III period. His victory over the Gutians marked the end of Mesopotamia's Dark Age and the beginning of a remarkable cultural and political revival. The fall of the Akkadian Empire stands as one of history's earliest examples of societal collapse. It underscores the vulnerability of even the most advanced civilizations to environmental stress, economic imbalance, and external threats. Yet it also highlights the enduring strength of Mesopotamian civilization. From the ruins of empire and chaos, a new order would rise, carrying forward the legacy of Sargon and the Akkadian kings into the next chapter of human history. Following the fall of the Akkadian Empire and the chaotic Gutian interlude, Mesopotamia began to stabilize under a new power rising from the southern city of Ur. Around 2112 BCE, Ur-Nammu emerged as a unifying leader and established what is known today as the third dynasty of Ur, often referred to as Ur-III. This period marked a significant cultural, political, and economic revival of Sumerian civilization, restoring order to a fractured land and initiating one of the most sophisticated administrations the ancient world had yet seen. Ur-Nammu's ascent to power was a turning point. He expelled the Gutians, reasserted control over former Akkadian territories, and began the process of rebuilding cities and re-establishing centralized governance. Declaring himself king of Sumer and Akkad, he sought to revive the glory of both regions, blending the traditions of earlier Sumerian city-states with the imperial framework pioneered by Sargon of Akkad. One of Ur-Nammu's most enduring achievements was the creation of the earliest known law code in human history. Preceding Hammurabi's more famous laws by centuries, the Code of Ur-Nammu was written in Sumerian and inscribed on tablets for public display. It established a legal framework to address issues such as theft, assault, and social conduct. The laws were not just punitive, they outlined fair processes, set standardized penalties, and reflected a society striving for justice and order after years of chaos. In addition to legal reform, Ur-Nammu launched massive architectural projects. The most iconic was the construction of the Great Ziggurat of Ur, a colossal step temple dedicated to the moon god Nana, the city's patron deity. This monumental structure symbolized the renewed connection between the divine and the political authority of the king. The ziggurat, with its imposing height and multi-tiered platforms, was built using mud bricks and bitumen and stood as a center of worship and civic pride. Ur-Nammu also invested in rebuilding infrastructure across Sumer. He restored irrigation systems, revived trade networks, and improved city walls. Roads connected distant parts of the empire, and a standardized system of weights and measures facilitated commerce. His reign was a model of efficient and enlightened rule. Upon Ur-Nammu's death, his son Shulgi ascended the throne and expanded upon his father's foundation. Shulgi ruled for nearly half a century and proved to be an exceptionally capable and ambitious monarch. He continued to centralize authority, professionalize the bureaucracy, and extend diplomatic and trade relations across the Near East. Shulgi is often remembered for declaring himself a god during his lifetime, a move that echoed the divine kingship practices of Naram-Sin of Akkad. He composed hymns praising his own wisdom, strength, and piety, and these texts were widely copied and studied. Shulgi also encouraged literacy and education, and the scribal schools, or Idubus, flourished under his reign. The administration during the Ur-III period was highly organized. The empire was divided into provinces, each managed by a governor who reported to the central government. A sophisticated system of record-keeping using cuneiform tablets ensured that taxes, labor obligations, and resources were meticulously tracked. Thousands of these tablets have survived, offering a detailed glimpse into the economy, society, and governance of the time. Despite the centralized control, the Ur-III state maintained Sumerian traditions and identity. Religious festivals, temple rituals, and myths remained deeply embedded in daily life. The kings portrayed themselves as humble servants of the gods, even as they wielded enormous power. Temples were major landholders and employers, and the intertwining of religion and politics was as strong as ever. Yet, like all empires, Ur-III eventually faced decline. After Shulgi's death, his successors struggled to maintain the vast bureaucracy and control restive provinces. External pressures mounted from groups such as the Elamites to the east and Amorite tribes from the west. By around 2004 BCE, Ur was sacked by the Elamites, and the third dynasty of Ur came to an end. Despite its fall, the legacy of Ur-III was profound. It demonstrated the enduring strength and adaptability of Sumerian civilization. The legal, administrative, and cultural innovations of Ur-Nammu and Shulgi influenced later Mesopotamian states for centuries. The idea of a law-giving king, the use of monumental architecture to express divine power, and the vision of an ordered, centralized state all trace their roots to this remarkable Sumerian revival. The third dynasty of Ur was not just a return to former glory. It was a renaissance that redefined what civilization could be, laying down principles and practices that would echo throughout the ancient world and into the foundation of future empires. In the centuries following the fall of the third dynasty of Ur, Mesopotamia once again became a land of competing city-states and shifting alliances. The Sumerian language gradually faded from everyday use, replaced by Akkadian dialects spoken by rising Semitic peoples. Among these, a new power emerged in the central region of Mesopotamia, the city of Babylon. By the early 18th century BCE, a ruler named Hammurabi would transform Babylon from a modest kingdom into the center of a vast empire, leaving a lasting legacy through one of history's most important legal documents, the Code of Hammurabi. Hammurabi was an Amorite, a member of a Semitic-speaking group that had migrated into Mesopotamia and assimilated into local culture. When Hammurabi ascended the throne of Babylon around 1792 BCE, the city was relatively minor compared to older centers like Assur or Larsa, but Hammurabi was a shrewd and ambitious leader. Over a reign lasting more than 4 decades, he used diplomacy, strategic alliances, and military campaigns to expand his influence and ultimately unify most of Mesopotamia under his rule. Hammurabi's rise was not immediate. In the early years of his reign, he focused on strengthening Babylon internally, fortifying city walls, improving irrigation canals, and fostering economic stability. He maintained peaceful relations with neighboring powers like Mari, Ishnuna, and Elam, biding his time. But as opportunities arose, Hammurabi acted decisively. Through a series of carefully timed campaigns, he first defeated nearby rivals, then turned on former allies, and eventually extended Babylon's control across the region. By the end of his reign, Hammurabi ruled an empire stretching from the Persian Gulf in the south to Assyria in the north. Babylon had become the political, cultural, and religious center of southern Mesopotamia. This consolidation of power allowed Hammurabi to implement reforms and codify the laws that would define his legacy for millennia. The Code of Hammurabi is perhaps the most famous legal code from the ancient world. It was inscribed on a tall basalt stele and placed in a public location where all could see, though literacy was still limited to scribes and elites. The code contained 282 laws covering a wide range of subjects, including property rights, contracts, family relations, labor, and criminal justice. It was written in Akkadian, using cuneiform script, making it accessible to the broader population of Hammurabi's empire. The code begins with a prologue in which Hammurabi presents himself as a divinely appointed ruler chosen by the gods Anu and Enlil to bring justice and order to the land. He is depicted as a shepherd to his people, tasked with protecting the weak and punishing the wicked. This divine justification for kingship was not new, but Hammurabi articulated it with unprecedented clarity and authority. Many of the laws in the code are harsh by modern standards, reflecting the principle of lex talionis, an eye for an eye. Punishments varied depending on the social status of the victim and the perpetrator, highlighting the stratified nature of Babylonian society. Free men, commoners, and slaves were treated differently under the law. Yet the code also sought to protect vulnerable groups, including widows, orphans, and the poor. It established legal procedures, required contracts to be written down, and formalized judicial processes. The Code of Hammurabi was more than a set of rules. It was a statement of royal ideology. It emphasized the king's role as a just ruler, one who upheld ma'at, truth, balance, and order. The very act of codifying the laws served to legitimize Hammurabi's authority and create a sense of unity across his diverse and newly integrated empire. Beyond the legal code, Hammurabi's reign saw continued advancements in infrastructure and administration. He promoted the building of temples, the maintenance of canals, and the growth of trade. Babylon became a thriving hub for merchants, craftsmen, and religious leaders. The city's patron god, Marduk, began to rise in prominence, eventually becoming the chief deity of the Babylonian pantheon. After Hammurabi's death in 1750 BCE, his successors struggled to maintain the vast empire he had created. External pressures from groups such as the Hittites and Kassites, along with internal revolts, eventually led to the fragmentation of Babylon's control. Nevertheless, Hammurabi's legacy endured. His legal code was studied and copied for centuries, influencing later legal traditions in the Near East and beyond. The idea that a king could establish and publish laws to govern a diverse society set a precedent that would echo throughout history, from the laws of ancient Israel to the Roman 12 tables and beyond. Hammurabi was not just a conqueror, he was a lawgiver, a visionary ruler who recognized that the strength of an empire lay not only in its armies but in its institutions. Through the Code of Hammurabi, he offered a blueprint for governance based on justice, order, and accountability. In doing so, he helped to shape the identity of Babylon and the legacy of Mesopotamian civilization for generations to come. Mesopotamia, The land between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers was not only the birthplace of cities and empires, but also the cradle of profound cultural, scientific, and religious achievements. Long after the rise and fall of powerful kings and fleeting dynasties, the intellectual and spiritual legacy of Mesopotamia endured, shaping the development of human civilization in ways still felt today. In this chapter, we explore how religion, science, and society interwove in Mesopotamia, leaving behind innovations in astronomy, mathematics, medicine, and ritual that influenced later cultures across the ancient world. Religion formed the cornerstone of Mesopotamian life. Every city-state had its own patron deity, and the Mesopotamians believed that the gods controlled every aspect of existence. Their worldview was one of cosmic order balanced precariously between divine will and human responsibility. Temples, or ziggurats, dominated city skylines, serving as both religious centers and administrative hubs. The priesthood managed offerings, interpreted omens, maintained calendars, and played a key role in government. Rituals were essential to maintaining harmony with the divine. Daily sacrifices, elaborate festivals, and temple rites marked the rhythm of the year. The Mesopotamians believed that disasters such as floods, droughts, or invasions were signs of divine displeasure. To prevent or mitigate such events, priests practiced divination, examining animal entrails, casting lots, and reading omens in the stars. This fusion of religion and early science laid the groundwork for later systems of knowledge. Among Mesopotamia's greatest scientific achievements was astronomy. Observing the heavens was a sacred duty. Priests tracked the movements of stars, planets, and the moon to predict eclipses and regulate the calendar. These observations were methodical and systematic, recorded in detailed star catalogues. Over centuries, the Mesopotamians developed a sophisticated understanding of celestial cycles, which would later inform Babylonian, Assyrian, and even Greek astronomy. Mathematics, too, flourished in this land of scribes. The Mesopotamians used a base 60 numerical system, sexagesimal, that still survives in how we measure time and angles today. They developed tables for multiplication, division, and square roots. Clay tablets from the Old Babylonian period reveal an understanding of Pythagorean triples over 1,000 years before Pythagoras. Mathematics served practical purposes, measuring land, accounting for goods, building structures, and tracking celestial movements. Medicine in Mesopotamia blended empirical observation with spiritual belief. Healers used both natural remedies and ritual incantations. Medical texts written in cuneiform list symptoms, diagnoses, and treatments, showing a rational approach to illness. At the same time, many diseases were believed to be caused by angry gods or malevolent spirits, and priests often worked alongside physicians to perform healing rituals. Remedies included herbs, minerals, animal parts, and complex procedures involving spells and offerings. Society in Mesopotamia was highly stratified but dynamic. At the top were the king and the elite priesthood, followed by officials, merchants, artisans, and farmers. Slavery existed, but was often temporary or debt-related. Women played various roles, from priestesses and scribes to merchants and landowners, though their legal rights were generally fewer than those of men. The family was the core social unit, and laws meticulously governed marriage, inheritance, and property. Education was highly valued, especially for scribes who were essential to the functioning of temple and state. They trained for years in edubas, or scribal schools, learning cuneiform and the complexities of Mesopotamian language and administration. These schools preserved vast bodies of literature, from myths and hymns to economic records and legal codes. The literary legacy of Mesopotamia is immense. Texts like the Epic of Gilgamesh explored themes of heroism, mortality, and the human condition. Wisdom literature offered moral guidance through proverbs and dialogues. Religious texts preserved mythologies that explained the origins of the cosmos, humanity, and divine hierarchy. These stories provided continuity and identity for generations. The achievements of Mesopotamian culture did not vanish with the decline of its empires. Babylonian astronomy was absorbed by the Greeks and later influenced Islamic and European science. Legal principles from Sumer and Babylon informed later codes of law. The use of writing for administration, communication, and literature spread across the ancient world. In temples, on tablets, and through tradition, the people of Mesopotamia created a foundation for civilization. Their efforts to understand the world, explain the divine, and organize society were pioneering steps in the human journey. The fusion of religion, science, and society in Mesopotamia offers a powerful reminder of our shared intellectual heritage and the enduring impact of this remarkable culture. The story of Mesopotamia's ancient civilization culminates in a dramatic era marked by military might, grand cultural achievements, and transformative conquests. From around 1000 BCE to 539 BCE, this region witnessed the rise of the Assyrian Empire, the flourishing of Neo-Babylon under Nebuchadnezzar II, and finally the Persian conquest that brought an end to Mesopotamia's independent rule. This chapter explores these pivotal events and their significance in the broader history of the ancient Near East. The Assyrians emerged as a dominant military power in Mesopotamia around the early 1st millennium BCE. Centered in the city of Ashur and later Nineveh, Assyria built a reputation as a ruthless and efficient war machine. Their armies were highly organized, equipped with advanced weaponry, and employed innovative siege tactics that allowed them to conquer vast territories. The Assyrian kings proclaimed themselves as chosen by the god Ashur to expand and rule a mighty empire. Under rulers such as Tiglath-Pileser III, Sargon II, and Ashur-banipal, the Assyrian Empire expanded beyond Mesopotamia to control parts of Anatolia, the Levant, and Egypt. They established provincial governors to administer these conquered lands, maintaining control through a combination of military presence and political alliances. The empire's capital cities became centers of art, learning, and monumental architecture. Ashur-banipal's library in Nineveh, for instance, preserved thousands of cuneiform tablets, including copies of the Epic of Gilgamesh and other literary treasures. Despite their military prowess, the Assyrians were also skilled administrators and patrons of culture. They promoted infrastructure projects, built impressive palaces adorned with detailed reliefs depicting their victories, and fostered religious life centered on the god Ashur and other deities. By the late 7th century BCE, the Assyrian Empire began to decline due to internal strife, overextension, and rising opposition from neighboring peoples. The Medes and Babylonians formed an alliance that led to the capture and destruction of Nineveh in 612 BCE, signaling the end of Assyrian dominance. In the power vacuum that followed, the city of Babylon rose again to prominence under the Neo-Babylonian Empire. Nebuchadnezzar II, who ruled from 605 to 562 BCE, became its most famous king. He is credited with massive building projects, including the restoration of Babylon's city walls, the construction of the Grand Ziggurat Itaminanki, and the legendary Hanging Gardens, one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world, though their existence remains debated. Nebuchadnezzar expanded Babylon's territory and influence, asserting dominance over much of Mesopotamia, the Levant, and parts of Arabia. The Neo-Babylonian period was a time of cultural renaissance, marked by artistic achievements, religious revival, and architectural grandeur. The city of Babylon was famed for its splendor, wealth, and advanced urban planning. However, Neo-Babylon's independence was short-lived. In 539 BCE, Cyrus the Great of Persia conquered Babylon without major conflict, welcomed by many as a liberator. The Persian Achaemenid Empire absorbed Mesopotamia into its vast domain, marking the end of the region's status as an independent civilization. Cyrus respected the religious and cultural traditions of the conquered peoples, including the Mesopotamians. His policies allowed a degree of local autonomy and the continuation of ancient practices, blending Mesopotamian heritage into the broader Persian imperial framework. The fall of Mesopotamia as a political entity did not erase its monumental contributions to civilization. Its innovations in writing, law, urban development, and intellectual thought persisted, influencing later empires and the course of human history. The memory of Mesopotamian gods, kings, and cities remained alive in texts, traditions, and archaeological remains. Thus, the end of Mesopotamia was not a disappearance, but a transformation. Its legacy passed into new hands, shaping the ancient world's cultural and political landscape for centuries to come. The region's story, from the earliest settlements to the Persian conquest, is a testament to human ingenuity, resilience, and the enduring quest for order and meaning. The American Civil War did not erupt suddenly. It was the culmination of decades of tensions between the North and the South. These tensions were deeply rooted in economic, political, and social differences, with slavery at the core of the conflict. The road to war was long and complex, shaped by a series of events that widened the divide between the two regions. This chapter explores the causes and rising tensions that ultimately led to the outbreak of war in 1861. Slavery was the defining issue of the Civil War. The Southern economy was heavily dependent on agriculture, particularly cotton, which required a vast labor force. Enslaved people provided the backbone of this system, and any threat to slavery was seen as a threat to the Southern way of life. In contrast, the North had a more industrialized economy and a growing abolitionist movement that opposed slavery on moral and economic grounds. While not all Northerners were abolitionists, many believed that slavery should not expand into new territories and states. Several legislative measures attempted to address the growing conflict. The Missouri Compromise of 1820 was an early attempt to maintain balance between free and slave states. It allowed Missouri to enter as a slave state and Maine as a free state, while prohibiting slavery in the Louisiana Territory north of the 36° 30 parallel. However, this compromise only provided temporary relief. The Compromise of 1850 was another effort to ease tensions. It admitted California as a free state, allowed popular sovereignty in the Utah and New Mexico territories, letting residents decide on slavery, and enacted a stricter Fugitive Slave Act, which angered many in the North. This act required citizens to assist in capturing escaped enslaved people and penalized those who aided them. The Kansas-Nebraska Act of 1854 further intensified sectional conflict. It allowed settlers in Kansas and Nebraska to decide for themselves whether to allow slavery, effectively repealing the Missouri Compromise. This led to violent clashes between pro-slavery and anti-slavery settlers, known as Bleeding Kansas, highlighting the deepening divide. As tensions escalated, the nation became further polarized. The Dred Scott decision of 1857 by the Supreme Court ruled that African Americans, whether enslaved or free, could not be U.S. citizens, and that Congress had no authority to ban slavery in the territories. This ruling enraged abolitionists and strengthened the Southern pro-slavery stance. The final breaking point came with the election of Abraham Lincoln in 1860. Lincoln, a Republican, opposed the expansion of slavery, but reassured Southerners that he would not interfere with slavery where it already existed. However, his election signaled to the South that their influence in national politics was diminishing. Believing their way of life was under threat, Southern states began seceding from the Union, starting with South Carolina in December 1860. By early 1861, 11 states had left the Union, forming the Confederate States of America. With secession complete, war became inevitable. In April 1861, Confederate forces fired upon Fort Sumter in South Carolina, marking the beginning of the Civil War. The years of rising tensions, failed compromises, and deep-seated differences had finally erupted into open conflict. The war that followed would become the deadliest in American history, reshaping the nation forever. In the wake of Abraham Lincoln's election in November 1860, the United States faced an unprecedented crisis. Lincoln, the first Republican president, was viewed by the Southern states as a direct threat to their way of life, particularly the institution of slavery. Although he had not campaigned on an immediate abolitionist platform, many Southerners feared that his presidency would lead to the end of slavery and the erosion of states' rights. This fear ignited the first major steps toward disunion and set the stage for the most devastating conflict in American history. On December 20, 1860, South Carolina became the first state to secede from the Union. The decision was made during a special convention in Charleston, where delegates voted unanimously to leave the United States. South Carolina's leaders argued that the federal government had overstepped its authority and that states had the sovereign right to withdraw from the Union when they felt their rights were being threatened. This act set off a chain reaction across the South. By February 1861, Mississippi, Florida, Alabama, Georgia, Louisiana, and Texas had all followed suit, officially breaking away from the United States. The secession movement gained momentum as pro-slavery politicians and newspapers encouraged the idea that the Southern way of life could only be preserved through independence. As the seceding states sought to organize their own government, they convened in Montgomery, Alabama, in February 1861 to form the Confederate States of America (CSA). The delegates drafted a constitution that closely resembled that of the United States, but with key differences, including explicit protections for slavery, a prohibition on protective tariffs, and a stronger emphasis on states' rights. The Confederate Constitution also limited the central government's ability to interfere with state laws, further reinforcing the Southern belief in sovereignty. On February 9th, Jefferson Davis, a former U.S. Senator from Mississippi and Secretary of War, was elected as the Confederacy's first and only president. Davis, along with Vice President Alexander Stephens, worked to consolidate the new government, appoint military leaders, and prepare for the possibility of armed conflict with the North. Stephens, in his infamous Cornerstone speech, openly declared that slavery was the foundation of the new government, further cementing the divide between North and South. Meanwhile, President-elect Lincoln maintained a careful stance. His primary goal was to preserve the Union, not to abolish slavery immediately. He repeatedly stated that he had no intention of interfering with slavery where it already existed, but he firmly opposed its expansion into new territories. This position was unacceptable to the seceding states, which saw any limitation on slavery as an existential threat to their economy and society. As Lincoln prepared to take office in March 1861, the country remained deeply divided, with tensions escalating rapidly. The outgoing president, James Buchanan, did little to prevent secession, leaving the crisis to escalate. Many Southern leaders mistakenly believed that Lincoln would not take military action against the Confederacy and that secession would be peacefully accepted. One of the most critical flashpoints during this period was Fort Sumter, a federal fort located in Charleston Harbor, South Carolina. By early 1861, the fort was one of the few remaining Union strongholds in the South. The Confederate government demanded its surrender, but Major Robert Anderson, the Union officer in command, refused to comply. As negotiations dragged on, Lincoln faced a difficult decision. Reinforcing the fort could provoke war, but abandoning it would signal weakness. Ultimately, he chose to send a resupply mission to the fort, a move that Confederate leaders saw as an act of aggression. The Confederate government, led by Davis, determined that allowing Lincoln to maintain control of the fort would undermine Southern sovereignty. On April 12, 1861, Confederate forces under General P.G.T. Beauregard opened fire on Fort Sumter, bombarding it for 34 hours. Anderson and his garrison were unable to hold out and surrendered the fort on April 13th. Though there were no casualties during the battle itself, the attack on Fort Sumter marked the official beginning of the Civil War. The news of the attack electrified the North, uniting many who had previously been divided on how to handle secession. In response, Lincoln called for 75,000 volunteer troops to suppress the rebellion, prompting 4 more states, Virginia, Arkansas, Tennessee, and North Carolina, to secede and join the Confederacy. The Confederacy now stood at 11 states, and both sides braced for a prolonged conflict. Many believed the war would be short-lived, but they were gravely mistaken. The American Civil War had begun, and its impact would shape the nation for generations to come. The first years of the American Civil War were marked by early battles that shattered the illusions both sides had of a quick and easy victory. Initially, the Confederacy had the advantage of fighting on familiar territory, but the Union, with its superior resources and manpower, had the potential to overwhelm the Southern forces. Both sides, however, believed the war would be over within a few months. They could not have been more wrong. The war began with the First Battle of Bull Run, also known as the First Battle of Manassas, fought in Virginia on July 21, 1861. The Union Army, under General Irvin McDowell, marched toward the Confederate capital of Richmond with the hope of ending the war quickly. The Union forces were largely composed of inexperienced soldiers, while the Confederate forces, commanded by General Pierre G.T. Beauregard and General Joseph E. Johnston, had a more cohesive army. The battle was a chaotic, brutal affair, and the Union forces were initially successful. However, the Confederates, reinforced by General Thomas Stonewall Jackson's troops, mounted a fierce counterattack that sent the Union Army into retreat. The sight of the panicked retreating Union soldiers was a wake-up call for the North, proving that the war would not be over quickly and would require much more effort than originally anticipated. Following the Union defeat at Bull Run, President Lincoln made a significant change in military leadership. He appointed General George B. McClellan as the new commander of the Army of the Potomac, hoping that McClellan's organizational skills would improve the Union Army. McClellan was highly cautious, however, and his hesitance to attack the Confederates, even when the opportunity arose, would become a major criticism of his leadership. Nevertheless, McClellan's leadership was vital in the early stages of the war, as he helped to strengthen the Union's army and prepared for future campaigns. Meanwhile, the Confederacy was led by one of its most capable generals, Robert E. Lee, a former U.S. Army officer. Lee had been offered command of the Union Army, but chose to remain loyal to his home state of Virginia when it seceded. His military genius and bold strategies made him a formidable opponent. In 1862, Lee took command of the Confederate Army of Northern Virginia, leading it to a series of victories against Union forces in the Eastern Theater, including the 7 Days Battles and the Second Battle of Bull Run. Lee's ability to maneuver his troops quickly and his keen understanding of battlefield tactics gave the Confederacy an edge in the early years of the war. In the West, Ulysses S. Grant emerged as the Union's most successful general. Grant, who had struggled with a career in civilian life before the war, was appointed to lead Union forces in the Western Theater. His first major victory came at the Battle of Fort Donelson in February 1862, where he demanded an unconditional surrender from the Confederate defenders, earning him the nickname Unconditional Surrender Grant. Grant's decisive victories at Shiloh and Vicksburg in 1863 would further cement his reputation as one of the Union's most aggressive and effective military leaders. Grant's willingness to engage in battle and his relentless pursuit of Confederate forces would ultimately make him the Union's greatest general. One of the significant developments during the early years of the war was the emergence of new military technologies. The rifled musket, a firearm with grooves inside the barrel that allowed for greater accuracy and range, became the weapon of choice for both Union and Confederate soldiers. This innovation made traditional tactics, such as massed charges, increasingly ineffective and led to horrific casualties in battles like Antietam and Fredericksburg. The use of railroads also revolutionized the logistics of war. Both sides quickly understood the importance of transporting troops and supplies efficiently, leading to the rapid development of railroad networks to support their armies. The telegraph, which allowed for near-instantaneous communication over long distances, became another key tool for both sides. It enabled military leaders to send orders quickly and stay in contact with their troops, even during large-scale battles. In addition to these technological advancements, the war at sea became a focal point of the conflict. The Union Navy implemented a naval blockade of southern ports, which aimed to cut off the Confederacy's access to foreign supplies and trade. The blockade was not immediately effective, but as the war went on, it began to take its toll on the South's economy. The Confederacy, in response, built its own ironclad warships. The most famous of these was the CSS Virginia, which was built from the remains of the scuttled USS Merrimack. The Union responded with the USS Monitor, a revolutionary ironclad ship that had a revolving turret. The two ironclads met in the Battle of Hampton Roads on March 9, 1862. Although the battle ended in a draw, it marked the first meeting of ironclad warships in combat and signaled the future of naval warfare, rendering wooden warships obsolete. As the war raged on, both sides learned the brutal reality of the conflict. The expectation of a quick victory had vanished, and the war would continue for years, claiming the lives of hundreds of thousands. The early battles of the Civil War set the stage for the long and bloody conflict that would follow, with both sides committed to their causes and unwilling to back down. By 1863, the American Civil War had already claimed hundreds of thousands of lives, and its course was far from predictable. At the outset of the conflict, the Union's primary goal was to preserve the nation and restore it to its former state. However, as the war dragged on and more lives were lost, the question of slavery became increasingly central to the conflict. President Abraham Lincoln, who had been reluctant to take bold action on the issue, now saw that the war could not be won without addressing the moral and political challenge of slavery. This shift led to one of the most significant acts in American history, the Emancipation Proclamation. On January 1, 1863, Lincoln issued the Emancipation Proclamation, a wartime executive order that declared all enslaved people in Confederate-held territory to be free. While the proclamation did not immediately free all enslaved individuals, since it applied only to the states in rebellion, it signaled a fundamental shift in the Union's war aims. What had been a war to preserve the Union was now, for all practical purposes, a war to end slavery. Lincoln's decision to issue the proclamation was both a moral and a strategic one. He understood that the Union could not fully defeat the Confederacy without addressing the root cause of the conflict. Furthermore, he hoped that the proclamation would weaken the Southern war effort by encouraging enslaved people to escape, undermining the South's economic and military resources. The impact of the Emancipation Proclamation on enslaved people was profound. Though the proclamation did not immediately free every enslaved person, its effects were limited by the Union's ability to enforce it. It gave hope to millions of enslaved individuals. Many ran away from their Confederate masters, seeking refuge in Union-held territories. In addition, the proclamation provided a new sense of purpose to the Union cause, energizing both soldiers and civilians. By the end of 1863, thousands of formerly enslaved people had begun to serve as soldiers and laborers in the Union Army, contributing to the growing momentum for the Union's cause. One of the most iconic contributions of African Americans to the Union effort was the formation of the 54th Massachusetts Regiment, one of the first official African American regiments in the United States military. The regiment was composed of free black men and former slaves, and its members fought with extraordinary courage during the war. The regiment's most famous action came during the assault on Fort Wagner, South Carolina, in July 1863. Though the regiment suffered heavy casualties, their bravery in the face of overwhelming odds became a symbol of African American valor and determination. The 54th Massachusetts Regiment and other black units helped demonstrate the capacity of African Americans to contribute to the Union's cause, both on the battlefield and in the broader struggle for freedom. The Emancipation Proclamation also had significant international ramifications. Before the proclamation, both Britain and France had been considering recognizing the Confederacy as an independent nation. Such recognition would have been a major blow to the Union's efforts, as it would have opened the door for foreign support for the South. However, the Emancipation Proclamation shifted the moral landscape of the war. By making the abolition of slavery a central goal of the Union, the proclamation ensured that Britain and France, both of which had abolished slavery within their own empires, could not publicly support a confederacy that fought to preserve it. Public opinion in both countries shifted, and both governments ultimately decided against recognizing the Confederacy. This diplomatic victory was crucial for the Union's war effort, as it prevented foreign intervention that could have changed the course of the war. The issuance of the Emancipation Proclamation transformed the Civil War into a moral battle, not just a political or military struggle. For the Union, the war was no longer merely about reunification but about the abolition of slavery and the preservation of human dignity. Lincoln's moral leadership inspired millions of Americans, both black and white, to fight not only for the preservation of the Union but also for the ideals of freedom and equality. The Emancipation Proclamation, while limited in its immediate impact, was a turning point in the Civil War. It made it clear that the Union was fighting not just to defeat the Confederacy but to ensure that the ideals of liberty and justice would prevail. By the end of the war, the proclamation would have helped to enlist over 180,000 African American soldiers in the Union Army, and the promise of freedom and equality would help fuel the ultimate victory over the Confederacy. The Emancipation Proclamation also laid the groundwork for the eventual passage of the 13th Amendment to the Constitution in December 1865, which would permanently abolish slavery in the United States. Lincoln's decision to shift the war's focus to emancipation fundamentally changed the nature of the Civil War, ensuring that the Union's victory would also be a victory for freedom and human rights. By mid-1863, the Civil War had reached a critical juncture. After years of bloody fighting, both the Union and Confederacy were at a crossroads. The Confederacy, under General Robert E. Lee, had experienced a series of tactical victories, but the Union had superior resources and manpower. The course of the war would soon change with two pivotal battles, the Battle of Gettysburg and the Siege of Vicksburg. These battles, fought in the summer of 1863, marked the beginning of the Confederacy's decline and set the stage for the Union's eventual victory. The Battle of Gettysburg, fought from July 1st to July 3rd, 1863, in Pennsylvania, was the bloodiest battle of the Civil War. Lee's Army of Northern Virginia had made significant gains in the previous months, and after defeating Union forces at Chancellorsville in May 1863, he decided to take the war to the north. Lee hoped that a victory on Union soil would not only relieve pressure on Southern farms but also encourage foreign powers, particularly Britain and France, to recognize the Confederacy as an independent nation. The Union Army, under General George G. Meade, met Lee's forces at Gettysburg, a small town that would become the site of the largest battle ever fought in North America. The battle began on July 1st, when Confederate forces attacked Union forces stationed in the town. Over the next 2 days, the fighting intensified, with both sides suffering heavy casualties. The Union forces initially retreated, but regrouped on a series of defensive positions on Cemetery Hill, where they held their ground. Lee, determined to break the Union line, ordered a series of attacks, including the infamous Pickett's Charge on July 3rd. Confederate forces attempted to break through the center of the Union line, but were repelled with heavy losses. By the end of the third day, Lee realized that his army could not win the battle and began a retreat back to the south. The Union victory at Gettysburg ended Lee's invasion of the North and marked a turning point in the war. The Confederacy had lost its best chance at securing foreign recognition and potentially forcing the Union to negotiate for peace. The Battle of Gettysburg was a crushing blow to the Confederacy, but the Union also faced a crucial challenge in the West. For much of the war, the Confederacy controlled the Mississippi River, which was a vital route for transportation and supply. The Union, under General Ulysses S. Grant, had made several attempts to take control of the river, but had been thwarted by Confederate forces. In 1863, Grant turned his attention to Vicksburg, Mississippi, the last major Confederate stronghold on the river. Grant's campaign to capture Vicksburg was one of the most significant military achievements of the war. The siege of Vicksburg began in May 1863 and lasted for more than a month. Grant, unable to directly assault the heavily fortified city, instead surrounded it and cut off Confederate supplies. As the siege dragged on, the residents and Confederate defenders endured extreme hardships. The Union forces bombarded the city and starved its inhabitants, forcing Confederate General John C. Pemberton to surrender on July 4, 1863. The fall of Vicksburg gave the Union complete control of the Mississippi River, splitting the Confederacy in two and severing an important supply route. The victory at Vicksburg, combined with the Union victory at Gettysburg, turned the tide of the war in favor of the North. With the Mississippi River in Union hands, the Confederacy's ability to wage war was significantly weakened. In the aftermath of the Battle of Gettysburg, President Abraham Lincoln delivered one of his most famous speeches, the Gettysburg Address. On November 19, 1863, he traveled to the battlefield to dedicate a cemetery for the fallen soldiers. In his brief but powerful address, Lincoln redefined the war's purpose, emphasizing that the struggle was not only for the preservation of the Union, but also for the principle of equality. He declared that the nation was conceived in liberty and dedicated to the proposition that all men are created equal. Lincoln's words helped to transform the war from a fight for the Union into a battle for freedom and human dignity. His speech resonated deeply with a war-weary public and solidified his moral vision for the nation. The significance of Gettysburg and Vicksburg cannot be overstated. The Confederate Army's defeat at Gettysburg shattered its ability to wage offensive operations in the North, while the Union victory at Vicksburg split the Confederacy and severed a critical supply line. These twin victories marked the turning point of the Civil War. For the Confederacy, the losses at Gettysburg and Vicksburg were devastating. Lee's army would never again mount an invasion of the North, and the South's ability to sustain the war effort was severely crippled. The war would continue for nearly 2 more years, but the Union had gained the upper hand. As the Confederacy began to lose momentum, the Union grew more confident in its eventual victory. The successes of Gettysburg and Vicksburg were the beginning of a long and hard-fought path toward the defeat of the Confederacy. For the Union, the battles had proven that victory was possible, and the resolve of the Northern forces would only grow stronger as the war progressed. By 1864, the tide of the American Civil War had clearly turned in favor of the Union. After years of bloody stalemates and incremental victories, the Union leadership under General Ulysses S. Grant and President Abraham Lincoln adopted more aggressive tactics to bring an end to the war. As the war dragged on, the Confederacy faced mounting challenges. Its economy was crumbling, and its ability to sustain the war effort was increasingly strained. The Union, in contrast, was benefiting from superior industrial capacity, larger manpower, and a more well-coordinated war strategy. Two of the most significant developments in 1864 and 1865 would be General William Tecumseh Sherman's devastating march to the sea and Grant's relentless overland campaign, both of which helped bring about the collapse of the Confederacy. General Sherman's march to the sea was one of the most notorious and effective campaigns in military history. In the fall of 1864, after capturing Atlanta, Georgia, Sherman was given orders by General Grant to march through the heart of the South, aiming to break the Confederate war effort. His goal was to destroy not only the Confederate military, but also the South's economic infrastructure and morale. Sherman's forces embarked on a 300-mile march from Atlanta to Savannah, Georgia, leaving a trail of destruction in their wake. The strategy of total war, targeting civilian infrastructure, including railroads, factories, and farms, was designed to cripple the Confederacy's ability to continue the fight. Sherman's army looted, burned, and destroyed vast swaths of the South, dismantling the economic foundation of the region. The psychological impact of Sherman's march was just as significant as the physical damage. The South, which had relied on its agricultural economy, found itself in disarray as food supplies were destroyed and transportation networks were obliterated. The march demoralized the Southern populace, who were already suffering under the weight of the war. By December 1864, Sherman reached Savannah and captured the city, giving President Lincoln a much-needed victory in time for the Christmas season. Sherman's success in Georgia set the stage for his subsequent march through the Carolinas, continuing his strategy of devastation. The march to the sea is remembered as a decisive moment in the war, as it exemplified the Union's shift to total war and underscored the Confederacy's inability to defend its territory against the superior Union forces. Meanwhile, in the Eastern Theater, General Grant's strategy was to engage General Robert E. Lee's Army of Northern Virginia in constant combat. Grant, appointed General-in-Chief of all Union armies in 1864, adopted a strategy of attrition. He understood that the Union could afford to suffer losses while the Confederacy could not, given the South's dwindling resources and manpower. Grant's plan was to keep pressing the Confederate forces, wear them down, and eventually force Lee's surrender. The Overland Campaign, which began in May 1864, saw Grant's forces engage Lee in a series of brutal and bloody battles in Virginia. The first major confrontation was the Battle of the Wilderness, where both sides suffered heavy casualties. The terrain was dense with thick forests, making it difficult for either side to gain a clear advantage. Despite the high casualties, Grant did not retreat, and he continued to press forward. The subsequent battles, including the Battle of Spotsylvania Courthouse and the Battle of Cold Harbor, saw no decisive victories but continued the relentless pressure on Lee's army. Unlike previous Union commanders, who had been defeated by Lee's tactical brilliance and often retreated after heavy losses, Grant was determined not to give Lee any respite. He famously declared, "I propose to fight it out on this line if it takes all summer." His strategy of constant pressure ultimately paid off. In the face of the Union's unrelenting attacks and overwhelming numbers, Lee's army began to falter. The prolonged fighting at places like the Siege of Petersburg further drained the Confederacy's resources and morale. The Confederacy's inability to defend its capital, Richmond, and its vital supply lines was becoming more apparent by the day. As the Union continued to gain ground, the Confederate economy collapsed under the weight of blockades, internal strife, and the devastating effects of the war. The Union's naval blockade, which had been in place since 1861, had severely hampered the Confederacy's ability to import supplies and export cotton, which was its primary source of revenue. The South was also plagued by internal dissent, as various states and factions struggled to maintain unity in the face of mounting hardships. The Confederacy's currency became virtually worthless, and inflation soared, further weakening the Southern economy. By the spring of 1865, the writing was on the wall for the Confederacy. General Lee's Army of Northern Virginia, which had once been the backbone of the Confederate war effort, was now a shell of its former self. Starved of supplies and manpower, Lee was forced to retreat toward the town of Appomattox Courthouse. On April 9, 1865, with his army surrounded and exhausted, Lee surrendered to General Grant, effectively ending the Civil War. Sherman's march through the South and Grant's strategic brilliance had dealt a final fatal blow to the Confederacy. The Union's shift to total war, led by Sherman's destruction of Southern infrastructure and Grant's strategy of attrition, proved to be decisive in ending the conflict. The Confederacy's collapse was a direct result of its inability to sustain a war against an opponent with far superior resources and industrial capacity. With the surrender of Lee's army at Appomattox, the Civil War came to an end, and the United States began the long process of healing and rebuilding. By the spring of 1865, the Confederacy was on the brink of collapse. The Union forces under General Ulysses S. Grant and with General William Tecumseh Sherman continuing his destructive march, had gradually worn down the Confederate military and economy. The South's inability to replenish its dwindling supplies, manpower, and infrastructure had left it vulnerable. Key Southern cities had fallen, and the Confederacy's leadership was in disarray. The final days of the war would see the fall of Richmond, the Confederate capital, and the eventual surrender of General Robert E. Lee's Army of Northern Virginia, marking the end of the Confederacy and the Civil War. On April 3, 1865, Union forces captured Richmond, the heart of the Confederate government and the symbol of the Southern cause. The city had been under siege for months, and General Lee's army had been unable to break the Union stranglehold. With the Confederacy's capital now in Union hands, the writing was on the wall for the Southern cause. Richmond had been the center of Confederate industry, and its loss was a devastating blow. As the Union forces entered the city, they found it in chaos. Confederate officials had evacuated the city, and the Confederate treasury had been moved. The fall of Richmond symbolized the collapse of the Confederacy's ability to sustain the war effort. While the fall of Richmond was a significant blow, the war was not over yet. General Lee's Army of Northern Virginia, though severely weakened, was still fighting in the field. Lee's forces had been retreating for months, trying to evade total defeat while attempting to regroup and maintain a semblance of Confederate resistance. However, Lee's options were running out. The Union's continued pressure, combined with the loss of key cities and critical resources, left Lee with little choice but to seek a surrender. On April 9, 1865, at Appomattox Courthouse in Virginia, General Lee met with General Grant to discuss the terms of surrender. The meeting, though formal, was cordial and marked the beginning of the end of the war. Grant, mindful of the heavy toll the war had taken on both sides, offered generous terms to Lee and his soldiers. Lee's men would be allowed to return home with their horses and personal belongings, and they would not be persecuted for their roles in the war. Grant's leniency was a reflection of his desire to bring the war to a peaceful conclusion and begin the difficult process of healing a divided nation. The surrender of General Lee was a crushing blow to the Confederacy, but it did not immediately end the fighting. Confederate forces across the South continued to hold out for a short time. However, Lee's surrender was a clear signal that the Confederate cause was lost. In the days and weeks following Lee's surrender, other Confederate commanders also surrendered their forces. General Joseph E. Johnston, who had been in command of the Confederate forces in the Carolinas, surrendered to General Sherman on April 26, 1865. By the end of May 1865, all major Confederate armies had surrendered, and the war was officially over. The surrender of the Confederate forces left the United States with a daunting challenge. What happens to the Southern states now? The Union victory had preserved the United States, but the question of how to reintegrate the Southern states into the Union was fraught with political, social, and economic complexities. The question of slavery, which had been the central issue of the war, still loomed large. Though slavery had been abolished by the Emancipation Proclamation and the passage of the 13th Amendment, the South's racial and social system had been deeply affected by the war. The issue of how to rebuild the Southern economy, address the needs of the freedmen, and ensure civil rights for African Americans would become the central issues of the Reconstruction era. In the immediate aftermath of the war, the nation faced the monumental task of healing the wounds of a brutal conflict. With the assassination of President Abraham Lincoln on April 14, 1865, Vice President Andrew Johnson assumed the presidency. Johnson, who was from Tennessee, had been a staunch Unionist throughout the war, but his approach to Reconstruction would be controversial. The South, still reeling from defeat, had to rebuild its shattered infrastructure, economy, and social order. At the same time, former slaves were now free citizens, and their path to equality and full participation in American society would be a difficult and often violent struggle. The fall of Richmond and the surrender of Robert E. Lee marked the end of the Confederacy, but it also marked the beginning of a new chapter in American history. The Civil War had preserved the Union, but the challenges of Reconstruction, racial equality, and national reconciliation were just beginning. As the Southern states were reintegrated into the Union, the United States would have to confront the deep divisions that the war had exposed and work to heal the scars of a conflict that had torn the nation apart. On April 14, 1865, just days after the surrender of Confederate General Robert E. Lee. The United States was struck by a tragedy that would forever alter the course of its history. President Abraham Lincoln, the man who had steered the nation through the Civil War and had just achieved victory, was assassinated by John Wilkes Booth, an actor and Confederate sympathizer. The assassination, carried out at Ford's Theater in Washington, D.C., shocked the nation and left the country in a state of mourning and uncertainty. Lincoln's death marked the loss of one of the most revered and effective leaders in American history, and it also raised serious questions about the future of the Reconstruction process. On the evening of April 14, 1865, President Lincoln and his wife Mary Todd Lincoln attended a performance of the play Our American Cousin at Ford's Theater. As Lincoln sat in the state box, Booth, who had planned the assassination meticulously, slipped into the box and shot the president in the back of the head with a pistol. Booth then leaped from the box onto the stage, shouting, "Sic semper tyrannis," thus always to tyrants, a phrase attributed to Brutus during the assassination of Julius Caesar. After his escape, Booth fled the scene, eventually making his way through Maryland and into Virginia. The attack on Lincoln was part of a larger conspiracy to kill key members of the Union government. Booth's co-conspirators were tasked with assassinating Vice President Andrew Johnson and Secretary of State William H. Seward, but those attempts failed. Seward was severely injured in an attack by one of Booth's associates, but Johnson was never harmed. Despite these failed attempts, the assassination of Lincoln remained the focal point of the plot, as it was the death of the president that shocked the nation to its core. President Lincoln succumbed to his wounds early the following morning, on April 15, 1865. The nation was gripped by a profound sense of grief and disbelief. For the Union, Lincoln had been a symbol of resilience, strength, and hope. His leadership had been instrumental in preserving the United States and in ending the institution of slavery. With his death, the nation faced not only the loss of a beloved leader, but also the uncertainty of what would come next, particularly with the challenges of Reconstruction looming. In the wake of Lincoln's assassination, Vice President Andrew Johnson, a Southern Unionist from Tennessee, assumed the presidency. Johnson, however, was a much weaker figure compared to Lincoln. While Lincoln had been a masterful politician and negotiator, capable of bringing together a deeply divided nation, Johnson lacked the charisma and political savvy that had defined Lincoln's leadership. Johnson's background and views were complicated. He had opposed secession and supported the Union, but he was a Southern Democrat with a deeply sympathetic view of the South. He believed in quickly reuniting the nation without granting full civil rights to freed African Americans. Johnson's approach to Reconstruction, which he implemented in the aftermath of the war, was controversial and faced opposition from both the radical Republicans in Congress and many in the northern states. Johnson's plan offered pardons to former Confederates who swore loyalty to the Union, and he allowed Southern states to re-enter the Union quickly without imposing strong protections for African Americans. This leniency angered many in the North who had fought to end slavery, and it alienated the radical Republicans who pushed for a much more stringent and far-reaching approach to Reconstruction. The assassination of Abraham Lincoln not only left the nation in mourning, but also set the stage for the difficult and contentious years that would follow. Johnson's inability to unite the country and his lenient policies toward the South led to fierce struggles over the direction of Reconstruction. The legacy of Lincoln's leadership was one of preservation and healing, but with his untimely death, the nation faced a challenging road ahead in its efforts to rebuild and address the issues of slavery, racial equality, and Southern reintegration. John Wilkes Booth's assassination of President Lincoln remains one of the most significant and tragic events in American history. Lincoln had steered the nation through its darkest hour, and his vision for the nation's future, one of reconciliation and unity, was cut short by an act of violence. The nation would never be the same again, and the period following Lincoln's death would be marked by political conflict and struggles for civil rights that would extend far beyond the Civil War itself. The period of Reconstruction, spanning from 1865 to 1877, was a time of immense transformation and conflict in the United States. Following the Civil War, the southern states were left in ruins, and the nation faced the daunting task of rebuilding both the South's physical infrastructure and its social and political systems. The federal government, under the leadership of Presidents Andrew Johnson and later Ulysses S. Grant, worked to reintegrate the southern states into the Union, while also addressing the pressing question of what freedoms and rights would be granted to the newly freed African Americans. One of the first steps toward addressing the institution of slavery was the ratification of the 13th Amendment in 1865. This amendment officially abolished slavery in the United States, ensuring that neither slavery nor involuntary servitude, except as punishment for a crime, would exist in the country. This was a monumental victory for the abolitionist movement and for the millions of African Americans who had endured centuries of enslavement. However, while the amendment abolished slavery, it left many important questions about the status and rights of freedmen unanswered. The struggle for civil rights for African Americans continued throughout Reconstruction, particularly with the establishment of the Freedmen's Bureau in 1865. The Freedmen's Bureau was a federal agency created to assist newly freed slaves and poor whites in the South by providing food, shelter, education, and legal aid. While the Bureau had notable successes, it was also met with resistance and had limited resources. The Bureau faced significant challenges in ensuring that freedmen were protected from the violence and exploitation of the South's white elite. As part of the broader effort to secure civil rights for African Americans, Congress passed the 14th and 15th Amendments. The 14th Amendment, ratified in 1868, granted citizenship to anyone born or naturalized in the United States, and guaranteed equal protection under the law for all citizens, regardless of race. The 15th Amendment, ratified in 1870, extended voting rights to African American men, ensuring that the right to vote could not be denied based on race, color, or previous condition of servitude. These amendments were groundbreaking achievements in the fight for racial equality, but their full implementation would prove difficult in the face of Southern resistance. In the South, resistance to Reconstruction was fierce. White Southerners, many of whom had supported the Confederacy, sought to reassert their dominance over African Americans and prevent them from enjoying the full rights of citizenship. One of the most violent and prominent groups to emerge during this period was the Ku Klux Klan, KKK, founded in 1865. The KKK sought to intimidate, terrorize, and ultimately suppress African American participation in political and social life. Their violent tactics, which included lynching, arson, and murder, aimed to maintain white supremacy and undermine the Reconstruction government. Despite federal efforts to combat the Klan, including the passage of the Ku Klux Klan Act in 1871, the group remained a powerful force of resistance throughout the South. Another major obstacle to African American rights in the South was the introduction of black codes, laws designed to restrict the freedom of African Americans and maintain a system of racial control. These codes varied from state to state, but they generally sought to limit African Americans' ability to own property, work for fair wages, and move freely. In many ways, the black codes were a continuation of the pre-Civil War system of racial subjugation, disguised under the banner of legal restrictions. In response to the Black Codes and other forms of Southern resistance, the federal government pushed for more sweeping civil rights protections and sought to enforce the 14th and 15th Amendments through military occupation and the presence of federal troops in the South. While there were significant gains for African Americans during the early years of Reconstruction, the period also saw the rise of segregation and the institution of Jim Crow laws. These laws, which emerged in the late 19th century, were a systematic set of state and local laws that enforced racial segregation and disenfranchised African Americans. The legal framework of Jim Crow laws would continue to oppress African Americans well into the 20th century, undermining the progress made during Reconstruction. The end of Reconstruction came in 1877, after the contested election of 1876. In a political compromise known as the Compromise of 1877, Republican Rutherford B. Hayes was awarded the presidency in exchange for the withdrawal of federal troops from the South. This marked the end of federal intervention in Southern politics and allowed the white supremacist Democrats to regain control of the Southern states. As a result, many of the gains made during Reconstruction were reversed, and African Americans in the South were left to face an environment of intense racial discrimination and violence. Reconstruction remains one of the most complex and contentious periods in American history. While it achieved important milestones, such as the abolition of slavery and the granting of civil rights to African Americans, the era also revealed the deep racial divisions and tensions that would persist for many decades. The legacy of Reconstruction is marked by the unfinished struggle for equality, as the promises of freedom and civil rights made during the period would be denied for many African Americans for generations to come. The legacy of the American Civil War is far-reaching and has had profound effects on the United States, both in the years immediately following the conflict and in the centuries since. The war not only shaped the course of American history, but it also influenced military strategy, technology, and the global balance of power. As we reflect on the impact of the war, it is clear that the Civil War played a crucial role in defining modern America and continues to resonate in contemporary debates on race, federalism, and national unity. One of the most significant and lasting consequences of the Civil War was the transformation of federal power. Prior to the war, the United States operated with a more decentralized system where states retained significant autonomy. However, the war fundamentally changed the relationship between the states and the federal government. The Union's victory reinforced the idea of a strong centralized federal government with authority over issues such as civil rights, national defense, and economic policy. The war also affirmed the supremacy of the federal government over state sovereignty, a concept that has shaped the political landscape of the United States ever since. In terms of civil rights, the Civil War was a turning point in American history. The abolition of slavery through the 13th Amendment was a monumental achievement, but the war also laid the foundation for future civil rights movements. The struggle for racial equality did not end with the Emancipation Proclamation or the ratification of the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments. Rather, these events were the beginning of an ongoing battle for African Americans' full rights as citizens. While Reconstruction failed to deliver lasting change in the South, the fight for civil rights would continue in earnest throughout the 20th century, culminating in landmark legislation such as the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and the Voting Rights Act of 1965. The Civil War's legacy in shaping modern race relations is undeniable, as the war forced the nation to confront the deeply embedded issue of slavery and racism. The Civil War also had a profound impact on military strategy, technology, and warfare. The conflict introduced new tactics and technologies that would shape future wars both in the United States and abroad. The war saw the first large-scale use of rifled muskets, which allowed for more accurate and deadly long-range fire. It also marked the beginning of modern warfare, with the introduction of railroads and telegraphs, which revolutionized the speed and communication of military operations. Additionally, the Civil War was the first conflict to feature ironclad warships, which would change the nature of naval combat. These technological advancements would influence military strategies and warfare for decades to come, including in future conflicts such as World War I and World War II. The cultural legacy of the Civil War is also significant. The war has been the subject of countless books, films, and monuments, and its impact on American culture cannot be overstated. From the classic works of literature, such as Uncle Tom's Cabin by Harriet Beecher Stowe, to films like Gone with the Wind and Gettysburg, the Civil War has been portrayed and remembered in a variety of ways. Monuments to the war's battles and soldiers dot the landscape of the South, while the ongoing debates over the display of Confederate symbols and statues show that the war's cultural memory remains contested and divisive. The war's legacy continues to be a powerful force in shaping how Americans view their history, their identity, and their values. Finally, the lessons of the Civil War are still relevant in modern America. The war's outcome reinforced the importance of national unity and the consequences of division. The Civil War was fought over deeply entrenched issues, including slavery and states' rights, and its resolution showed that the preservation of the Union was paramount. In today's political climate, the lessons of the Civil War remind us of the dangers of division and the importance of compromise and reconciliation. The war demonstrated that the nation must find ways to bridge its differences, uphold the principles of democracy, and ensure that all citizens, regardless of race or background, have an equal place in the American story. In conclusion, the Civil War was not just a pivotal event in American history, it was a turning point in the development of modern society, both in the United States and the wider world. The war reshaped the nation's political, social, and cultural landscape, and its impact continues to be felt today. The Civil War's legacy is a testament to the enduring struggle for freedom, equality, and national unity, and it serves as a reminder of the complexities of building a nation that truly lives up to its ideals. Long before the name Silk Road was ever spoken, the impulse to trade across vast distances was already embedded in human societies. The earliest origins of what would become the Silk Road can be traced to around the 2nd century BCE, during the reign of the Han Dynasty in China. This period marked a time of consolidation, expansion, and growing curiosity about the lands beyond China's western frontiers. Emperor Wu of Han, who reigned from 141 to 87 BCE, was a vigorous and ambitious ruler determined to secure and expand his empire. One of his most consequential decisions was to send a diplomatic envoy to the west. In 138 BCE, he commissioned a young official named Zhang Quan to travel westward in search of allies against the Xiongnu, a confederation of nomadic tribes who had long been a thorn in China's northern and western borders. Zhang Quan's journey would take him far beyond his original mission. Captured by the Xiongnu early in his expedition, he was held for over a decade before escaping and continuing westward. He eventually reached the land of the Daewon in the Fergana Valley, modern-day Uzbekistan. There he encountered a sophisticated culture with Greek influences, likely the remnants of Alexander the Great's campaigns. Zhang Quan also traveled through regions such as Bactria and Sogdiana, where he found bustling cities and thriving local trade networks. When he finally returned to China, more than 13 years after his departure, his reports astonished the Han court. He spoke of large, powerful states, advanced agriculture, and most importantly, horses, specifically the tall, strong Fergana horses, which were vastly superior to those used in China at the time. Emperor Wu, deeply impressed, initiated a series of campaigns and trade missions to secure access to these horses, which came to be called the heavenly horses by the Chinese. These horses were not just valued for military purposes, they were a symbol of power and prestige, and obtaining them became a strategic priority. In return, China began exporting one of its most prized possessions, silk. Chinese silk had been produced for millennia, but only during the Han period did it begin to circulate widely beyond China's borders. This was possible thanks to the expanding network of roads, garrisons and outposts established by the Han military. Silk became a form of currency and diplomacy, gifted to foreign leaders and used to establish influence. The trade did not move in a straight line. Instead, goods passed from one merchant to another, moving through a chain of middlemen across Central Asia. In time, these fragmented exchanges formed a continuous trade network stretching from China to the Mediterranean. The early Silk Road thus took shape, not as a formal route, but as a series of overlapping trade paths, both overland and along rivers, that gradually became more organized and interlinked. The regions between China and the West, such as the Tarim Basin, the Pamir Mountains, and the Iranian Plateau, were inhabited by diverse peoples, each playing a role in facilitating trade. Among these, the Sogdians emerged as particularly influential middlemen. Their caravans and language dominated Central Asian trade for centuries. The goods exchanged were not limited to silk and horses. Early trade included jade from Khotan, furs and hides from nomadic peoples, spices from India, glassware from the West, and precious metals. Yet silk remained the most iconic product. Lightweight, easy to transport, and immensely valuable, it became the commodity that defined the route. It was so closely associated with China that to the Romans, the mysterious people from the East were simply called the Seres, or the Silk People. Roman elites came to treasure silk as a status symbol, though the exact origins of the fabric were cloaked in mystery. By the 1st century CE, trade across Eurasia had become increasingly structured. The Han dynasty's control of the Hexi Corridor and the establishment of protectorates in Central Asia secured the eastern sections of the Silk Road. At the same time, the Parthian Empire, situated between China and the Roman world, served as a powerful intermediary. The Parthians controlled key routes through Iran and Mesopotamia and grew wealthy from their role as middlemen. Diplomatic missions continued to play an essential role in this early phase. Envoys, traders and emissaries not only exchanged goods but also relayed knowledge, technology and customs. Zhang Chan's original journey had opened the door to a broader world, and each subsequent mission pushed that door wider. Religious ideas also began to move along these early paths. Buddhism, which originated in India in the 6th century BCE, found its way into Central Asia and eventually into China. The earliest Buddhist missionaries and texts arrived along these trade routes, setting the stage for the religion's deep influence in East Asia. Thus, by 100 CE, what had started as a diplomatic gamble had grown into an expansive network that was changing the cultural and economic landscape of Eurasia. The Silk Road had become more than a trade route. It was a lifeline connecting empires, a platform for exchange, and a symbol of the human drive to explore, connect, and understand the wider world. As the Silk Road expanded in the first 3 centuries of the Common Era, one of the most influential forces shaping its development was the growing appetite of the Roman Empire for Chinese silk. Though the two great empires of the ancient world, the Han dynasty in the east and the Roman Empire in the west, never established formal diplomatic relations, they became indirectly connected through a complex web of trade facilitated by intermediary states. The fascination with silk in Rome was both immediate and enduring. The delicate, shimmering fabric was unlike anything produced in the Roman world. Initially arriving through eastern markets, it quickly became a luxury item reserved for the wealthiest citizens. Roman historians and moralists like Seneca and Pliny the Elder commented on the popularity of silk among Roman elites, often with disapproval. They saw the transparent and flowing material as decadent, even immoral, yet demand only grew. By the 1st century CE, Chinese silk had become one of the most prized commodities in Roman markets. The silk itself traveled across Central Asia through a network of merchants that included Parthians, Kushans, and Sogdians. These intermediaries kept the true origin of silk a closely guarded secret. To Roman buyers, the exact source of silk remained shrouded in mystery, and the producers of the fabric were known vaguely as the Seris, meaning the silk people. The Parthian Empire, which controlled the Iranian plateau, played a critical role in facilitating this trade. As a rival to both Rome and China, the Parthians carefully managed their position as intermediaries, often preventing direct contact between Roman and Chinese merchants. They benefited greatly by taxing goods and profiting from the markup at every stage of the journey. Beyond the Parthians, the Kushan Empire emerged as another vital link in the chain, occupying a vast territory that included parts of modern-day Afghanistan, Pakistan, and northern India. The Kushans bridged trade between Central Asia, South Asia, and China. They were instrumental in the spread of Buddhism along the Silk Road, but they also helped move Roman goods eastward and Chinese goods westward. Archaeological evidence reveals just how interconnected these regions had become. Roman coins have been discovered as far east as Vietnam and southern China, while Chinese silks have been found in Roman tombs and desert trade posts. The flow of goods was far from one-sided. While China exported silk, porcelain, and lacquerware, Roman exports included glassware, wine, metal goods, and artworks. Glass in particular became highly valued in China, as the Chinese had not yet mastered the art of making clear, high-quality glass. Roman amphorae and fine metalwork also appeared along trade routes in Central Asia, often found in the graves of local elites who prized them as exotic treasures. Despite the high demand for silk, the Roman Senate occasionally expressed concern over the trade imbalance. The Roman historian Pliny the Elder lamented that Rome was spending vast sums of gold to import silk, weakening the empire's economy. Yet the trade continued unabated, as merchants and elites saw too much value in the luxuries coming from the east. This era also saw the rise of maritime trade routes that complemented the overland Silk Road. Roman and Indian ships traveled across the Arabian Sea, connecting ports on the Red Sea and Persian Gulf to those along the western coast of India. From there, goods would travel inland toward Central Asia or continue overland toward China. These sea routes were often faster and safer than the long, perilous desert crossings. Ports such as Barigaza and Muziris in India became important hubs in this transcontinental exchange. Trade between Rome and the East was not limited to goods. Artistic and cultural influences also made the journey. Hellenistic art, inherited from the conquests of Alexander the Great, mixed with Buddhist iconography in Central Asia, producing the Greco-Buddhist art of Gandhara. This fusion of Greek realism and Indian spirituality is a testament to the cultural melting pot that the Silk Road had become. Meanwhile, Chinese sources record embassies from the West, including an alleged Roman mission that reached the Chinese court in 166 CE during the reign of Emperor Huan of Han. The envoys claimed to represent Andun, which Chinese historians interpreted as Marcus Aurelius Antoninus, the Roman emperor at the time. While scholars debate the authenticity of this embassy, the very mention in Chinese chronicles suggests a growing awareness of Rome's existence, even if direct relations were limited. The 2nd and 3rd centuries CE marked a peak in East-West trade, with stable governments in Rome, Parthia, Kushan and Han, China ensuring relative security along trade routes. However, this golden age would not last indefinitely. By the end of the 3rd century, political instability, economic strain, and invasions began to undermine the stability of the major empires. Yet during this brief period, the Silk Road had grown into a powerful artery of commerce and culture, linking the farthest corners of the known world. The Roman connection to the Silk Road did more than introduce silk to the West. It fostered a centuries-long fascination with the East that would inspire future explorers, merchants, and conquerors. It revealed the possibilities of long-distance trade and demonstrated how distant civilizations, even without direct contact, could become interdependent through networks of exchange. The trade in silk, gold, glass, and ideas during this era laid the groundwork for a globalized world centuries before the term existed. Between the 4th and 8th centuries CE, the heart of the Silk Road was not ruled by empires, but by a remarkable group of merchants who became the lifeblood of intercontinental trade. These were the Sogdians, an Iranian-speaking people from the region of Sogdiana, centered around the cities of Samarkand and Bukhara, in what is now modern-day Uzbekistan. Though they never built an empire of their own, the Sogdians exerted tremendous influence by dominating the commercial networks that stretched from the Chinese court to the markets of Byzantium and Persia. As the Han dynasty had long since fallen and the Roman Empire had fractured, the Silk Road became increasingly fragmented. Into this gap stepped the Sogdians, skilled in language, negotiation, and cross-cultural exchange. Unlike many of the larger political powers of the time, the Sogdians were not interested in conquest. Instead, their strength lay in commerce, and they became indispensable middlemen, linking East and West. They operated caravans that traversed the daunting deserts of Central Asia, established trading colonies in distant cities, and acted as translators and cultural mediators in an era of shifting alliances and diverse beliefs. By the 5th century, their influence was widespread, with Sogdian trading communities established as far east as Chang'an, the capital of China. The Sogdians were not merely traders of silk. They dealt in a wide range of goods, including spices, gemstones, textiles, silverware, paper, and glass. Their caravans moved these items through some of the harshest terrain in the world, from the Iranian plateau to the Tarim Basin. These routes were perilous and slow, often requiring months of travel, but the rewards were great. Sogdian merchants became renowned for their reliability and neutrality, trusted by rulers from Persia to China. The Sogdians' unique value came in part from their cultural adaptability. They were multilingual, speaking Sogdian, Persian, Chinese, and other Central Asian languages. This allowed them to act as interpreters and negotiators, smoothing the flow of trade across language and cultural barriers. Their inscriptions, letters, and contracts found in places like Dunhuang and Turfan show a high level of sophistication in commercial dealings. Religion was another domain where the Sogdians played a significant role. As they moved between empires, they became agents of cultural and religious exchange. Zoroastrianism, the ancient Persian faith, centered on the duality of good and evil and the worship of Ahura Mazda, was widespread among the Sogdians. Many of their inscriptions and burials reflect this belief system, including fire altars and depictions of Zoroastrian symbols. However, the Sogdians were also instrumental in spreading other religions along the Silk Road. Buddhism, which had already begun to penetrate China via Indian and Central Asian monks, found new vigor through Sogdian traders who supported monasteries and translated texts. Nestorian Christianity, a branch of the early church considered heretical by the Byzantine Empire, also traveled along Sogdian trade routes. Christian communities were established in Central Asia and even reached the Tang court in China, where a Nestorian stele erected in 781 CE records the faith's early presence. This period also coincided with the rise of the Tang dynasty in China, which ruled from the 7th to the early 10th century. The Tang court was cosmopolitan and open to foreign cultures, allowing Sogdian traders to flourish. In Chang'an, Sogdian merchants established permanent communities and became deeply embedded in the urban fabric of the capital. They introduced music, dance, cuisine, and fashion influences that left a lasting impact on Chinese high culture. Chinese art and literature from the Tang period often depict Central Asian figures, including Sogdians, in courtly scenes. The Sogdians' presence was so prominent that their names and professions appear in Chinese documents, and their distinctive dress and hairstyles are immortalized in sculpture and mural art. The strength of the Sogdian network lay in its flexibility. Rather than relying on a single path or empire, they moved along multiple routes, adapting to changing political conditions. When warfare or instability blocked one passage, they shifted to another. Their knowledge of terrain, local customs, and political dynamics allowed them to navigate a constantly changing geopolitical landscape. Sogdian letters discovered near Dunhuang, known as the Ancient Letters, offer rare first-hand insights into their lives. One letter, written around 313 CE, describes the suffering of a merchant whose caravan was caught in the turmoil following the fall of the Western Jin dynasty in China. These letters are not only historical documents, but also personal reflections of the perils and ambitions of Silk Road traders. Despite their adaptability, the Sogdians' influence began to wane by the end of the 8th century. The An-Lushan Rebellion, which broke out in 755 CE, severely disrupted Tang China and resulted in widespread anti-foreigner sentiment. Sogdian communities in Chinese cities faced persecution, and their trade networks were weakened. Meanwhile, the rise of Islamic powers in Central Asia, particularly the Abbasid Caliphate, began to reshape the religious and political landscape. The spread of Islam eventually displaced older religions such as Zoroastrianism and marginalized communities like the Sogdians. Yet their legacy endured. For centuries, the Sogdians had built bridges across cultures, economies, and beliefs. Their role as merchant masters of the Silk Road created a foundation for sustained Eurasian exchange. They had connected the worlds of China, Persia, and Byzantium, not through conquest, but through cooperation and commerce. Their story is a testament to the power of cultural fluency, entrepreneurial spirit, and the human drive to connect across boundaries. Even today, their names, letters, and images survive in the art, archives, and ruins scattered along the old Silk Road, reminding us of a time when traders from Central Asia carried not only goods, but the lifeblood of civilizations across continents. From the 2nd to the 10th century CE, the Silk Road was not only a conduit for goods and merchants, but also a vast spiritual highway, one of the most important arteries for the spread of Buddhism across Asia. Originating in India, Buddhism traveled northward through the mountainous passes into Central Asia and beyond into China, carried not by armies or kings, but by pilgrims, monks, and merchants who believed in the power of the Dharma. As traders moved along the caravan routes, so too did sacred texts, ritual objects, images of the Buddha, and relics. These spiritual travelers helped transform the Silk Road into a landscape of devotion, meditation and cultural fusion, leaving behind a trail of sacred sites that still inspire awe today. The spread of Buddhism along the Silk Road began in earnest during the Kushan Empire, which bridged India and Central Asia. The Kushans were great patrons of Buddhism, and their support helped the religion take root in regions like Bactria, Sogdiana, and the Tarim Basin. From there, Buddhist ideas and practices spread eastward into China. This process was not instantaneous. It required centuries of translation, interpretation, and adaptation. Central Asian monks, often multilingual and trained in Sanskrit, were instrumental in transmitting Buddhist scriptures to the Chinese. The process of translating Indian sutras into Chinese began as early as the 2nd century CE and continued for centuries. One of the earliest and most famous translators was Lokaksema, a monk from Gandhara who arrived in the Han capital of Luoyang around 150 CE. His work laid the foundation for a long tradition of Buddhist scholarship in China. Perhaps the most famous pilgrim associated with this spiritual movement was Xuanzang, a Chinese monk who undertook a monumental journey to India in the 7th century CE during the Tang dynasty. Driven by a desire to obtain original Buddhist texts and deepen his understanding of the faith, Xuanzang traveled thousands of miles across deserts, mountains, and foreign kingdoms. His pilgrimage took nearly 2 decades, and he returned to China with over 600 manuscripts and a detailed record of the lands he visited. His writings, compiled in the Great Tang Records on the western regions, provide an unparalleled window into the cultures and geography of the Silk Road and greatly influenced the development of Chinese Buddhism. As Buddhist pilgrims and monks moved across Asia, they established monasteries and temples along the Silk Road to serve as places of rest, study, and worship. These way stations often grew into vibrant centers of religious life. One of the most remarkable legacies of this movement is the creation of cave temple complexes, which combined architecture, painting, sculpture, and devotion into sacred environments. Among the most famous of these is the Mogao Caves near Dunhuang in northwestern China. Also known as the Thousand Buddha Grottos, the Mogao Caves represent a stunning achievement of religious art and cultural exchange. Beginning in the 4th century CE and continuing for over a millennium, Buddhist monks and patrons carved hundreds of caves into the cliffs overlooking the Dang River. Each cave served as a shrine or meditation chamber filled with wall paintings and statues depicting scenes from the life of the Buddha, cosmological visions, and portraits of donors and monks. The Mogao Caves became a beacon for travelers and a hub for Buddhist learning, preserving not only religious art, but also thousands of manuscripts. In 1900, a hidden library cave, Cave 17, was discovered at Mogao, sealed since the early 11th century. Inside were tens of thousands of documents, including sutras, contracts, letters, and paintings in multiple languages, offering a priceless record of Silk Road civilization. Among the texts was the Diamond Sutra, dated to 868 CE, considered the world's oldest known printed book. These treasures attest to the scholarly, religious, and multicultural life that flourished at this crossroads of empires. The movement of Buddhism along the Silk Road was not uniform. Different schools and sects traveled along different routes, and the religion adapted to local cultures. Mahayana Buddhism, which emphasized the role of bodhisattvas and the accessibility of enlightenment, gained particular traction in China and Central Asia. At the same time, influences from local beliefs, Zoroastrianism, Taoism, and Confucianism shaped how Buddhism was understood and practiced. Monasteries became centers of learning, hospitals and social services, supported by both local elites and foreign traders. Artisans and patrons collaborated to create devotional objects, that reflected a blend of styles: Gandharan realism, Central Asian symbolism, and Chinese elegance. These objects helped convey the universal themes of Buddhist teaching while also making them resonate with diverse populations. By the 10th century, however, the Silk Road began to fragment. Political changes, such as the fall of the Tang dynasty and the rise of Islamic empires in Central Asia, altered the religious landscape. Many Buddhist communities declined, and some monasteries were abandoned or converted. Yet the legacy of this spiritual highway endures. The art, texts, and architecture left behind by Buddhist travelers and monks continue to reveal the deep interconnections between Asia's civilizations and the enduring power of faith to bridge cultures. The story of Buddhism on the Silk Road is one of perseverance, creativity, and spiritual passion. It illustrates how ideas and beliefs can travel just as powerfully as goods, and how devotion can leave a physical imprint on history. The great cave temples, the ancient manuscripts, and the biographies of monks and pilgrims all tell a story of belief in transformation, not only of the self, but of the world through compassion, wisdom, and connection. Between 618 and 907 CE, China experienced a period of remarkable cultural, economic, and political flourishing under the Tang dynasty. During this time, the Silk Road reached the height of its prosperity and influence. This era marked a golden age in which international trade, artistic innovation, and cultural exchange were not only encouraged but celebrated. The Tang capital of Chang'an, now known as Xi'an, became one of the most cosmopolitan cities in the world, a vibrant metropolis where merchants, diplomats, artists, and pilgrims from across Asia and beyond converged. The Tang dynasty's openness to foreign influence and its robust infrastructure created the conditions for the Silk Road to thrive like never before. One of the key reasons for the Silk Road's success during the Tang era was the political stability and expansive control exerted by the Tang emperors. At its height, the Tang Empire stretched far into Central Asia, securing important trade routes and establishing protectorates that ensured the safety of travelers and merchants. The Tang military, including skilled generals such as Gao Xianxi, pushed Chinese influence deep into the Tarim Basin, safeguarding the passes and oasis cities critical to Silk Road commerce. With these territories under Chinese control or allied governance, the movement of goods, people, and ideas became more reliable and frequent. Chang'an itself was a marvel of urban planning and international life. With a population that may have exceeded 1 million, the city was a melting pot of cultures. The Western market, known as the Asishi, bustled with goods from across the known world. Merchants from Sogdiana, Persia, India, Arabia, and even the Byzantine Empire set up shop alongside Chinese traders. They sold and bought silk, spices, gems, incense, glassware, silver, and exotic animals. Cultural and religious diversity was deeply embedded in daily life. One could walk through the streets of Chang'an and encounter Buddhist monks, Zoroastrian priests, Nestorian Christian missionaries, and Muslim merchants. Mosques, Zoroastrian fire temples, and Christian churches stood alongside Buddhist monasteries, reflecting a remarkable degree of religious tolerance and pluralism. The Tang court itself was heavily influenced by foreign customs. Foreign music and dance were especially popular. Central Asian performers dazzled the Chinese elite with their instruments and acrobatic routines. Persian and Sogdian fashions were adopted by the aristocracy, including tall boots, patterned robes, and elaborate headgear. In the arts, this cultural fusion led to extraordinary innovation. Tang ceramics featured motifs and glazing techniques inspired by West Asian designs. Buddhist art incorporated Indian, Central Asian and Chinese elements. Wall paintings from Dunhuang and sculptures from Lawmen illustrate this synthesis vividly. Poetry, too, flourished. Tang poets such as Li Bai and Du Fu referenced distant lands, trade goods and foreign cultures, capturing the global consciousness of their time. The prosperity of the Silk Road during the Tang period was also evident in technological and intellectual exchange. Papermaking, which originated in China, spread westward along the trade routes and eventually reached the Islamic world and Europe. Conversely, Chinese scholars gained access to new astronomical, mathematical and medical knowledge through interactions with their counterparts in India and the Middle East. The Tang dynasty encouraged scholarly inquiry and maintained an openness to foreign ideas that made Chang'an not only a commercial capital but also a center of learning. In addition to overland routes, maritime trade expanded during this period. Chinese ships traveled through the South China Sea and Indian Ocean, connecting Tang China with Southeast Asia, the Indian subcontinent, the Arabian Peninsula, and East Africa. Ports like Guangzhou became international hubs where sailors and merchants from many cultures interacted. This maritime Silk Road complemented the overland routes and further extended the reach of Tang commerce and influence. However, the Golden Age was not without its challenges. The massive wealth and diversity that defined the Tang dynasty also gave rise to tensions. In 755 CE, the Anloshan rebellion erupted, leading to a devastating civil war that lasted nearly a decade. The rebellion severely weakened the central government and led to widespread destruction and loss of life. After the rebellion, the Tang court struggled to maintain its former dominance, and the control of the Silk Road territories began to slip. Though the dynasty survived for another century and a half, the cosmopolitanism of early Tang began to wane. Foreign merchants faced increased suspicion, and the vibrant multicultural atmosphere of Chang'an became more insular. Despite this decline, the Tang dynasty's contributions to the Silk Road and global history were profound. It represented a high point in cultural exchange, technological transmission, and artistic brilliance. The legacy of Tang cosmopolitanism continued to influence later dynasties and left an enduring mark on Chinese civilization. The image of Chang'an as a dazzling open city where East met West became a symbol of what global connection could achieve. The golden age of the Silk Road under the Tang dynasty reminds us that periods of greatest prosperity and creativity often arise when cultures meet in curiosity and cooperation. Through trade, travel, and tolerance, the Tang era wove a tapestry of humanity that still captures the imagination today. Its streets, markets, and temples were not just scenes of commercial activity, but living demonstrations of what it meant to be part of a world linked by shared ideas, beauty, and ambition. From the 7th to the 11th century CE, the rise of Islamic caliphates transformed the Silk Road in profound and lasting ways. As the Arab armies rapidly expanded across the Middle East, North Africa, and Central Asia, they established new political and cultural centers that reshaped the flow of goods, ideas, and people along this ancient trade network. The Silk Road's heart shifted westward from the Tang dynasty's China towards cities like Samarkand, Baghdad, and Muf, which emerged as vibrant hubs of commerce, learning, and cultural exchange. This period marked not only a change in political power, but also a golden age of Islamic civilization, during which science, philosophy, art, and technology flourished alongside trade. The initial Islamic expansion began in the 7th century with the Rashidun Caliphate and continued under the Umayyads and Abbasids. Their conquests brought the former Persian Sasanian Empire, parts of Central Asia, and the rich cities of the Silk Road under Islamic rule. This new political order brought relative stability and security to the trade routes, encouraging merchants from diverse backgrounds to travel freely. Islamic law and commercial principles supported contracts, partnerships, and banking practices that facilitated long-distance trade. Merchants could rely on networks of caravanserais, roadside inns, supported by the caliphates, where travelers rested and exchanged news. Samarkand, located in modern-day Uzbekistan, became a key Silk Road city during this era. Its strategic position at the crossroads of various trade routes made it a bustling marketplace for silk, spices, precious metals, and textiles. The city was known for its stunning architecture, including grand mosques, madrasas, Islamic schools, and bazaars. Samarkand attracted scholars, artists, and traders from across Eurasia. It was also home to a rich cultural synthesis where Persian, Turkic, Arab, and local Central Asian traditions mingled. The city's reputation as a center of learning and commerce was immortalized centuries later by the famed 14th century conqueror Timur, who chose Samarkand as his capital. Baghdad, founded in 762 CE as the Abbasid Caliphate's capital, rose quickly to become the intellectual and economic heart of the Islamic world. The city's House of Wisdom was a renowned center of scholarship where texts from Greek, Persian, Indian, and other traditions were translated into Arabic. Scholars in Baghdad made significant advances in mathematics, astronomy, medicine, and philosophy. These intellectual pursuits were closely connected to trade, as knowledge of navigation, geography, and finance was vital to Silk Road commerce. Baghdad's markets offered goods from as far as China, India, and the Mediterranean, making it a cosmopolitan hub where cultures and ideas intersected. Merv, in present-day Turkmenistan, was another major Silk Road city under Islamic rule. Known for its fertile lands and strategic location, Merv became a center for agriculture, craft production, and trade. It was famous for its impressive walls and buildings, many of which reflected the wealth accumulated through Silk Road commerce. Like Samarkand and Baghdad, Merv hosted a diverse population, including Muslims, Christians, Jews, and Zoroastrians, showcasing the religious and ethnic pluralism of the Silk Road during this time. The spread of Islam also influenced Silk Road trade culturally and religiously. Islamic art and architecture introduced new aesthetics, emphasizing geometric patterns, calligraphy, and intricate tile work. Merchants carried Islamic coins, such as the dinar and dirham, along trade routes, which became widely accepted currencies facilitating exchange. The Arabic language spread as a lingua franca for commerce and diplomacy. Moreover, Islamic dietary laws and social customs shaped the daily lives of traders and urban residents. Despite the prosperity, the Silk Road during the Islamic expansion also faced challenges. Political rivalries, shifting alliances, and periodic conflicts occasionally disrupted trade. The rise of the Seljuk Turks and later the Mongols introduced new powers that would further alter the region's dynamics. Still, the foundations laid during the Caliphate era ensured that the Silk Road remained a conduit for goods, knowledge, and culture. In conclusion, the Islamic expansion between the 7th and 11th centuries reoriented the Silk Road's centers of power and culture. Cities like Samarkand, Baghdad, and Merv blossomed into magnificent metropolises that connected East and West not only through commerce, but through shared intellectual and artistic achievements. This era exemplifies how political change can invigorate trade networks and foster cross-cultural exchange, leaving a legacy that shaped the course of history well beyond the Silk Road itself. The rise of the Mongol Empire in the 13th century marked one of the most transformative periods in the history of the Silk Road. Before the Mongols, the Silk Road had existed for centuries, but it was often fragmented, controlled by various competing empires, kingdoms, and nomadic tribes. This fragmentation led to frequent conflicts, banditry, and unstable conditions that hindered the free flow of goods and ideas. However, the Mongol Empire, founded by Genghis Khan in the early 1200s, brought unprecedented stability and unification to the vast trade network stretching from China to Europe. Genghis Khan, born as Temujin around 1162 in the Mongolian steppes, rose from humble beginnings and through military genius and unrelenting ambition united the Mongol tribes. His vision was not only conquest, but also to create a stable and prosperous empire where trade and communication could flourish. Once the Mongol Empire expanded across Central Asia and into China, Persia, and Eastern Europe, the vast territory they controlled became known as the Pax Mongolica, or Mongol Peace. This period saw the restoration and protection of the Silk Road, making travel safer than it had been for centuries. Merchants, diplomats, missionaries, and travelers moved across the empire with far less fear of robbery or violence. Caravanserais, or roadside inns, were established at regular intervals along the routes, providing rest and supplies for traders and their animals. The Mongol rulers actively promoted commerce and cultural exchange, recognizing the immense wealth and knowledge that could flow along the Silk Road. Under their rule, the volume of trade increased dramatically, and new goods and ideas traveled at a speed previously unseen. One of the most famous travelers to take advantage of this newfound stability was the Venetian merchant Marco Polo. In the late 13th century, Polo embarked on a journey that took him from Venice to the court of Kublai Khan, Genghis Khan's grandson and founder of the Yuan dynasty in China. Marco Polo's detailed accounts introduced Europeans to the vast wealth and advanced civilizations of Asia, sparking curiosity and future exploration. The Mongols not only facilitated the exchange of luxury goods like silk, spices, and precious metals, but also helped spread revolutionary inventions westward. Technologies such as papermaking, printing, gunpowder, and the compass, all developed in China, traveled along the Silk Road and eventually transformed warfare, communication, and navigation in Europe. The Mongol postal system, known as the Yam, was an early version of a relay network that allowed messages and goods to be transported efficiently across vast distances. This system ensured rapid communication between different parts of the empire, further strengthening the Silk Road's function as a conduit for exchange. Religions also spread along the Mongol-controlled routes. The empire was remarkably tolerant of diverse faiths, including Buddhism, Islam, Christianity, and traditional shamanistic beliefs. This religious diversity encouraged dialogue and cultural blending among peoples who had never before encountered each other. The Mongol Empire's unification of the Silk Road was not without challenges. Despite the initial period of peace, internal strife, succession disputes, and the eventual fragmentation of the empire in the late 14th century led to renewed instability along the trade routes. The rise of competing powers, such as the Ottoman Empire and the Ming dynasty in China, shifted the political landscape and trade dynamics once again. However, the Mongol era had already reshaped the Silk Road in fundamental ways. By bringing vast territories under one rule and creating a relatively peaceful environment for travel and trade, the Mongols connected the East and West more closely than ever before. This connection accelerated the exchange of goods, ideas, culture, and technology, laying the groundwork for the global interactions that would define the coming centuries. The legacy of the Mongol Empire's impact on the Silk Road is still evident today in the cultural and historical ties that link Asia and Europe. Their unification of the road was a critical chapter in the long story of human connection and exchange that the Silk Road represents. In the mid-14th century, the flourishing networks of the Silk Road and other overland trade routes faced an unprecedented catastrophe that would shake Eurasia to its core. This catastrophe was the Black Death, a devastating outbreak of bubonic plague that swept across the continent between 1347 and the late 15th century. The plague's origins can be traced to Central Asia, where the disease was endemic among rodent populations. It spread rapidly along the established trade routes, carried by fleas that infested rats aboard merchant caravans and ships. The Black Death entered Europe in 1347, arriving at the port city of Kaffa on the Crimean Peninsula, which was a major trading hub connecting the east and west. The city had been besieged by the forces of the Mongol Golden Horde, and according to some historical accounts, the Mongols may have used biological warfare by catapulting plague-infected corpses into the city to break the siege. Regardless of the exact cause, the plague spread swiftly from Kaffa throughout the Mediterranean and across Europe, reaching major cities and rural areas alike. The impact of the Black Death was catastrophic. It is estimated that the plague killed between 30 and 60% of Europe's population in just a few years. The death toll across Asia and the Middle East was similarly devastating, leading to massive depopulation. Entire villages and towns were wiped out. The scale of human loss created widespread fear and social upheaval. Trade routes that once bustled with activity grew dangerously silent. Merchants, caravans, and travelers avoided long journeys, fearful of infection and violence born from desperation. This collapse in trade disrupted not only the flow of goods like silk, spices, and precious metals, but also the exchange of ideas, culture, and technology. The overland Silk Road network, which had thrived for centuries under empires like the Mongols, fragmented. Political instability and the decline of centralized powers made the routes unsafe. Banditry and local conflicts increased as authority weakened in many regions. Moreover, the psychological impact of the plague changed how societies viewed travel and commerce. Fear of contagion led to quarantine measures and restrictions on movement. Many cities erected walls or closed their gates to outsiders. Long-distance travel, especially along the risky Silk Road paths crossing deserts and mountains, became less attractive. Economic activity shifted as maritime routes began to gain importance, with sea trade rising in the Mediterranean and Indian Ocean regions. The decline of the overland trade routes also contributed to the gradual political and economic shifts in Eurasia. The Mongol Empire, which had maintained peace and security across vast stretches of Asia, fragmented and lost its ability to protect and promote the Silk Road. New powers emerged, and the focus of trade moved toward maritime routes controlled by emerging European naval powers like Portugal and Venice. Despite this decline, the legacy of the Silk Road remained powerful. Even as overland trade diminished, the cultural and technological exchanges it had facilitated continued to influence societies. The Black Death, as tragic as it was, also accelerated changes in European society, including labor shortages that challenged feudal systems and helped stimulate economic transformation. By the end of the 15th century, the overland Silk Road was no longer the dominant artery of global trade it once had been. The catastrophic impact of the plague, combined with political fragmentation and changing economic priorities, had unraveled the great overland networks. Yet the story of the Silk Road would continue in new forms as maritime routes expanded and the age of global exploration dawned. By the 15th century, the centuries-old dominance of the Silk Road as the main artery of global trade was beginning to wane. A major shift was underway, driven by advances in maritime technology and the bold spirit of European exploration. These changes would reshape the global economy and profoundly reduce the importance of the traditional land-based trade routes that had connected East and West for over a millennium. The decline of the overland Silk Road routes had already begun in the 14th century, accelerated by the catastrophic impact of the Black Death and political fragmentation across Eurasia. However, it was the rise of sea routes controlled by European powers that decisively shifted the balance of global trade. Improvements in shipbuilding, navigation techniques, and the development of new maritime technologies like the compass and the astrolabe made long-distance ocean voyages safer and more feasible than ever before. Portugal and Spain were the first European nations to capitalize on these advances. Portuguese explorers, such as Vasco da Gama, sailed around the southern tip of Africa in 1498, establishing a direct sea route to the rich markets of India. This route bypassed the traditional Silk Road and the Middle Eastern and Central Asian intermediaries who had long controlled trade between Europe and Asia. The Portuguese quickly set up fortified trading posts along the African coast, India, and later Southeast Asia, controlling key maritime choke points and monopolizing lucrative goods like spices, textiles, and precious metals. Spain's voyages to the Americas opened entirely new worlds of trade and wealth, further shifting economic focus westward. The influx of silver from New World mines, especially in places like Potosi, fueled global trade, but also altered economic dynamics in Europe and Asia. The increased availability of precious metals helped finance further maritime ventures and expanded European influence across the globe. Other European powers, including the Dutch and the English, soon joined the maritime competition. The Dutch East India Company and the British East India Company became powerful trading entities that challenged Portuguese and Spanish dominance. These companies established vast trading networks and colonies in Asia, further reducing the relevance of the overland Silk Road. The new sea routes allowed European powers to transport larger volumes of goods more efficiently and at lower cost than the slow, hazardous overland caravans. Maritime trade could carry bulk goods like spices, tea, silk, and porcelain in unprecedented quantities, opening global markets and fostering economic globalization. This shift also changed the cultural and political landscape of Asia and Europe, as European influence grew and Asian empires had to adapt to the new realities of global trade. Meanwhile, the traditional Silk Road routes suffered political instability. The rise of the Ottoman Empire's control over key land passages and the increasing focus on maritime commerce led to a decline in the use of overland paths. The Silk Road's role transitioned from a vital trade artery to more regional and localized commerce. Despite this decline, the Silk Road's legacy endured. The centuries of exchange it had fostered between East and West had a lasting impact on the movement of ideas, technologies, religions, and cultures. The maritime age was not an end to global connectivity, but a transformation, a shift in how goods and people moved across the world. In conclusion, the rise of European maritime powers in the 15th to 17th centuries fundamentally changed global trade by bypassing the Silk Road. The new sea routes transformed the global economy, diminished the role of traditional overland trade, and set the stage for the modern era of globalization and worldwide commerce. The Silk Road may have lost its dominance as the primary trade route centuries ago, but its legacy continues to shape our world in profound and often surprising ways. From the 18th century to the present day, the influences of the Silk Road have permeated global history, culture, genetics, language, cuisine, and geopolitics. leaving an indelible mark on human civilization. One of the most visible legacies of the Silk Road is cultural exchange. The centuries of contact between diverse peoples along the routes fostered the spread of religions such as Buddhism, Islam, Christianity, and Zoroastrianism. These beliefs traveled vast distances and adapted to new cultural contexts, influencing art, architecture, philosophy, and social structures across continents. The Silk Road also served as a conduit for languages, with traders and travelers adopting and blending dialects and vocabularies that enriched communication. Cuisine is another area where the Silk Road's influence is unmistakable. Many spices, fruits, and cooking techniques that originated in one region traveled hundreds or thousands of miles to become staples in faraway lands. For example, the chili pepper, native to the Americas, became a fundamental ingredient in Asian cooking after being introduced via later trade routes. Similarly, noodles, rice varieties, and tea spread along the Silk Road, creating culinary traditions that remain vital parts of many cultures today. The Silk Road's impact also reaches into human genetics. Genetic studies have revealed the movement and intermingling of populations along these trade routes. The exchange of peoples, whether merchants, migrants, or conquerors, helped shape the genetic diversity of Eurasia, contributing to the rich tapestry of humanity we see today. Politically and economically, the Silk Road laid foundations for globalization long before the modern era. The interconnectedness fostered by trade created early forms of international diplomacy, treaties, and economic systems that resonate with today's globalized world. The rise and fall of empires along the Silk Road also demonstrate how trade routes can influence the rise of power and the shifting dynamics of regional and global politics. In the 21st century, the legacy of the Silk Road has inspired ambitious new initiatives. Perhaps the most notable is China's Belt and Road Initiative, launched in 2013. This modern infrastructure and economic project aims to revive the ancient Silk Road by connecting Asia with Africa, Europe, and beyond, through a network of railways, highways, ports, and trade agreements. The initiative reflects the continuing importance of connectivity, economic cooperation, and cultural exchange in an increasingly interconnected world. The Silk Road's legacy also reminds us of the challenges that come with global trade, including geopolitical competition, cultural tensions, and the need for sustainable development. Understanding this history helps provide context for contemporary global issues and encourages cooperation rooted in a shared human past. In conclusion, the Silk Road was much more than a trade route. It was a dynamic artery of exchange that shaped human history over centuries. Its echoes persist in our cultures, economies, and global relationships. As modern societies look toward new connections and partnerships, the spirit of the Silk Road continues to inspire visions of a world linked by commerce, culture, and cooperation. The origins of Rome are steeped in myth and legend, with the most famous story being that of Romulus and Remus, twin brothers born of the god Mars and a Vestal virgin named Rhea Silvia. According to the myth, the twins were cast into the Tiber River and rescued by a she-wolf, who nursed them until they were found by a shepherd. They eventually decided to build a city, but a dispute over its location led Romulus to kill Remus. Romulus then became the first king of Rome, giving the city its name. While captivating, this tale is not supported by concrete evidence. Archaeological findings suggest that the area around the Palatine Hill was occupied by small pastoral communities as early as the 10th century BCE. These settlements gradually coalesced into a single political entity by the mid-8th century BCE, consistent with the traditional founding date of 753 BCE. Rome's early political structure was that of a monarchy, and it is believed that there were 7 kings, beginning with Romulus and ending with Tarquin the Proud. Some of these kings, such as Numa Pompilius, were credited with laying the foundations of Roman religion and civil institutions, while others, like Tullus Hostilius and Ancus Marcius, expanded Rome's territory through warfare and colonization. The later kings, particularly the Etruscan rulers like Tarquinius Priscus and Servius Tullius, introduced significant cultural and political changes, including urban planning, religious rituals, and symbols of royal power. The Etruscans themselves were a sophisticated and powerful civilization in northern Italy, and their influence helped shape early Roman art, architecture, and governance. However, the monarchy became increasingly unpopular, especially under the rule of the last king, Lucius Tarquinius Superbus, or Tarquin the Proud. His autocratic rule and the infamous incident involving his son Sextus Tarquinius and the noble woman Lucretia sparked a widespread revolt. Lucretia's subsequent suicide galvanized the Roman aristocracy to abolish the monarchy altogether. In 509 BCE, Rome transitioned from a monarchy to a republic, a radical political shift that transferred power from kings to elected magistrates and the Senate. This marked the beginning of the Roman Republic, a system built on a complex balance of power among consuls, the Senate, and various popular assemblies. The transition also laid the groundwork for a new Roman identity, one defined by civic duty, collective decision-making, and a deep mistrust of kingship. The memory of the monarchy, especially the tyranny of its final ruler, would haunt Roman politics for centuries, serving as a powerful warning against concentrated power. The founding myths and early history of Rome were thus not only stories of origin, but also moral and political lessons that shaped Roman culture, institutions, and values throughout its history. The year 509 BCE marked a turning point in Roman history with the overthrow of the monarchy and the establishment of the Roman Republic. This new political system was built on the principles of shared governance, legal accountability, and civic duty. Central to the structure of the Republic were 2 annually elected magistrates, known as consuls. These consuls held imperium, the supreme executive authority, but their power was deliberately limited by the fact that they had to serve jointly, thus preventing any single individual from accumulating too much influence. Alongside the consuls, the Senate played a critical role, though it initially functioned as an advisory body composed of aristocratic elders. It quickly evolved into the dominant institution in Roman politics. The Senate guided foreign policy, controlled public finances, and served as the central force in legislative matters. However, the early republic was anything but stable. Beneath the surface of this seemingly balanced government was a fierce struggle for political equality known as the conflict of the orders. This long-standing social tension pitted the patricians, the aristocratic elite, who claimed hereditary political privilege, against the plebeians, the broader body of Roman citizens who had limited rights. The plebeians, frustrated by their lack of representation and legal protection, demanded reforms. One of the earliest and most significant victories for the plebeians came with the creation of the office of the tribune of the plebs in 494 BCE. Tribunes had the power to veto legislation and protect plebeian interests, making them a powerful counterbalance to patrician dominance. The conflict of the orders unfolded over nearly 2 centuries and brought about substantial constitutional reforms. The 12 Tables, Rome's first codified laws, were established around 450 BCE, giving all citizens a basic understanding of their legal rights and responsibilities. In 367 BCE, the Licinian Sextian laws opened the consulship to plebeians, a monumental shift in Roman politics. By the early 3rd century BCE, the plebeians had secured access to nearly all political offices, although the patrician class continued to wield significant social and economic power. While these internal struggles shaped Rome's political identity, its external actions defined its rise as a power. During this period, Rome embarked on a series of military campaigns to secure dominance over the Italian peninsula. These conquests were not the result of a grand strategy, but rather a combination of opportunism, local alliances, and defensive wars. Rome's conflicts with neighboring tribes and city-states, such as the Volsci, Aequi, Etruscans, and Samnites, gradually extended Roman control through central and southern Italy. The Samnite Wars, a series of 3 conflicts fought between 343 and 290 BCE, were particularly critical. These wars tested Roman military resilience and political cohesion, leading to significant territorial expansion. Rome's approach to governance in conquered territories was a key factor in its success. Rather than simply subjugate and exploit newly conquered peoples, Rome often extended varying degrees of citizenship and autonomy. This policy helped integrate diverse communities into the Roman system, fostering loyalty and long-term stability. The Roman military also evolved during this period, shifting from a citizen militia to a more structured and professional fighting force, capable of sustained campaigns and complex maneuvers. By 264 BCE, the year marking the beginning of the First Punic War, Rome had become the dominant power on the Italian peninsula. Its political system had matured through internal struggle, and its military had been tempered by decades of warfare. What had begun as a small republic surrounded by hostile neighbors had grown into a burgeoning power poised to challenge the greatest empires of the Mediterranean world. The foundation was now set for Rome's transformation from a regional force into a global superpower. The Punic Wars were a series of 3 epic conflicts fought between Rome and the powerful North African city-state of Carthage between 264 and 146 BCE. These wars not only determined dominance over the Western Mediterranean, but also reshaped the geopolitical landscape and catapulted Rome from a regional power into a true superpower. The First Punic War began in 264 BCE, over control of Sicily, a strategically crucial island. Although Rome had no prior naval tradition, it quickly adapted by reverse engineering captured Carthaginian ships and building a formidable fleet. The Romans innovated naval warfare with the corvus, a boarding device that allowed Roman soldiers to turn sea battles into infantry skirmishes. After more than 2 decades of brutal conflict, Rome emerged victorious in 241 BCE, claiming Sicily as its first overseas province. This victory set the stage for future expansion and provoked Carthaginian resentment that would soon reignite hostilities. The Second Punic War, which began in 218 BCE, is perhaps the most famous due to the exploits of the Carthaginian general Hannibal Barca. Hannibal's bold and audacious strategy involved leading a massive army, including war elephants, across the Alps into northern Italy. His unexpected route and early victories at battles such as Trebia, Lake Trasimene, and especially Cannae, where he annihilated a much larger Roman force, shocked the Roman world and nearly brought the Republic to its knees. However, despite Hannibal's military genius and over a decade of campaigning in Italy, he failed to capture Rome itself. Rome's response was to avoid pitched battles with Hannibal, while slowly wearing down Carthaginian influence and opening new fronts. The Roman general Scipio Africanus took the war to North Africa, forcing Hannibal to return home. At the decisive Battle of Zama, in 202 BCE, Scipio defeated Hannibal, ending the war and cementing Rome's dominance. Carthage was left weakened but not destroyed. The Third Punic War, beginning in 149 BCE, was driven more by Roman fear and ambition than necessity. Despite Carthage having abided by the harsh peace terms from the previous war, some Roman leaders, notably Cato the Elder, insisted that Carthage must be eliminated. The Roman siege of Carthage lasted 3 years and culminated in 146 BCE, with the complete destruction of the city. Carthage was razed, its population enslaved, and its territory annexed as the Roman province of Africa. The conclusion of the Punic Wars marked a dramatic transformation in Rome's role on the world stage. With Carthage eliminated, Rome stood unchallenged in the Western Mediterranean. The wars had tested Roman resilience, adaptability, and military prowess, and the lessons learned shaped the empire's future policies of conquest and administration. Rome's naval supremacy, logistical capability, and political tenacity had proven decisive. By the mid-2nd century BCE, the Roman Republic was no longer a regional power limited to Italy, but a Mediterranean empire on the rise, with aspirations that would soon extend to Greece, Asia, and beyond. The period from 146 to 27 BCE was a time of profound upheaval for the Roman Republic. While Rome had emerged from the Punic Wars as the dominant power in the Mediterranean, its internal structure was rapidly eroding. The vast wealth accumulated through conquest led to significant economic inequality, with a small elite controlling much of the land and resources, while the majority of the population, especially the plebeians, suffered from poverty and social instability. The growing wealth gap created a breeding ground for corruption, as politicians and military leaders sought to maintain or expand their power through patronage, bribery, and manipulation of the political system. The Roman Republic, built on the ideals of shared governance and civic duty, found itself increasingly dominated by a few powerful individuals who used their wealth and influence to control the Senate, the assemblies, and even the military. Social unrest became more frequent as the lower classes demanded land reforms, debt relief, and greater representation. The Gracchi brothers, Tiberius and Gaius, were early champions of plebeian rights, pushing for reforms that would redistribute land and address economic inequality. However, their efforts were met with fierce opposition from the Senate, and both brothers were assassinated, setting a dangerous precedent for the political violence that would follow. The Republic's decline accelerated with the rise of powerful military leaders, such as Marius and Sulla, who built personal armies loyal to themselves rather than the state. The use of private armies, coupled with political infighting, turned Rome's political system into a battlefield. The first of a series of civil wars broke out between the forces of Marius and Sulla, and in 82 BCE, Sulla emerged victorious, becoming dictator for an unprecedented term of several years. Sulla's reforms further weakened the power of the Senate, concentrating more power in the hands of the dictator and setting a dangerous precedent for future leaders. The Republic was now in a state of permanent crisis, and it was within this chaotic environment that Julius Caesar emerged. Julius Caesar was a military genius and a shrewd politician. He first gained prominence in the 60s BCE as part of the First Triumvirate, an unofficial political alliance with Pompey and Crassus, two of Rome's most powerful figures. Together they dominated Roman politics and circumvented the traditional power structures. Caesar's military campaigns in Gaul, however, would prove to be his ticket to ultimate power. His conquest of Gaul from 58 to 50 BCE made him one of the most popular and powerful men in Rome, but it also made him a direct threat to the established political order. In 49 BCE, after his term as consul had ended, Caesar crossed the Rubicon River with his army, an act of insurrection that led to civil war. The phrase "crossing the Rubicon" has since become synonymous with making an irreversible decision. Caesar's forces defeated Pompey's armies, and Pompey himself fled to Egypt, where he was assassinated. Caesar returned to Rome as the undisputed leader of the Republic, and was declared dictator perpetuo, dictator for life. His concentration of power alarmed many, particularly those who feared that he intended to establish a monarchy. On the Ides of March, 44 BCE, a group of conspirators led by Brutus and Cassius assassinated Caesar, believing that they were saving the Republic from tyranny. However, Caesar's death did not restore the Republic. Instead, it plunged Rome into a new round of civil wars as rival factions fought for control. The power vacuum left by Caesar's assassination was filled by his adopted heir, Octavian, later Augustus, who had been in a position of relative power within Caesar's inner circle. Octavian, Pompey's son-in-law, and Mark Antony, a loyal general under Caesar, initially formed the Second Triumvirate to avenge Caesar's death and consolidate their power. However, tensions soon arose between Octavian and Antony, culminating in the famous Battle of Actium in 31 BCE. Octavian's forces defeated Antony and his ally, Cleopatra, Queen of Egypt, ending their aspirations for power. Following his victory, Octavian became the uncontested ruler of Rome. In 27 BCE, Octavian formally ended the civil wars by accepting the title of Augustus, signaling the dawn of the Roman Empire. With his rise to power, the Roman Republic came to an end, and Rome transitioned from a republic to an autocracy, with Augustus as its first emperor. The fall of the Republic was not a single event, but a prolonged process of political decay, military intervention, and social unrest. While the Republic's ideals of shared governance and civic duty had long been abandoned by the time of Augustus's rise, the transformation was complete when he took the title of emperor, signaling the end of the Roman Republic and the beginning of the Roman Empire. The age of emperors, beginning with Augustus in 27 BCE, marked the start of a new era in Roman history. Augustus, born Gaius Octavius, was the first emperor of Rome, and his reign heralded the end of the civil wars and the dawn of the Roman Empire. Augustus was a master of political strategy, and he skillfully presented himself as the restorer of the Republic, despite holding absolute power. His reign was marked by a series of reforms that stabilized the empire and laid the foundation for a new, enduring political system. One of Augustus's most significant reforms was the restructuring of the Roman state. He maintained the outward appearance of republican institutions, but in reality he held ultimate authority, consolidating power in the office of the emperor. Augustus reformed the Senate, ensuring that it remained a body of loyal supporters, while he personally controlled the military and held the title of princeps, or first citizen, which gave him unparalleled influence over Rome's political and military affairs. Augustus's military reforms were equally important. He created a standing professional army with soldiers who served for fixed terms, which helped ensure the loyalty of the legions to the emperor. Augustus also established the Praetorian Guard, an elite unit tasked with protecting the emperor. He successfully secured the Roman Empire's borders, ensuring the empire's stability by securing the Rhine, Danube and Euphrates frontiers, while also consolidating Roman control over the provinces. Augustus's reign marked a period of relative peace and prosperity known as the Pax Romana, or Roman peace. This period, which lasted from 27 BCE to 180 CE, is considered one of the most remarkable in Roman history. The empire experienced unprecedented stability, which allowed for significant cultural, architectural, and economic development. During the Pax Romana, Augustus undertook an ambitious building program in Rome, transforming the city into a stunning metropolis. He famously boasted that he found Rome a city of brick and left it a city of marble. Major projects included the construction of roads, temples, aqueducts, and public buildings, many of which would stand for centuries. The Roman road system expanded dramatically during this time, facilitating communication, trade, and military movement across the vast empire. The famous Roman roads, some of which are still in use today, were key to maintaining the cohesion of the empire. Augustus also promoted the arts and literature, fostering the works of poets such as Virgil, Horace, and Ovid, whose writings became emblematic of Roman culture. Augustus's reign was not without challenges, and the succession of power after his death in 14 CE became a crucial issue for the empire. Augustus did not have a direct male heir, so he adopted his stepson Tiberius as his successor. Tiberius's reign marked the beginning of the Julio-Claudian dynasty, which included the emperors Tiberius, Caligula, Claudius, and Nero. This dynasty was marked by both triumphs and tragedies. Tiberius, though a capable military leader, was often seen as a paranoid and reclusive ruler, leaving much of the administration of the empire to his officials. Caligula, his successor, is infamous for his cruelty and erratic behavior, which included appointing his horse as a consul and engaging in lavish and tyrannical excesses. Caligula's assassination in 41 CE led to the rise of his uncle Claudius, who proved to be a competent and relatively popular emperor. Claudius expanded the empire, notably by conquering Britain in 43 CE, and his reign was marked by reforms to the legal system and the expansion of public infrastructure. However, Claudius's death in 54 CE led to the rise of his stepson Nero, whose rule would be marred by scandal and corruption. Nero's reign was marked by a series of disasters, including the Great Fire of Rome in 64 CE, which many believed he either started or failed to control, and the persecution of Christians. Nero's erratic behavior, along with his failure to respond effectively to various crises, led to widespread unrest and his eventual suicide in 68 CE. The fall of Nero marked the end of the Julio-Claudian dynasty and set the stage for a period of civil war known as the Year of the Four Emperors, during which several military leaders vied for control of the empire. Ultimately, Vespasian, the founder of the Flavian dynasty, emerged victorious and restored stability to the empire. Despite the challenges of the Julio-Claudian dynasty, the Pax Romana continued under the Flavians and later emperors, with the empire reaching its territorial peak during the reign of Trajan 98-117 CE. Under Trajan, the Roman Empire expanded to its greatest extent, stretching from Britain in the west to Mesopotamia in the east, encompassing a vast array of diverse cultures and territories. The stability of the Pax Romana allowed Rome to become a cultural and economic powerhouse, creating a legacy that would influence the Western world for centuries. The Age of Emperors, which began with Augustus, was defined by monumental achievements in governance, culture, and infrastructure. Although the emperors who followed Augustus faced their own challenges, the period established a model of imperial rule that would endure for centuries and cement the Roman Empire's place in history as one of the most powerful and influential civilizations the world has ever known. The 1st and 2nd centuries CE marked the height of the Roman Empire, both in territorial extent and cultural influence. Under Emperor Trajan, Rome reached its greatest territorial boundaries, controlling vast areas of Europe, North Africa, and the Middle East. Trajan, who reigned from 98 to 117 CE, is often considered one of the greatest of the Roman emperors due to his military successes and his role in expanding the empire. His most famous military campaign was the Dacian Wars, which took place from 101 to 106 CE. The conquest of Dacia, in modern-day Romania, added immense wealth to the Roman Empire, particularly through the acquisition of gold mines, which funded further imperial expansion and monumental building projects. Trajan's conquest of Dacia was followed by other campaigns, and under his rule, Rome reached its maximum territorial extent, encompassing modern-day Britain, France, Spain, Portugal, Germany, Italy, Greece, Turkey, parts of the Middle East, and North Africa. The empire's expansion was not simply about military conquests. It was about incorporating and integrating the diverse cultures within its borders. The process of Romanization, the spread of Roman culture, laws, language, and customs, became one of the defining features of Roman imperial rule. As Rome expanded, it encountered a variety of peoples, including Celts, Germans, Greeks, Egyptians, Jews, and Persians. To maintain stability, the Roman Empire encouraged the adoption of Roman culture and institutions. Latin became the dominant language of administration, law, and commerce, while Roman architecture, urban planning, and technology spread across the empire. The Romans built an extensive network of roads, bridges, and aqueducts, facilitating trade, communication, and military movement across the empire. Cities such as London, Lyon, and Antioch flourished under Roman rule, becoming centers of commerce, learning, and culture. The integration of diverse cultures was also evident in religion. While the Romans practiced a polytheistic religion centered around gods like Jupiter, Juno, and Mars, they were generally tolerant of local religious practices. Over time, Roman gods were often syncretized with local deities, creating a religious melting pot. The Roman Empire also contributed to the spread of Greek culture, particularly in the fields of philosophy, art, and science. Roman intellectuals and rulers admired Greek civilization, and many Roman elites sent their children to Greece for education. Roman literature, especially poetry, was deeply influenced by Greek models, and Roman art and sculpture often borrowed from Greek traditions. In addition to cultural integration, the Roman Empire undertook a series of reforms to manage its vast territories effectively. The empire was divided into provinces, each governed by a Roman-appointed official. While the emperor had ultimate authority, many provinces enjoyed a significant degree of local autonomy, allowing them to retain some of their own traditions and customs. This balance between central control and local autonomy helped ensure the stability of the empire. The Roman military played a crucial role in both conquest and maintaining peace within the empire. The Roman legions, highly trained and well organized, were stationed across the empire to defend its borders and suppress any rebellions. While the Roman military was often used to expand the empire's borders, it also played an important role in maintaining internal stability. The presence of the military in conquered regions helped to secure Roman authority and protect trade routes. Rome's expansion and its ability to integrate diverse cultures under its rule were not without challenges. The sheer size of the empire created logistical difficulties, and the integration of so many different cultures sometimes led to tensions. Some regions, such as Britain and Judea, experienced frequent revolts against Roman rule. In Judea, the Jewish people's resistance to Roman occupation culminated in the Jewish-Roman Wars, a series of revolts that ultimately led to the destruction of the Second Temple in Jerusalem in 70 CE. However, the overall success of Romanization is evident in the lasting influence of Roman culture across Europe and the Mediterranean. Roman law, language, and architecture became the foundation for many modern institutions in Europe, and Latin became the precursor to the Romance languages spoken in much of the Western world today. By the end of the 2nd century CE, the Roman Empire had not only expanded to its greatest territorial extent, but had also succeeded in integrating a wide variety of peoples and cultures. The empire stood as the most powerful civilization in the ancient world, its legacy enduring for centuries after its fall. The 3rd century crisis, spanning from 235 to 284 CE, was one of the most tumultuous periods in Roman history. It was marked by political instability, economic decline, external invasions, and the near collapse of the Roman Empire. During this time, the Roman Empire was plagued by a rapid turnover of emperors, with over 20 different men claiming the imperial throne in just 50 years. The political situation in Rome became chaotic, as military leaders, rather than the traditional ruling elite, increasingly determined who would wear the imperial crown. The assassination of Emperor Alexander Severus in 235 CE was the catalyst for the crisis. Severus, a relatively stable and competent ruler, was murdered by his own troops, who were disillusioned with his leadership. This event set off a chain reaction of instability, as one emperor after another was either killed in battle or assassinated by their own forces. The lack of a clear succession system or institutional mechanisms for the peaceful transfer of power exacerbated the problem. The rapid turnover of emperors, with many ruling for only a few months or years, made it difficult for any leader to establish long-term policies or authority. This weakened the central authority of the emperor and created a power vacuum that was filled by military leaders and regional commanders. As a result, the empire was plagued by constant civil war, with different factions fighting for control. Meanwhile, the empire faced multiple external threats. In the east, the Sassanid Empire rose to challenge Roman dominance, launching a series of invasions that threatened Roman territories in the Near East. In the north, the Germanic tribes, such as the Goths, Vandals, and Franks, launched repeated raids along the Roman frontier, further straining the empire's resources. These invasions, coupled with internal strife, put enormous pressure on the Roman military and its ability to defend the empire's vast borders. Another factor that contributed to the crisis was the devastating plague that swept through the empire during the 250 SCE. Known as the Plague of Cyprian, after the Bishop of Carthage who wrote about it, this outbreak killed millions of people and severely disrupted the Roman economy. The death toll from the plague weakened the empire's agricultural base, disrupted trade, and caused widespread famine. The economic collapse that followed the plague was compounded by inflation, heavy taxation, and the debasement of the currency. The empire's finances were stretched thin as it struggled to maintain its military and administrative apparatus. In the face of these challenges, the Roman military itself became increasingly important. The rapid turnover of emperors meant that military leaders, rather than the Senate or the people, held the real power. As a result, a new class of military strongmen began to emerge, men who wielded military power and could command the loyalty of their legions. These generals were often able to seize power for themselves, either by force or by manipulation. One of the most famous of these military strongmen was Emperor Gallienus, who ruled from 253 to 268 CE. Gallienus fought off multiple invasions, including the Gothic raids on the Balkans and the rise of the usurper Postumus in the western provinces. Despite his efforts, however, Gallienus was unable to fully restore order, and the empire continued to fragment. Another significant figure during this period was Aurelian, who reigned from 270 to 275 CE. Aurelian is often credited with restoring the empire's stability after decades of chaos. He successfully repelled invasions by the Goths and the Franks, re-established Roman control over the breakaway Gallic Empire in the west, and defeated the Palmyrene Empire in the east. Aurelian's military successes earned him the title Restorer of the World, and his reign marked the beginning of a slow recovery from the 3rd century crisis. Despite Aurelian's efforts, the empire was still in disarray, and it would take another nearly decade-long process of reforms to fully stabilize the Roman state. The 3rd century crisis ended in 284 CE, when Emperor Diocletian came to power. Diocletian's reign marked a turning point in Roman history. He recognized that the empire was simply too large and too diverse to be ruled by a single emperor. In response, he introduced a series of sweeping reforms, including the division of the empire into 2 parts, the Eastern and Western Roman empires, and the establishment of the Tetrarchy, a system of joint rule by multiple emperors. These reforms would lay the groundwork for the transformation of the Roman Empire in the late 3rd and early 4th centuries, paving the way for its eventual division into 2 distinct entities, the Western Roman Empire and the Eastern Roman Empire, also known as the Byzantine Empire. The reigns of Diocletian and Constantine in the late 3rd and early 4th centuries CE marked a critical turning point in Roman history. Faced with a crumbling empire, both emperors introduced significant reforms to stabilize and restructure the Roman world. Diocletian, who became emperor in 284 CE, inherited an empire in crisis. The 3rd century crisis had left the Roman Empire divided, weakened, and on the verge of collapse. Diocletian recognized that the empire, due to its vast size and diverse peoples, could no longer be ruled by a single emperor. To address this, he introduced the Tetrarchy, a system of joint rule in which the empire was divided into 4 parts, each ruled by a separate emperor. Diocletian himself ruled the eastern half, while his trusted general Maximian ruled the western half. Each emperor, known as an Augustus, was supported by a subordinate emperor, a Caesar, who would eventually succeed them. The idea behind the Tetrarchy was to make the empire more manageable by ensuring that different regions were governed by experienced rulers who could respond quickly to internal or external threats. This system brought a temporary period of stability to the empire, allowing for better defense along the borders and more efficient governance. Diocletian also implemented sweeping economic reforms. He introduced price controls to curb inflation, reformed the tax system, and attempted to stabilize the currency. However, his most enduring reform was the creation of a more bureaucratic and centralized government. Diocletian strengthened the imperial court and military, dividing the empire into smaller administrative units known as dioceses and provinces. While these reforms temporarily stabilized the empire, they also laid the groundwork for further divisions in the future. After Diocletian's abdication in 305 CE, the Tetrarchy began to unravel as rivalries between emperors escalated, leading to civil wars. Amidst this turmoil, Constantine emerged as a dominant figure. Constantine, the son of the Western Emperor Constantius Chlorus, became emperor in 306 CE after his father's death. Constantine's rise to power was not immediate, and he faced multiple challenges from other claimants to the throne. However, after a series of military victories, Constantine eventually became the sole emperor of both the eastern and western parts of the empire. Constantine's reign marked a series of significant reforms, but none were as transformative as his relationship with Christianity. In 312 CE, Constantine won the Battle of the Milvian Bridge against his rival Maxentius. According to legend, before the battle, Constantine saw a vision of the Christian symbol, the Chi-Rho, along with the words, "In this sign you will conquer." Interpreting this vision as a divine sign, Constantine converted to Christianity and became its first openly Christian emperor. In 313 CE, Constantine issued the Edict of Milan, which legalized Christianity and granted religious tolerance across the empire. This was a monumental shift, as Christians had long been persecuted for their beliefs. Constantine's embrace of Christianity transformed not only the Roman Empire, but also the course of world history. Under Constantine, Christianity began its rise from a persecuted minority religion to the dominant faith of the Roman Empire. Constantine himself became a patron of the church, commissioning the construction of churches, including the famous Church of the Holy Sepulchre in Jerusalem, and giving the church a prominent place in Roman society. However, Constantine's relationship with Christianity was not without complexity. While he supported the Christian church, he also sought to maintain control over its affairs. He convened the First Council of Nicaea in 325 CE, which aimed to resolve theological disputes within Christianity and establish a unified doctrine. The Council of Nicaea produced the Nicene Creed, a statement of Christian faith that remains central to many Christian denominations today. Constantine's decision to favor Christianity had profound consequences for the Roman world. By embracing Christianity, Constantine not only reshaped Roman religious life, but also set the stage for Christianity's eventual dominance across Europe and beyond. Another key reform initiated by Constantine was the relocation of the imperial capital from Rome to Byzantium, a city located on the Bosporus in modern-day Turkey. In 330 CE, Constantine refounded the city as Constantinople, or New Rome, and made it the capital of the Roman Empire. Constantine's decision to move the capital was motivated by both strategic and practical concerns. Byzantium's location at the crossroads of Europe and Asia made it an ideal hub for trade and military operations. Additionally, the city was more defensible than Rome, with natural barriers on three sides and a strong fortified wall. Constantinople quickly became a vibrant center of culture, commerce, and administration, rivaling Rome itself. Constantine's founding of Constantinople marked the beginning of a new era in Roman history. The city would eventually become the capital of the Eastern Roman Empire, which would later be known as the Byzantine Empire. Constantine's reign brought significant political, religious, and cultural changes to the Roman world. His reforms laid the foundation for the transformation of the Roman Empire into a new kind of state, one that was increasingly shaped by Christianity and oriented toward the Eastern Mediterranean. Constantine's establishment of Constantinople also symbolized the shift of power from the western part of the empire to the east, a trend that would become more pronounced in the following centuries. While Constantine's reign brought stability to the empire, it also marked the beginning of a new phase in Roman history, one that would eventually see the decline of the Western Roman Empire and the rise of the Eastern Roman Empire as a distinct entity. The decline of the Western Roman Empire during the 4th and 5th centuries CE was marked by a series of military defeats, economic struggles, and social upheavals that eventually led to its collapse in 476 CE. This period was characterized by a series of invasions by barbarian groups such as the Visigoths, Vandals, and Huns, which destabilized the empire and exposed its vulnerability. As the empire's internal problems deepened, the pressure from these outside forces increased, pushing the Western Roman Empire toward its ultimate fall. One of the most significant events in the decline of the Western Roman Empire was the invasion of the Visigoths. In 410 CE, under the leadership of King Alaric, the Visigoths sacked Rome itself. This was the first time in over 800 years that Rome had been captured by a foreign enemy. The sack of Rome was a traumatic event for the Roman world, symbolizing the empire's loss of power and prestige. The Visigoths had long been in conflict with the Roman Empire, and their invasion marked the culmination of a series of raids and battles that weakened Rome's grip on its territories. The sack of Rome in 410 CE had a profound psychological impact on both the Romans and their enemies. It demonstrated that the once mighty empire was no longer invulnerable. While the Visigoths would eventually settle in Gaul and Spain, their attack was just one of many barbarian incursions that contributed to the empire's decline. The Vandals, another barbarian group, also played a critical role in the weakening of the Western Roman Empire. The Vandals, led by their king Genseric, crossed into North Africa in the early 5th century and soon took control of Carthage, one of the most important cities in the empire. In 455 CE, the Vandals sacked Rome, further undermining the authority of the Western Roman Empire. Unlike the Visigoths, who had stopped short of plundering Rome in 410 CE, the Vandals looted the city for 2 weeks, taking valuable treasures and desecrating important buildings. The sacking of Rome by the Vandals further diminished the empire's ability to defend itself against future threats. Meanwhile, the Huns, a fearsome nomadic group from Central Asia, had become one of the most significant threats to the Roman Empire during the 5th century. Under the leadership of Attila, the Huns invaded both the Eastern and Western Roman empires. Attila's forces terrorized the empire's northern and eastern borders, and his invasion of Gaul in 451 CE resulted in the famous Battle of the Catalaunian Plains. Although the Romans, led by the general Flavius Aetius, were able to repel the Huns in this battle, the Huns continued to ravage the empire until Attila's death in 453 CE. The Huns' invasions created a sense of urgency within the Roman leadership and accelerated the empire's decline. Despite the external threats, the Western Roman Empire's internal problems were also crucial to its downfall. One of the most significant factors contributing to the empire's weakening was the decline in central authority. As the empire's borders were threatened by barbarians, the emperors of the Western Roman Empire struggled to maintain control over its vast territories. Corruption, inefficiency, and a lack of capable leadership further eroded the empire's ability to function. By the late 5th century, the Western Roman Empire was increasingly fragmented, with different regions controlled by local warlords and military leaders. The imperial throne became more a symbol of power than an effective center of governance. This weakening of central authority left the empire vulnerable to external forces. The final blow to the Western Roman Empire came in 476 CE, when the last Roman emperor, Romulus Augustulus, was deposed by the Germanic chieftain Odoacer. Odoacer, a former soldier in the Roman army, had risen to power in Italy and seized control of the imperial capital, Ravenna. Romulus Augustulus, who was only a teenager at the time, was forced to abdicate, marking the official end of the Western Roman Empire. The deposition of Romulus Augustulus was the culmination of decades of decline and was seen by many historians as the fall of the Western Roman Empire. It also marked the beginning of a new era in European history, as the various barbarian kingdoms that had settled within the empire's borders began to establish their own independent states. The fall of the Western Roman Empire did not signal the end of Roman influence, however. The Eastern Roman Empire, also known as the Byzantine Empire, continued to thrive for another 1,000 years, preserving many aspects of Roman culture, law, and governance. In fact, many of the territories that had once been part of the Western Roman Empire would later be reclaimed by the Byzantine Empire, such as parts of Italy, North Africa, and Spain. Despite the fall of the Western Roman Empire, its legacy lived on, influencing the development of medieval Europe and the formation of the modern world. The decline and fall of the Western Roman Empire were the result of a combination of internal weaknesses and external pressures. The empire's inability to effectively manage its vast territories, coupled with invasions from barbarian groups, led to its ultimate collapse. While the fall of the Western Roman Empire marked the end of the ancient Roman state, its cultural and political influence would continue to shape the course of history for centuries to come. Despite the fall of the Western Roman Empire in 476 CE, The legacy of Rome lived on through the Eastern Roman Empire known as the Byzantine Empire. The Byzantine Empire, with its capital at Constantinople, modern-day Istanbul, was a continuation of the Roman Empire in the East, preserving much of Roman culture, governance, and law for another 1,000 years. The Byzantines considered themselves Romans and viewed their empire as the legitimate successor to the Roman state. They inherited Roman traditions, such as the imperial system of government, the Senate, and Roman law, and adapted them to their own needs. The Byzantine Empire played a crucial role in preserving the knowledge and culture of the ancient world, especially during the early medieval period when much of Europe was in a state of decline. The Byzantines were also instrumental in preserving Roman law, which would go on to influence legal systems throughout Europe and the Western world. One of the most significant legacies of the Byzantine Empire was its legal code, the Corpus Juris Civilis, also known as the Justinian Code. Commissioned by the Byzantine Emperor Justinian, the 6th century CE, the Justinian Code was a comprehensive compilation of Roman legal principles and precedents. It became the foundation for legal systems in many European countries and remains a key influence on modern civil law today. In addition to law, the Byzantines preserved and developed other aspects of Roman culture, such as architecture, language, and art. The architectural styles of ancient Rome were adapted by the Byzantines to create some of the most iconic structures of the medieval world, including the Hagia Sophia in Constantinople. The use of domes, arches, and intricate mosaics became hallmarks of Byzantine architecture. The Byzantine Empire also played a key role in the spread of Christianity, which had been adopted by the Roman Empire under Constantine in the early 4th century. The Byzantines continued to promote Christianity and built many churches, monasteries, and theological schools throughout their empire. The Byzantine Empire's commitment to Christianity helped solidify the role of the Church as a dominant force in medieval Europe and influenced the development of the Christian world for centuries to come. The Eastern Orthodox Church, which grew out of the Byzantine Empire, remains one of the world's major branches of Christianity today. Roman influence extended far beyond the Byzantine Empire. Even after the fall of Rome, Roman law, language, and culture continued to shape European society and the Western world. Latin, the language of the Romans, remained the lingua franca of scholarship, the church, and diplomacy throughout medieval Europe. Many modern European languages, including French, Italian, Spanish, and Portuguese, evolved from Latin, and the Roman alphabet became the standard for written communication across Europe. Roman law, especially as embodied in the Justinian Code, continued to shape the legal systems of medieval Europe. Roman architecture, with its emphasis on monumental buildings, roads, and aqueducts, continued to influence European construction practices. Even in the post-Roman period, many medieval kings and rulers looked to Rome as a model for governance and sought to revive the glory of the Roman Empire. The Holy Roman Empire, which was established in 800 CE by Charlemagne, claimed to be the successor to the Roman Empire, although it was based in Central Europe rather than Rome. The Holy Roman Empire sought to restore the political unity of Europe under the banner of Roman traditions, though it was a much more decentralized and fragmented entity than the ancient Roman Empire. The legacy of Rome also shaped the medieval world in profound ways. After the fall of the Western Roman Empire, Europe entered a period of instability and fragmentation known as the Dark Ages. During this time, the institutions of the Roman Empire, such as the Church and the remnants of Roman law, played a key role in providing stability and continuity. The Church, in particular, became a central institution in medieval Europe, preserving Roman cultural and intellectual traditions and acting as a unifying force in a fragmented continent. Christianity, which had been embraced by the Roman Empire, became the dominant religion in Europe and played a central role in shaping medieval society, culture, and politics. The decline of the Western Roman Empire also contributed to the formation of new political entities in Europe, such as the kingdoms of the Franks, the Anglo-Saxons, and the Visigoths. These kingdoms, while distinct from the Roman Empire, were heavily influenced by Roman law, governance, and military organization. In this way, the legacy of Rome continued to shape the development of medieval Europe. As Europe transitioned from the medieval period to the Renaissance, the legacy of ancient Rome became even more pronounced. The Renaissance was a time of renewed interest in the classical world, and many Renaissance scholars and artists looked to ancient Rome for inspiration. Roman literature, philosophy, and art were rediscovered and studied, leading to a revival of Roman ideas in the fields of education, politics, and culture. The Renaissance also saw the rise of humanism, a philosophical movement that emphasized the value of human experience and individual achievement, drawing heavily on the ideas of ancient Rome and Greece. In the modern world, the legacy of Rome is still felt in many aspects of our lives. Roman law continues to influence legal systems around the world, and the Roman architectural style remains a source of inspiration for buildings and structures. The Latin language and its descendants are still spoken by millions of people, and Roman culture continues to shape Western art, literature, and philosophy. Moreover, the Roman Empire's contribution to the spread of Christianity laid the foundation for much of the religious and cultural landscape of the Western world. The rise of Rome, its expansion across Europe, and its eventual decline and transformation have had a lasting impact on world history. Even in its fall, the Roman Empire's legacy endures, shaping the modern world in ways that continue to be felt today. In the beginning of what we now call ancient Greece, the line between history and myth did not exist. The earliest Greeks understood their world through stories passed down over generations. These myths explained the origins of the universe, the birth of the gods, and the deeds of legendary heroes. At the center of it all was chaos, a primordial void from which all things emerged. From chaos came Gaia, the earth, and Uranus, the sky. Their union produced the Titans, powerful beings who ruled before the Olympian gods. Kronos, one of the Titans, overthrew Uranus and took control. Fearing the same fate from his own children, he swallowed each one as they were born. But his wife Rhea hid their youngest, Zeus, who grew up in secret. Zeus later forced Kronos to regurgitate his siblings, Hestia, Hera, Demeter, Poseidon, and Hades. Together they waged a 10-year war known as the Titanomachy. The Olympians emerged victorious, casting the Titans into Tartarus, a deep abyss. Zeus became king of the gods, ruling from Mount Olympus. The Olympians formed a divine family with complex relationships and distinct domains. Hera was Zeus's wife and goddess of marriage. Poseidon ruled the seas, Hades the underworld. Athena, born fully grown from Zeus's forehead, became the goddess of wisdom and war. Apollo was god of the sun and music, Artemis of the moon and the hunt. Ares embodied war, Aphrodite love, and Hephaestus fire and craftsmanship. These deities were not perfect. They displayed jealousy, wrath, lust, and pride. Yet they served as models and warnings to mortals, embodying human nature amplified. Myths of the gods were more than entertainment. They explained the seasons, natural disasters, and the origin of the cosmos. The myth of Persephone's abduction by Hades and her mother Demeter's grief explained the changing seasons. The tale of Prometheus, who stole fire from the gods to give to humanity, and was punished by eternal torment, illustrated the cost of defiance and the gift of knowledge. Rituals, temples, and festivals honored the gods. Oracles like the one at Delphi allowed mortals to communicate with the divine. Greek myths also celebrated heroes, mortals of divine descent or extraordinary ability, who performed great deeds and faced terrible trials. Heracles, the strongest of them all, completed 12 labors to atone for past sins. He fought the Nemean lion, captured the Erymanthian boar, and descended into the underworld. Perseus beheaded Medusa with the help of gifts from the gods, and rescued Andromeda from a sea monster. Zeuxius defeated the Minotaur in the labyrinth of Crete, and united Attica under Athenian rule. These stories carried moral lessons. Heracles taught the value of perseverance and redemption. Perseus showed courage and humility. Zeuxius embodied intelligence and leadership. But hubris, excessive pride, was a constant warning in Greek mythology. Characters who defied the gods or overestimated themselves, like Arachne or Niobe, were punished severely. In early Greek society, myths were part of everyday life. They were told in homes, at festivals, in the theater, and in education. They helped define what it meant to be Greek, offering a shared cultural identity. Myths guided behavior, reinforced values, and inspired art and architecture. Temples were built to honor specific gods, statues depicted legendary events, and epic poetry preserved these stories for generations. The age of myths and legends formed the spiritual and cultural foundation of ancient Greece. Even as the Greeks moved toward rational thought and democracy, the influence of their mythology remained strong. It shaped how they saw the world, understood themselves, and passed on their values. In many ways, the gods and heroes never truly left. Their stories lived on, in marble, in verse, and in the imagination of a civilization that would shape the future of the Western world. Long before the rise of the classical Greek city-states, the Aegean world was shaped by two great Bronze Age civilizations, the Minoans on the island of Crete and the Mycenaeans on the Greek mainland. These cultures laid the groundwork for much of what would later define ancient Greece, from writing systems to myths, trade and palace societies. The Minoan civilization, centered on Crete, emerged around 3000 BCE and flourished until approximately 1450 BCE. It is considered the first advanced civilization in Europe. Named after the legendary King Minos, the Minoans built vast, complex palace structures, the most famous of which is the palace at Knossos. These palaces were not merely royal residences, but also administrative and religious centers. They featured advanced architecture, including multi-story buildings, sophisticated plumbing systems, and intricate frescoes that depicted scenes of nature, festivals and rituals. Minoan society was heavily focused on trade. The Minoans established a vast maritime network, exchanging goods such as olive oil, wine and pottery for copper, tin and luxury items from Egypt, Anatolia and the Levant. This trade network not only brought wealth, but also cultural exchange, evident in Minoan art and religious practices that show Egyptian and Near Eastern influences. The Minoans used a writing system known as Linear A, which remains undeciphered to this day. Their language and script were unique, and do not appear to be related to later Greek. Religion played a significant role in Minoan life, with a strong emphasis on goddess worship. Many scholars believe the Minoans had a matriarchal element in their religious structure, as female figures dominate their iconography. Bull imagery also featured prominently, symbolizing strength and fertility. The myth of the Minotaur and the labyrinth, later told by the Greeks, may have originated from Minoan bull-leaping rituals and the maze-like complexity of palace architecture. Around 1450 BCE, the Minoan civilization declined sharply. Evidence suggests that a massive volcanic eruption on the island of Thera, modern-day Santorini, and subsequent tsunamis may have devastated the Minoan infrastructure and economy. This natural disaster, combined with possible invasions or internal conflicts, allowed the Mycenaeans from the mainland to rise in power and eventually dominate Crete. The Mycenaean civilization began around 1600 BCE and lasted until about 1100 BCE. It was centered in fortified palace cities like Messenia, Tiryns, and Pylos. Unlike the peaceful-seeming Minoans, the Mycenaeans were a more militaristic society. Their kings, known as wanaks, ruled from heavily fortified citadels. These palaces were economic and political hubs, where scribes recorded transactions and inventory using a script known as Linear B. This script, an early form of Greek, was deciphered in the 1950s and revealed insights into Mycenaean administration and daily life. The Mycenaeans were also seafarers and traders, maintaining networks that extended throughout the eastern Mediterranean. They adopted much from the Minoans, including art, architecture, and religious motifs, but gave them a more austere and martial character. Mycenaean tombs, particularly the beehive-shaped tholos tombs, and the wealth found within them, such as gold masks and ornate weapons, show a society that valued power and prestige. The legacy of the Mycenaeans lives on in Greek mythology. Many of the heroes and tales from Homer's epics, such as Agamemnon, Achilles, and Odysseus, are believed to be based on Mycenaean rulers and warriors. The story of the Trojan War, immortalized in the Iliad, may reflect a real conflict or a series of conflicts between Mycenaean Greeks and city-states in Anatolia, particularly Troy, which has been excavated in modern-day Turkey. While the historical accuracy of the war remains debated, archaeological evidence supports that Troy was a significant city and may have been attacked during the Late Bronze Age. By around 1100 BCE, the Mycenaean civilization collapsed. The reasons are still debated, but likely include a combination of internal strife, invasions by the so-called Sea Peoples, and natural disasters. Their fall marked the beginning of the Greek Dark Ages, a period of decline in population, trade, and literacy. However, the cultural memory of the Minoans and Mycenaeans endured. Their myths, architecture, and early writing systems formed a foundation that later Greek civilization would build upon, ensuring that their legacy would never be completely lost. Around 1100 BCE, the Mycenaean civilization, which had dominated mainland Greece for centuries, abruptly collapsed. The great palaces of Messenia, Pylos, and Tiryns were destroyed or abandoned. Trade routes fell silent. The carefully kept records in Linear B ceased to exist. This sudden and widespread decline marked the end of the Bronze Age in Greece and the beginning of a period historians now call the Greek Dark Ages. For roughly 4 centuries, from 1100 to 750 BCE, Greek society underwent profound change. It became smaller, poorer, and less connected to the wider world. The precise reasons behind the fall of the Mycenaeans remain uncertain. Scholars have proposed a combination of factors. Internal conflict may have weakened the palace-based system. Evidence of burned fortresses suggests waves of violent destruction, possibly by invading forces such as the mysterious Sea Peoples. These raiders also attacked other major civilizations of the eastern Mediterranean, including Egypt and the Hittites. Earthquakes, droughts, or widespread famine could have added to the instability, triggering societal collapse. The disappearance of long-distance trade and the breakdown of central administration caused local economies to shrink and become self-sufficient. Without the surplus provided by palace economies, communities reverted to a more primitive agrarian lifestyle. One of the most significant consequences of this collapse was the loss of writing. The Mycenaean script, Linear B, vanished with the fall of the palace centers. For centuries afterward, the Greeks had no written language. As a result, historical records from this period are almost non-existent. This is one of the key reasons why we refer to it as a dark age. Much of what we know about these centuries comes from archaeology rather than written sources. Excavations reveal that settlements became smaller and more scattered. Monumental architecture disappeared. Pottery became simpler, and graves contained fewer luxury goods, reflecting a drop in wealth and social complexity. Despite the widespread decline, Greek culture did not vanish, it adapted. Over time, small tribal communities began to emerge across the Greek mainland and islands. These were often led by local chieftains, and their power was based more on personal leadership and kinship than institutional authority. These tribal societies were the seeds of what would later become the Greek city-states, or polis. Many Greeks migrated during this time, spreading out into new areas, including the islands of the Aegean and the western coast of Asia Minor, in what is now Turkey. These migrations helped preserve Greek language and culture, and led to the establishment of new communities in places like Ionia, Aeolis, and Doria. Oral tradition became crucial in preserving history, religion, and identity. Without written records, stories were passed down through generations by word of mouth. Poets, or bards, played an important social role, reciting epic tales of gods and heroes. It is during this time that the legends of Achilles, Odysseus, and other figures of the Trojan War were kept alive through oral poetry. These stories, rich in myth and memory, would later be written down in the great epics of Homer, the Iliad and the Odyssey, during the following archaic period. The Greek Dark Ages were not entirely stagnant. Though they began with widespread destruction and loss, the period also laid the groundwork for renewal. Iron tools and weapons began to replace bronze, giving rise to what is called the Iron Age. This technological shift allowed for better farming tools and stronger weapons, which slowly helped communities stabilize and grow. The simplicity of life in these centuries also contributed to a growing sense of local identity and self-reliance. By the end of the Dark Ages, new social and political structures were beginning to take shape. Communities became more organized, trade slowly revived, and contact with other cultures, such as the Phoenicians, reintroduced literacy through the adoption of the alphabet. The foundations were laid for the rebirth of Greek civilization in the Archaic period. Although the Greek Dark Ages were a time of hardship and uncertainty, they also represented a crucible of transformation. Out of the ashes of the Mycenaean collapse came the early formations of the classical Greek world. The myths, oral traditions, and tribal societies of this period formed the cultural bedrock of a civilization that would soon begin to flourish once again. After centuries of decline and isolation during the Greek Dark Ages, a powerful resurgence began to take shape around 800 BCE. This period, known as Archaic Greece, saw the gradual re-emergence of social, political, and cultural life across the Greek world. One of the most defining developments of this era was the rise of the polis, or city-state. Unlike the palace-centered kingdoms of the Bronze Age, the polis was a community of citizens with shared laws, customs, and religious practices, rooted in a common territory and identity. The polis was both a physical and conceptual entity. At its heart stood an urban center, often dominated by an acropolis, a fortified hilltop that held temples and public buildings. Below lay the agora, the central marketplace and gathering space for political, social, and commercial activity. Surrounding the city were fields and villages that provided food and resources. Each polis was politically independent, governed by its own citizens. Though they spoke the same language and worshipped the same gods, city-states like Athens, Sparta, Corinth and Thebes developed distinct institutions, values and ambitions. Athens, located in Attica, evolved into a hub of intellectual and artistic development. Early on it was ruled by aristocrats, but growing social unrest would eventually lead to reforms and the birth of democracy. Sparta, in contrast, developed a militarized society in the Peloponnesus, governed by a rigid code of discipline and ruled by a dual monarchy and a council of elders. Corinth became a wealthy trading center, strategically located on the narrow land bridge, connecting mainland Greece to the Peloponnesus. Thebes, powerful in central Greece, often played a rival role in the shifting alliances and wars among the polis. One of the major forces behind the rise of the city-states was the revival of trade and contact with the wider Mediterranean world. Around 800 BCE, the Greeks re-established connections with Egypt, the Near East, and the Western Mediterranean. These interactions brought new ideas, goods, and technologies. Most significantly, the Greeks adopted the Phoenician alphabet, which they adapted to create a true writing system. This new Greek script allowed for the recording of laws, treaties, poetry, and historical memory. It marked the end of the oral-only tradition of the Dark Ages. Colonization was another hallmark of the Archaic period. Between 750 and 550 BCE, Greek city-states founded hundreds of colonies across the Mediterranean and Black Sea regions. This wave of expansion was driven by population growth, food shortages, political unrest, and the desire for trade. Colonies were often established as independent polis, but retained cultural and religious ties to their mother cities. Important colonies included Byzantium, later Constantinople, in the Bosporus, Syracuse and Tarentum in southern Italy, and Massalia, modern-day Marseille, in southern France. These new settlements helped spread Greek language, art, religion, and political ideas far beyond the Aegean. The rise of the polis was also accompanied by changes in warfare and social organization. The introduction of the hoplite phalanx, a tight formation of heavily armed infantrymen, reflected a shift towards citizen soldier armies. Military service became both a duty and a source of identity. This shift reinforced the idea of equality among citizens, at least in theory, and laid the foundation for more participatory forms of government. Though not all city-states were democratic, the concept of citizenship, where political power was linked to civic duty and participation, began to take root. Religion played a central role in unifying the polis. Each city-state had its own patron deity, with Athens honoring Athena and Sparta devoted to Artemis and Apollo. Pan-Hellenic sanctuaries, such as those at Delphi and Olympia, became sites of common worship and competition. The Olympic Games, first held in 776 BCE, provided a peaceful forum for athletic excellence and communal identity among the often fractious Greek cities. During the Archaic period, art, architecture, and literature flourished. Monumental sculpture and temple building became widespread, with styles influenced by Egyptian and Near Eastern models. The epic poetry of Homer, possibly written down in this era, became a cornerstone of Greek education and identity. The works of Hesiod offered insights into cosmology, agriculture, and justice. These texts provided moral frameworks and preserved collective memory in a rapidly changing society. By 600 BCE, the city-states of Greece had become the dominant political and cultural units of the region. Though each polis remained independent and often competed with others for power and influence, they shared a common Hellenic identity. They were bound by language, religion, and customs, yet fiercely proud of their autonomy. This dynamic tension between unity and independence defined Greek history for centuries to come. The rise of the polis in archaic Greece marked not just the end of the Dark Ages, but the beginning of a civilization that would shape the Western world in profound and lasting ways. Sparta, located in the region of Laconia in the southeastern Peloponnesus, developed one of the most distinctive societies in ancient Greece. While most Greek city-states valued trade, art, and political debate, Sparta chose a different path. It became a military state, structured entirely around discipline, obedience, and warfare. This transformation was not accidental, but the result of deliberate choices made by the Spartans in response to internal and external pressures. Spartan society was built on a rigid class system. At the top were the Spartiates, full citizens who had completed the rigorous state-sponsored education and military training system known as the agoge. Only Spartiates could vote, hold public office, and serve in the army as hoplites. Below them were the periakoi, or those who dwell around. These were free inhabitants of Spartan territory who managed trade and craft production, but had no political rights. At the bottom were the helots, an enslaved population primarily composed of conquered peoples from Messenia and other neighboring regions. The helots worked the land and provided food for the Spartan citizens. Their labor allowed the Spartiates to devote themselves entirely to military training and governance. To maintain control over this large and resentful helot population, Sparta became a society permanently on guard. Fear of helot uprisings shaped Spartan policy and culture. Every year the Spartan government declared ritual war on the helots, legally allowing any Spartiate to kill a helot without penalty. This brutal system was a cornerstone of Spartan dominance, but also a constant source of tension. The agoge was central to Spartan identity. Boys entered this state-run education system at the age of 7. They left their families and lived in communal barracks where they were taught discipline, endurance, loyalty, and martial skill. The agoge emphasized survival skills, physical toughness, and obedience to authority. Boys were subjected to harsh punishments, minimal clothing and food, and constant drills. At the age of 12, they began more intensive military training, and by 18 they were expected to participate in a form of secret police duty against the helots, known as the cryptia. Those who passed this phase joined the ranks of the full warriors. From age 20 to 60, a Spartan male served in the military. Even during peacetime, they lived in military mess halls with fellow soldiers and continued to train. Marriage was allowed, but men typically did not live with their wives until they retired from the army. Spartan women, by contrast, enjoyed a degree of freedom and respect rare in the ancient world. They were expected to maintain physical fitness, to bear strong children, and managed household estates while the men were away. They were educated, could own property, and participated in public life to a greater extent than women in other Greek city-states. Sparta's political system was also unique. It was a mixed constitution that combined monarchy, oligarchy, and limited democracy. At its head were 2 kings, drawn from 2 separate royal families, the Agiads and the Eurypontids. This dual kingship provided balance and allowed one king to lead in war, while the other remained in Sparta to govern. The king's power, however, was checked by the Gerousia, or Council of Elders, which included 28 men over the age of 60, plus the 2 kings. This council proposed laws and served as a high court. The Apella, an assembly of Spartan male citizens over the age of 30, had the right to vote on proposals from the Gerousia. Although the assembly had limited debate powers, it did play a role in major decisions such as declarations of war and treaty approvals. The Ephors, 5 annually elected officials, held significant executive power. They could supervise the kings, control education and public conduct, and even bring charges against the monarchy. This intricate system ensured that power was shared and that no single institution or individual could dominate Spartan life. Sparta's military prowess was legendary. The phalanx formation, composed of tightly packed hoplites with shields and spears, required immense discipline and coordination. Spartan warriors trained for years to perfect this tactic. Their society's devotion to martial excellence made their army one of the most feared in the Greek world. They fought few wars compared to other city-states, but were nearly unbeatable on the battlefield. The Battle of Thermopylae in 480 BCE, where 300 Spartans led by King Leonidas made a heroic last stand against the Persian army, became a symbol of courage and sacrifice. Despite its strengths, Sparta's rigid system had limitations. Its refusal to adapt and its reliance on a shrinking class of full citizens eventually weakened its power. As fewer men qualified for full citizenship due to economic hardship or failure to complete the agog, the military manpower declined. Furthermore, its cultural isolationism limited innovation in art, philosophy and trade. While other Greek city-states flourished during the classical period, Sparta remained insular. Nevertheless, Sparta's legacy endured. Its values of duty, discipline, and sacrifice were admired even by its rivals. Greek and Roman writers often idealized Spartan society, and its military culture became a model for later generations. Sparta was not a typical polis, but its unique approach to governance, warfare, and social structure played a crucial role in the broader story of ancient Greece. Athens, one of the most influential city-states in ancient Greece, experienced a dramatic political transformation over several centuries. From its early days under aristocratic rule to its pioneering experiment in democracy, Athens became a model for civic participation and political innovation. This journey was neither simple nor smooth. It was shaped by internal struggles, social pressures, visionary reforms, and the constant tension between the elite and the broader citizen body. In the earliest period of Athenian history, power was held by aristocratic families. These elites, known as the Eupatridae, controlled land, religious offices, and the courts. Political decisions were made by the Areopagus, a council composed of former archons or magistrates. Ordinary citizens had little to no say in government. Tensions grew as economic inequality deepened. Many small farmers were pushed into debt slavery, and the city teetered on the brink of civil unrest. In response, Athens turned to a respected aristocrat named Solon around 594 BCE. Solon enacted sweeping reforms aimed at reducing inequality and laying the groundwork for civic participation. He cancelled existing debts, banned debt slavery, and divided citizens into 4 income-based classes. Political office became accessible based on wealth rather than birth, allowing richer non-aristocrats to participate in governance. Solon also created a council of 400 citizens to prepare legislation for the larger assembly. Although his reforms did not create full democracy, they marked a significant shift away from aristocratic dominance and toward broader political inclusion. Solon's changes, however, did not eliminate all conflict. Power struggles continued, and within a few decades, a popular aristocrat named Pisistratos seized control and established himself as a tyrant. Unlike modern connotations of tyranny, Pisistratos' rule was relatively benevolent. He maintained Solon's reforms, promoted public works, supported the arts, and redistributed land to the poor. His sons, Hippias and Hipparchus, continued his rule until Hippias became increasingly oppressive, following the assassination of Hipparchus. Eventually, Hippias was overthrown with the help of exiled aristocrats and the Spartans. The next major reformer was Cleisthenes, often called the father of Athenian democracy. Around 508 BCE, Cleisthenes reorganized the political structure of Athens to break the power of the aristocratic clans. He created 10 new tribes, based not on kinship but on geography, each composed of citizens from the city, the coast, and the inland regions. This diluted regional loyalties and promoted unity. He also established the Council of 500, with 50 members chosen by lot from each tribe, to oversee daily government operations and propose legislation. Most importantly, he expanded the role of the citizen assembly, or ecclesia, which could debate and vote on laws. Cleisthenes introduced ostracism, a practice that allowed citizens to vote once a year to exile any individual deemed a threat to the state. If a man received enough votes, he was exiled for 10 years but did not lose his property or rights. Ostracism was a safeguard against tyranny and political concentration, though it could be used for personal or factional rivalries. Democracy in Athens continued to evolve and reached its height under the leadership of Pericles in the mid-5th century BCE. Pericles expanded participation by introducing pay for public officials and jurors, allowing even the poorest citizens to serve in government. He reinforced the power of the ecclesia and supported cultural and architectural projects that turned Athens into a beacon of Greek civilization. Under Pericles, the Athenian democracy became more direct. All male citizens over the age of 18 could participate in the assembly, vote on laws, and serve on juries and councils chosen by lot. Athenian democracy was limited by modern standards. Only free male citizens could participate. Women, slaves, and resident foreigners, known as metics, were excluded from political life. Despite these limitations, the Athenian model introduced revolutionary ideas. It emphasized civic duty, accountability, and the belief that ordinary citizens could govern themselves. Citizens had the right and responsibility to participate in debates, propose laws, and vote on public matters. Courts were staffed by large juries of citizens selected by lot, and verdicts were final. This system minimized corruption and ensured broad participation in legal decisions. Athens' democratic system was not static. It faced challenges, including wars, economic crises, and political upheaval. Yet, even after periods of oligarchic rule and external pressure, the democratic institutions were often restored. The Athenian experiment profoundly influenced later thinkers, including Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle, who debated its strengths and weaknesses. Athens' transformation from aristocracy and tyranny to democracy was a complex and gradual process. Each reformer built on the work of those before them, responding to the needs and tensions of their time. Through innovation, conflict, and civic engagement, Athens created a political system that, while imperfect, laid the foundational concepts of citizen governance. These principles would echo through history, inspiring future generations and helping to shape the democratic ideals that continue to influence the modern world. In the early 5th century BCE, the Greek world faced one of the greatest threats in its history. The vast Persian Empire, ruled by the mighty kings Darius and later Xerxes, sought to bring the independent city-states of Greece under its dominion. What followed was a series of extraordinary events that tested the resilience, courage, and unity of the Greeks. Despite their differences and rivalries, the city-states came together in a desperate struggle for freedom. The Persian Wars, fought between 490 and 479 BCE, became a defining moment in Greek history and a foundation of their collective identity. The origins of the conflict lay in the Ionian Revolt of 499 BCE. The Greek cities of Ionia, located on the coast of Asia Minor and under Persian control, rose up against their overlords with support from mainland Greece, including Athens and Eretria. Although the revolt was ultimately crushed, it provoked the wrath of King Darius I, who vowed to punish the cities that had aided the rebellion. His plan was not just retribution, but the expansion of Persian control westward into the heart of Greece. In 490 BCE, Darius launched a punitive expedition. The Persian fleet crossed the Aegean Sea and landed at the plain of Marathon, northeast of Athens. The Athenians, joined by a small force from Plataea, chose to confront the invaders rather than wait behind their city walls. Outnumbered and facing a far larger enemy, the Greeks employed bold tactics. Under the command of Miltiades, the Athenian hoplites charged the Persian lines in a surprise assault. Their tight phalanx formation and discipline overwhelmed the Persian forces. The Battle of Marathon was a stunning victory for the Greeks. It demonstrated that the Persians could be defeated and became a symbol of Hellenic courage and resolve. But the threat was far from over. A decade later, Darius's son, Xerxes VI, prepared a massive invasion to conquer all of Greece. In 480 BCE, he launched a campaign with an enormous army and navy. Ancient sources claimed he led hundreds of thousands of troops, though modern estimates are more conservative. Still, the scale of the Persian force dwarfed that of the fragmented Greek city-states. In response, a coalition of Greek cities formed under the leadership of Sparta and Athens. Despite centuries of rivalry, they agreed to set aside their differences for the survival of their civilization. The first major clash of Xerxes' invasion occurred at the narrow mountain pass of Thermopylae. There, a small Greek force led by King Leonidas of Sparta attempted to block the Persian advance. The pass's geography allowed the Greeks to hold off the much larger Persian army for several days. Leonidas and his 300 Spartans, along with a few thousand allied troops, fought with unmatched bravery. Ultimately, they were betrayed by a local who revealed a hidden path to the Persians. Surrounded and outnumbered, Leonidas and his men fought to the death. Though Thermopylae ended in defeat, it became a rallying cry for Greek unity and resistance. At the same time, the Greek fleet engaged the Persian navy at the Battle of Artemisium. The naval battles were indecisive, but they bought precious time. As the Persians marched south, they sacked Athens, which had been evacuated. The Greek fleet, under the strategic brilliance of Themistocles, regrouped in the Straits of Salamis. The Battle of Salamis was a turning point. Themistocles lured the Persian fleet into the narrow waters between the island of Salamis and the Athenian mainland. There, the larger and less maneuverable Persian ships were at a disadvantage. The Greek triremes, fast and agile, struck with precision. In a chaotic and brutal engagement, the Greeks dealt a crushing blow to the Persian navy. Xerxes, witnessing the disaster from his throne on shore, began to lose confidence. He soon retreated with the bulk of his forces, leaving a general named Mardonius to continue the campaign. In 479 BCE, the final battle of the war took place at Plataea. A combined Greek army led by the Spartans, Athenians, and other allies confronted the remaining Persian forces. After days of skirmishes and strategic maneuvering, the Greeks launched a decisive assault. The Persian army was routed, and Mardonius was killed. Around the same time, the Greek fleet achieved another victory at Mycale, on the coast of Asia Minor, destroying the remnants of the Persian navy and sparking new revolts among the Ionian cities. The Persian wars ended with a stunning Greek victory. A coalition of independent and often contentious city-states had defeated the largest empire the world had ever seen. The triumph was not just military but cultural. It affirmed the value of freedom, civic duty and unity. It demonstrated that courage, strategy and determination could overcome overwhelming odds. The wars also solidified a shared Greek identity. Though Athens, Sparta, and their allies would later fall back into rivalry and conflict, the memory of their joint resistance became a cornerstone of Greek pride and historical memory. In the aftermath, Athens rose to new heights. It rebuilt its city, strengthened its navy, and formed the Delian League, a defensive alliance against future Persian aggression. Sparta returned to its conservative ways, wary of Athenian ambition. But for a brief and shining moment, the Greek city-states had stood together, not as rivals but as defenders of a common civilization. The Persian Wars marked the birth of what we now call classical Greece, a period that would see the flourishing of philosophy, art and democracy, all nurtured by the hard-won freedom secured on the battlefields of Marathon, Thermopylae, Salamis and Plataea. Following the victory over the Persian Empire, Athens entered a remarkable period of cultural, political and intellectual flourishing that historians call the Golden Age. Lasting roughly from 480 to 404 BCE, this era was defined by the leadership of Pericles, the strengthening of Athenian democracy, and an explosion of achievements in philosophy, drama, architecture and the arts. It was during this time that Athens became not only a powerful empire, but also the cultural and intellectual heart of the Greek world. Pericles, a charismatic and visionary statesman, emerged as the most influential leader of Athens in the mid-5th century BCE. Under his guidance, Athens transformed from a leading city-state into an empire that exerted control over much of the Aegean Sea. Pericles expanded the Delian League, originally formed as a defensive alliance against Persia, into a mechanism for Athenian dominance. Member states were required to pay tribute, which was used to fund Athens' navy and ambitious building projects. While this increased Athenian power, it also sowed resentment among allies and would later contribute to conflict. Pericles also initiated a massive public works program that reshaped the city of Athens and symbolized its glory. The most iconic of these projects was the Parthenon, a temple dedicated to Athena, the city's patron goddess. Constructed on the Acropolis, the Parthenon showcased the heights of classical architecture. It was built entirely of marble and adorned with intricate sculptures that celebrated both mythological scenes and the greatness of Athens. The Parthenon stood as a testament to the values of balance, harmony, and civic pride. During the Golden Age, Athens became a center for drama and the performing arts. Theatrical festivals such as the Dionysia brought together citizens to watch tragedies and comedies performed in grand amphitheaters. Playwrights like Aeschylus, Sophocles, and Euripides crafted stories that examined human nature, morality, and the gods. Aeschylus introduced complex dialogue and dramatic structure. Sophocles refined character development and plot, while Euripides challenged traditional values and portrayed psychological depth. Comedy also flourished, especially in the works of Aristophanes, who used satire to critique Athenian politics and society. Philosophy in Athens also reached new heights. Thinkers began to question traditional explanations of the world and sought rational, ethical, and metaphysical insights. Among the most influential was Socrates. He did not leave behind written works, but profoundly impacted Greek thought through dialogue and debate. Socrates wandered the streets of Athens, engaging citizens in discussions about justice, virtue, and the good life. His method involved asking probing questions to stimulate critical thinking and expose contradictions. Though many respected his intellect, Others saw him as subversive. In 399 BCE, he was sentenced to death for allegedly corrupting the youth and impiety. His student Plato preserved his teachings, which would shape Western philosophy for centuries. In politics, Pericles strengthened democracy by introducing reforms that allowed greater citizen participation. Public officials and jurors were paid, enabling poorer citizens to take part in governance. The assembly, or ecclesia, met regularly to debate laws and make decisions. Council members were chosen by lot, reflecting the belief that any citizen could serve the state. This level of democratic engagement was unprecedented in the ancient world. However, it was limited to free male citizens. Women, slaves, and foreigners had no political rights. Education and literacy expanded as well. Citizens were expected to be informed and articulate, capable of participating in public discourse. This emphasis on rhetoric and reasoning gave rise to the sophists, professional teachers who taught skills in argumentation and persuasion. Though controversial, their influence reflected the dynamic intellectual climate of Athens. Visual art also advanced significantly. Sculptors like Phidias created lifelike statues that emphasized realism and idealized beauty. Vases and pottery depicted scenes of mythology, daily life, and athletic competition, reflecting the values and interests of Athenian society. These artistic expressions combined technical mastery with storytelling and philosophical reflection. Science and history developed as intellectual pursuits. Historians like Herodotus and Thucydides pioneered methods of recording and analyzing past events. Herodotus wrote about the Persian Wars with a blend of inquiry and storytelling, while Thucydides took a more rigorous, evidence-based approach in his account of the Peloponnesian War. Despite its achievements, the Golden Age of Athens was not without flaws. Its empire was built on coercion, and its democracy excluded large portions of the population. Internal tensions, political rivalries, and growing resentment from other Greek city-states set the stage for future conflict. Nevertheless, the legacy of the Golden Age is enduring. It was a time when human potential was celebrated, when art and reason were elevated, and when the foundations of Western thought were laid. Athens during this period became a beacon of intellectual and artistic excellence. Its contributions in philosophy, drama, politics, and architecture continue to influence and inspire. The Golden Age of Athens represents one of the highest expressions of civilization in the ancient world, a moment when a city dared to imagine what humanity could achieve. In 431 BCE, the Greek world was plunged into a brutal and prolonged conflict that would leave it fractured and weakened. The Peloponnesian War, fought between Athens and its allies, and the Peloponnesian League, led by Sparta, lasted for nearly 3 decades and marked the end of the classical Greek Golden Age. It was a war not of foreign conquest, but of Greek against Greek, brother against brother. The struggle arose from deep-seated tensions over power, influence, and ideology, and it would have far-reaching consequences for the entire Greek world. The roots of the war can be traced to the aftermath of the Persian Wars. While the threat from Persia had unified the Greek city-states temporarily, peace did not last. Athens emerged from the conflict immensely powerful, having built a vast maritime empire through the Delian League. This alliance, originally a mutual defense pact against Persia, gradually became an Athenian tool of dominance. Athens used tribute from allied cities to fund its military and cultural projects, enforcing its will through naval strength. Sparta, a land-based military power with a rigid oligarchic society, viewed Athens' growing influence with alarm. The two city-states represented opposing systems, democratic Athens versus conservative, militaristic Sparta. Tensions escalated through a series of disputes involving their allies. When Corinth and Corcyra, Two members of opposing alliances clashed and Athens intervened. Sparta and its allies felt provoked. In 431 BCE, war formally broke out. The Peloponnesian War unfolded in three major phases. The first, known as the Archidamian War, lasted from 431 to 421 BCE. Named after the Spartan king Archidamus II, this period saw Sparta invade the Athenian countryside almost annually, devastating farms and attempting to provoke a land battle. Athens under Pericles avoided direct confrontation on land and relied on its powerful navy to conduct raids along the Peloponnesian coast and maintain its empire. During one of Sparta's early invasions, Athens was struck by a devastating plague in 430 BCE. The disease, likely typhus or typhoid fever, spread rapidly through the overcrowded city. It killed tens of thousands, including Pericles himself. The loss of leadership and morale shook Athens to its core. Despite the plague, the war dragged on with neither side gaining a decisive advantage. In 421 BCE, a temporary truce was signed, the Peace of Nicias. Named after the Athenian general who negotiated it, the peace was intended to last 50 years but quickly unraveled. Hostilities resumed, and the conflict entered a new and disastrous phase. In 415 BCE, Athens launched the Sicilian expedition, one of the most ambitious and ill-fated military campaigns in its history. Encouraged by the charismatic Alcibiades, a controversial and ambitious Athenian leader, Athens set out to conquer Syracuse, a powerful city-state in Sicily allied with Sparta. The campaign began with great hopes, but soon descended into catastrophe. Alcibiades was recalled to Athens to face charges of impiety, but he defected to Sparta instead. Meanwhile, the Athenian forces, poorly led and lacking local support, were crushed. In 413 BCE, the entire Athenian fleet was destroyed, and thousands of soldiers were killed or captured. The Sicilian expedition marked a turning point in the war. Following the disaster, Athens struggled to maintain its empire. Its finances were depleted, and many of its allies revolted. Sparta, now aided by Persian funding and advised by Alcibiades, built a fleet to challenge Athens at sea. The final phase of the war, from 413 to 404 BCE, saw intense naval battles, shifting alliances, and mounting desperation. Athens experienced a brief internal coup in 411 BCE, when a group of oligarchs seized power. However, democratic forces quickly restored the old system. Despite this turmoil, Athens managed to win several naval victories and held out longer than many expected. Yet the pressure was relentless. In 405 BCE, the Spartan general Lysander secured a decisive victory at the Battle of Mesopotamia. The Athenian fleet was surprised and annihilated. With no navy to protect it and its food supply cut off, Athens was besieged. In 404 BCE, the city surrendered. Sparta imposed harsh terms. Athens had to dismantle its walls, surrender its remaining ships, and accept a Spartan-aligned oligarchy known as the 30 Tyrants. The Peloponnesian War left Greece in ruins. Thousands were dead, cities were weakened, and trust among the Greek states was shattered. Athens, once the beacon of democracy and culture, was humbled and impoverished. Sparta emerged victorious but not unscathed. Its own rigid system would soon face challenges, and its hegemony was short-lived. The war also had profound cultural and philosophical impacts. It prompted deep reflection on human nature, politics, and the cost of power. Thucydides, an Athenian general and historian, chronicled the war with a level of detail and analysis that laid the groundwork for modern historiography. His account was not just a military history, but a study of ambition, fear, and the fragility of civilization. The Peloponnesian War was a tragedy in every sense. It showcased the dangers of internal division, the destructive nature of power struggles, and the vulnerability of even the greatest societies. In choosing war over diplomacy, the Greek city-states exhausted their strength and paved the way for future conquests by Macedon and later Rome. What was lost in the war was not just political power, but the unity and spirit that had once allowed Greece to repel the mightiest empire on earth. As the classical Greek city-states lay weakened and divided in the aftermath of the Peloponnesian War, a new power was quietly rising to dominate the region. The Kingdom of Macedon, located to the north of the Greek heartland, was once considered a backwater by the sophisticated city-states of Athens, Sparta, and Thebes. However, under the visionary leadership of King Philip II, Macedon transformed into a formidable military and political force. Philip's rise marked the end of the classical age of independent Greek city-states and set the stage for a new era of Greek influence across the known world. Philip II ascended to the Macedonian throne in 359 BCE during a time of crisis. His kingdom was threatened by hostile neighbors, internal instability, and disorganized armies. Philip immediately set about reforming Macedon. He reorganized the army, introducing the sarissa, a long spear that gave his infantry a deadly advantage. He trained his troops with rigorous discipline and developed new tactics that combined infantry, cavalry, and siege warfare. Philip's military innovations transformed Macedon into the most powerful force in the region. Beyond military might, Philip was a shrewd diplomat and strategist. He skillfully manipulated alliances and rivalries among the fractious Greek city-states. His goal was not simply conquest, but the unification of Greece under Macedonian leadership. Through marriage alliances, bribery, and calculated warfare, he steadily expanded his influence southward. The Greek city-states, exhausted by decades of conflict, were unable to mount a united resistance. Athens was still recovering from the Peloponnesian War and internal strife. Sparta remained a shadow of its former self. Thebes, once powerful, had been weakened by civil conflict. In 338 BCE, Philip decisively defeated a coalition of Greek city-states at the Battle of Chaeronea. This victory effectively ended Greek independence. Philip established the Corinthian League, a federation of Greek states under his hegemony, ostensibly to defend Greece against Persia. Philip's vision extended beyond Greece. He planned to lead a grand campaign against the Persian Empire, the common enemy of all Greeks. However, his assassination in 336 BCE abruptly ended his reign. His son Alexander inherited the throne and the vast Macedonian army. Alexander the Great would carry Philip's ambitions to unprecedented heights, conquering the Persian Empire and spreading Greek culture across Asia and Egypt. This era, known as the Hellenistic Age, saw the blending of Greek and Eastern civilizations, expanding the legacy of classical Greece far beyond its traditional borders. Although the age of independent city-states was over, the ideals of classical Greece, democracy, philosophy, art, and science continued to influence the world. The achievements of Athens and Sparta, the tragedies and triumphs of their people, and the intellectual foundations laid during the classical period echoed through history. The political fragmentation that had plagued Greece also paved the way for new ideas about governance and empire. The rise of Macedon marked both an end and a beginning. It ended the era of city-state rivalry and ushered in a new chapter of Greek history, where Greek culture would spread across continents, shaping civilizations for centuries to come. The classical age, with its triumphs and tragedies, remained a powerful symbol of human potential, and the enduring quest for knowledge, freedom, and unity. The story of the American frontier begins long before the Wild West as we know it. In the 1600s and 1700s, long before cowboys and gold rushes, European powers began exploring and settling the vast lands of North America. The earliest efforts came from Spain, France, and England, each seeking to expand their empires and extract wealth from the new continent. What they encountered instead was a land already inhabited by diverse and complex Native American societies who had lived, hunted, and traded across the continent for thousands of years. Spanish explorers were among the first Europeans to enter the interior of what would later become the American West. As early as the 1540s, conquistadors such as Francisco Vázquez de Coronado led expeditions through what is now the American Southwest, searching for the fabled 7 cities of gold. While they never found these mythical riches, they laid claim to vast territories and established missions and settlements in present-day New Mexico, Arizona, Texas, and California. The Spanish brought Catholic missionaries who sought to convert native peoples, often by force, and imposed European systems of governance, labor, and religion. In the north, the French pursued a different strategy, focused primarily on the fur trade. French trappers and traders ventured deep into the Great Lakes region and down the Mississippi River. They developed close alliances with tribes such as the Huron and the Algonquin, learning native languages and intermarrying with local communities. French settlements like Detroit and St. Louis began as trading posts, slowly expanding over time. Compared to the Spanish and English, the French presence was more dispersed and less confrontational, though not without its share of conflict. The English, meanwhile, began to establish permanent colonies along the Atlantic coast. Jamestown, founded in 1607 in Virginia, was the first successful English colony in North America. The English pushed westward slowly, encountering resistance from native tribes who had no intention of giving up their land. Conflict erupted frequently, including the Powhatan Wars in Virginia and King Philip's War in New England. These early clashes set the tone for centuries of frontier conflict. As European settlements grew, they encroached deeper into indigenous territories. Native tribes were forced to adapt or resist. Some chose to trade and form alliances, while others fought to defend their homelands. Disease brought by Europeans devastated native populations, wiping out entire villages and reducing the ability of tribes to resist colonization. Despite the hardships, Native American cultures remained resilient, preserving traditions and adapting to new realities. Life on the frontier was harsh and unforgiving. Early settlers faced threats not only from hostile encounters, but also from the environment itself. Winters were brutal, food was often scarce, and medical knowledge was limited. Communities had to rely on cooperation and shared labor to survive. Homes were made from whatever materials were available, wood, sod, or stone, and life revolved around subsistence farming, hunting, and trade. Throughout the 1700s, the frontier continued to move westward. The Appalachian Mountains were a major barrier, but settlers slowly began to cross them in search of new land. The Proclamation of 1763, issued by the British Crown, attempted to halt westward expansion beyond the Appalachians in an effort to stabilize relations with native tribes. This proclamation was largely ignored by settlers eager for land, leading to increased tensions and violence. The French and Indian War, which lasted from 1754 to 1763, was a pivotal conflict in the struggle for control of the North American frontier. The war was part of a global conflict between Britain and France, but on American soil, it involved both European powers and their Native American allies. Britain emerged victorious, gaining control of vast new territories, including Canada and the land between the Appalachian Mountains and the Mississippi River. However, the war left Britain deeply in debt and set the stage for colonial unrest. With the American Revolution in the late 1700s, the dynamics of the frontier shifted again. Colonists rebelled against British rule and sought to expand westward without interference. After the war, the newly formed United States began a more aggressive push into the interior. The Northwest Ordinance of 1787 provided a framework for settling and governing western lands, laying the foundation for future expansion. By the end of the 18th century, the seeds of the Wild West had been planted. The land was vast, untamed, and contested. The encounters between European settlers and Native Americans had already shaped a legacy of conflict, adaptation, and survival. The frontier was not yet the stage for gunfights and cattle drives, but it was already a crucible of ambition, endurance, and cultural collision. This was the beginning of a story that would continue to unfold across the next century, forging the myth and the reality of the American West. In 1803, the United States made a monumental move that would forever change the course of its history. President Thomas Jefferson negotiated the Louisiana Purchase, acquiring over 800,000 square miles of territory from France for $15 million. This single act nearly doubled the size of the young nation and opened up vast regions of land for exploration, settlement, and economic development. The Louisiana Purchase stretched from the Mississippi River to the Rocky Mountains and from the Gulf of Mexico to the Canadian border. While the land was largely uncharted by Americans, it was already home to numerous Native American tribes who had lived there for generations. Jefferson saw the acquisition not only as a strategic economic opportunity, but also as a safeguard for the agrarian ideals he believed were vital to the Republic. He envisioned a nation of independent farmers, each owning their own land and contributing to a stable democracy. To make this vision a reality, the United States had to push westward into the newly acquired territory. In 1804, Jefferson commissioned Meriwether Lewis and William Clark to lead the Corps of Discovery, an expedition to explore the new lands and find a water route to the Pacific Ocean. Their journey took them across rugged terrain, through the lands of powerful native tribes, and into what is now the American Northwest. Along the way, they mapped the region, documented wildlife and plant species, and established contact with Native American nations. Their expedition inspired further exploration and opened the door for settlers and traders who followed in their footsteps. The idea of expansion soon became more than a policy, it became a national belief. By the 1820s and 1830s, the concept of manifest destiny had begun to take shape. This was the belief that Americans were divinely destined to expand across the North American continent, from the Atlantic to the Pacific. Manifest destiny was not just about geography, it was also tied to a sense of cultural and racial superiority. Many Americans believed it was their duty to bring what they considered civilization, Christianity, and democracy to the western frontier, even if it meant displacing or conquering native peoples. As this ideology gained traction, more and more settlers began moving west. The government encouraged this migration by offering land grants and passing policies that made it easier for individuals and families to claim and settle land. Steamboats and later railroads helped make transportation more accessible, and trading routes such as the Santa Fe Trail became vital arteries of commerce and communication. The expansion also had a profound impact on Native American tribes. As settlers encroached on their lands, tribes were often forced to move or resist. The government began negotiating treaties, many of which were later broken, to relocate tribes to less desirable lands. These relocations were frequently carried out under threat of violence or through military force. The era of westward expansion set the stage for the series of conflicts that would later be known as the Indian Wars. At the same time, the frontier economy began to develop. Fur trading became a lucrative business, particularly in the Rocky Mountains and Pacific Northwest. Mountain men, independent trappers who braved the wilderness alone or in small groups, played a crucial role in exploring the frontier and establishing trade networks. Figures like Jedediah Smith and Jim Bridger became legends of the early American West, navigating uncharted lands and surviving in harsh conditions. By the 1830s, the push west had become a national movement. Towns and outposts appeared in previously uninhabited regions. The frontier began to take shape as a place of both opportunity and hardship. Pioneers faced isolation, disease, and the constant threat of attack. Yet they were driven by dreams of land ownership, economic success, and the promise of a better life. The Louisiana Purchase and the ideology of manifest destiny were foundational in shaping the trajectory of American expansion. They provided the land and the justification for moving westward, setting into motion a series of events that would culminate in the dramatic and often violent era of the Wild West. This chapter of American history was marked by ambition and idealism, but also by displacement, conflict, and the irreversible transformation of a continent. In the 1830s through the 1860s, a new chapter of American expansion took form as thousands of settlers packed their belongings, gathered their families, and set out west along the Oregon Trail. This was the Age of Pioneers, a period defined by migration, endurance, and the drive to forge a new life in the uncharted territories beyond the Mississippi River. The journey was long and perilous, but for many it represented the promise of land, opportunity, and freedom. The Oregon Trail stretched over 2,000 miles from Independence, Missouri, to the fertile Willamette Valley in Oregon. It crossed plains, deserts, rivers, and mountain ranges. The journey typically took 4 to 6 months, depending on weather, terrain, and the health of the travelers. Most migrants traveled in covered wagons, also known as prairie schooners, which were packed with supplies, tools, food, and personal belongings. These wagons were usually pulled by oxen or mules and moved at a slow, steady pace across the rough terrain. Families would begin preparations for the journey months in advance. They needed to gather enough food, clothing, tools, and livestock to survive not just the trip, but also the early months of settlement once they arrived. Emigrants faced many hardships on the trail, including extreme weather, accidents, disease, and the constant wear of travel. Cholera was especially deadly, sweeping through wagon trains with little warning and claiming countless lives. Rivers posed significant dangers, as wagons and animals could be lost during crossings. Despite these challenges, the promise of a better life drove people westward. The U.S. government encouraged settlement of the Oregon Territory through treaties and legislation, including the Donation Land Claim Act of 1850, which offered land to settlers willing to cultivate it. For many, this was the first chance to own property and build something lasting for future generations. The journey also relied heavily on cooperation. Wagon trains, often made up of dozens of families, banded together for protection and mutual aid. Leaders were elected to maintain order, and decisions were made democratically. This sense of community helped many endure the physical and emotional hardships of the trail. At night, wagons were often arranged in a circle to create a protective corral for livestock and to provide shelter from wind and wild animals. The Oregon Trail migration had a profound impact on the American frontier. It brought settlers into direct contact with Native American tribes, whose lands they crossed or settled on. While many encounters were peaceful and involved trade or assistance, others were marked by tension and violence. As more settlers arrived, tribal lands were gradually taken over, leading to growing resentment and conflict. The trail itself evolved over time. Initially marked by mountain men and fur trappers, the route became more established as thousands traveled it. Forts and trading posts sprang up along the way, offering supplies and a measure of safety. Missionaries, merchants, and farmers all made the journey, transforming the West from an unknown wilderness into a land of growing settlements. By the 1860s, the Oregon Trail was at its height. Homesteads began to dot the landscape of the Pacific Northwest. Towns were established, farms were built, and the frontier began to take on a more settled character. However, this migration also intensified the displacement of Native American tribes, who were pushed farther from their ancestral lands. The federal government began to implement more aggressive policies to remove and relocate indigenous peoples, contributing to the long and tragic history of the Indian Wars. The Age of Pioneers helped define the American identity. The stories of families braving the wilderness in search of a better life became part of the national mythology. The covered wagon became a symbol of American perseverance and hope. The hardships endured on the trail and the determination required to complete the journey exemplified the values of self-reliance and resilience. The Oregon Trail was not just a route across the continent, it was a crucible that tested the spirit of those who traveled it. It forged new communities, reshaped the landscape, and forever altered the lives of those who made the journey. In doing so, it laid the groundwork for the westward expansion that would continue into the era of cowboys, outlaws, and lawmen, and helped shape the character of the American frontier. In the decades following the Civil War, from the 1860s to the 1880s, the American West underwent a dramatic transformation as cattle ranching emerged as a dominant economic force. The wide open spaces of the Great Plains and Southwest became the foundation of a booming cattle industry, and at the heart of this transformation was the cowboy. These rugged, skilled laborers became iconic figures of the Wild West, though their real lives were often more grueling and complex than the romantic image portrayed in popular culture. The roots of cattle ranching in the American West trace back to Spanish colonists who introduced longhorn cattle and ranching techniques to what is now Texas and the Southwest. Over time, these herds grew and adapted to the harsh environment, developing into the resilient Texas Longhorn breed. After the Civil War, large numbers of cattle roamed freely across the open range, and their value increased significantly due to growing demand for beef in the industrial cities of the North and East. Railroads played a pivotal role in this emerging economy. As rail lines extended westward, particularly into Kansas, they created access points where cattle could be driven and then shipped to urban markets. The town of Abilene, Kansas, became one of the first major cattle shipping hubs, thanks to entrepreneur Joseph McCoy, who promoted the idea of trailing Texas Longhorns north to the railheads. These long cattle drives, often covering hundreds of miles, became a defining element of the era. Cowboys were responsible for managing the herds during these drives. Most were young men in their teens or 20s, often from diverse backgrounds. African Americans, Mexican vaqueros, and Native Americans made up a significant portion of the cowboy workforce. The work was difficult and dangerous. Cowboys endured long hours in the saddle, extreme weather, and the constant threat of stampedes, predators, and hostile encounters. Their days were filled with dust, heat, and physical labor, while their nights were spent sleeping under the stars. The tools of the cowboy trade included saddles, lassos, spurs, and wide-brimmed hats for sun protection. Their clothing was functional, designed to withstand the rigors of the trail. The cowboy developed a distinct culture, with songs, jargon, and customs that became ingrained in the mythology of the West. Yet behind the romance was a demanding and often underpaid lifestyle. Ranching operations expanded rapidly during this period. Wealthy investors established large cattle companies, and ranches spread across the plains of Texas, New Mexico, Colorado, Wyoming, and Montana. The open range system allowed cattle to graze freely on public lands, but this also led to conflicts over land use and ownership. Barbed wire, introduced in the 1870s, revolutionized ranching by enabling property owners to enclose their land, leading to the gradual end of the open range. The cattle industry fueled the economic growth of the West. Towns sprang up near railroads and stockyards, creating new markets and job opportunities. Meat packing centers in Chicago and other cities processed the beef, linking the rural West to the urban economy. Supply chains developed, connecting ranchers, railroads, buyers, and consumers in a complex web of commerce. Despite its economic success, the cattle boom had environmental and social consequences. Overgrazing damaged the prairie ecosystem, and the influx of ranchers and settlers disrupted Native American communities. Conflicts arose over land and resources, contributing to the broader struggle between indigenous peoples and expanding American settlement. The great cattle drives began to decline in the late 1880s. Harsh winters, droughts, and market fluctuations led to financial losses for many ranchers. The expansion of railroads made long drives less necessary, and fenced-in ranches became the norm. Yet the legacy of the cowboy endured, becoming a lasting symbol of freedom, resilience, and the rugged spirit of the West. During the height of cattle ranching, the West was a land of opportunity and risk. The industry brought prosperity to many, but also reinforced the inequalities and challenges of frontier life. It helped shape the culture, economy, and identity of the American West, and left behind a powerful narrative of hard-working individuals who faced the frontier with grit and determination. This era was not just about cattle and cowboys, it was about the rise of a new economy, one that would define the Wild West and influence the development of the United States for generations to come. In 1848, the discovery of gold at Sutter's Mill in Coloma, California, set off one of the most transformative events in American history. This moment marked the beginning of the California Gold Rush, a phenomenon that would bring hundreds of thousands of people to the American West in search of fortune and permanently reshape the region's economy, society, and landscape. Within months of the discovery, news of gold spread rapidly, first across California, and then to the eastern United States, and eventually around the world. By 1849, an estimated 80,000 people had arrived in California, and they would become known as the 49ers. This massive influx of people came by ship around Cape Horn, overland across the rugged terrain of the American frontier, and via the Panama Isthmus. The population of San Francisco exploded from around 1,000 residents in 1848 to over 25,000 by 1850. The rapid population growth transformed quiet outposts into chaotic boomtowns almost overnight. The gold rush was not limited to California. Gold discoveries in other areas, such as Colorado in 1859 and Nevada's Comstock Lode in 1859, drew additional waves of miners and settlers. These rushes helped spread the frontier further westward and contributed to the development of new states and territories. Mining camps sprung up wherever gold was found, often in remote and difficult-to-reach locations. These camps were known for their lawlessness, rough living conditions, and a transient population mostly composed of young men. Most miners did not strike it rich. Surface gold was quickly exhausted, and mining became increasingly industrialized, requiring expensive equipment and access to deep ore deposits. As corporations took over mining operations, many individual prospectors were forced to take wage jobs or move on. The sudden boom brought not only miners, but also entrepreneurs who saw opportunity in providing goods and services. Merchants, hoteliers, blacksmiths, saloon owners, and others flooded into mining regions to serve the needs of the new population. Some of the greatest fortunes of the gold rush were not made from gold itself, but from the businesses that supported the mining industry. People like Levi Strauss, who sold durable pants to miners, became household names. The gold rush catalyzed economic growth across the United States. The wealth generated by mining helped fund infrastructure and development, including railroads and telegraph lines. Banks, investment firms, and shipping companies all profited from the increased economic activity. The gold rush also had significant social and political consequences. California's rapid population growth and economic importance led to its admission to the Union as a state in 1850. However, the rush for wealth also brought tension, discrimination, and violence. Native American populations were devastated as settlers encroached on their lands, introduced new diseases, and carried out violent campaigns of displacement and extermination. The influx of people from China, Mexico, South America, and Europe created a multicultural society, but also led to racial tensions and discriminatory laws. The foreign miners' tax of 1850 targeted non-white miners, particularly Chinese immigrants, and was one of many measures that marginalized minority groups. Vigilante justice was common in the mining camps. With little formal law enforcement, communities often took justice into their own hands, resulting in public hangings, lynch mobs, and widespread corruption. As towns grew, efforts were made to establish order, but the early days of the gold rush were marked by an atmosphere of lawlessness and unpredictability. The impact of the gold rush extended beyond economics and demographics. It changed the physical environment of the West. Hydraulic mining techniques, which used high-pressure water jets to wash away entire hillsides, caused massive environmental damage. Rivers were clogged with sediment, forests were stripped, and landscapes were permanently altered. The long-term consequences of these practices are still visible today. By the 1860s, the easy-to-reach gold had been largely depleted. The feverish rush gave way to more stable, organized mining operations. Some towns withered and disappeared, while others evolved into permanent settlements. The legacy of the gold rush was clear. It accelerated westward expansion, stimulated the national economy, and set the stage for further development of the American frontier. It also revealed both the promise and peril of unchecked ambition. For many, the gold rush was a dream pursued and lost. For others, it was a stepping stone to something greater. And for the American West, it was a crucible that forged new paths, new cities, and new conflicts. It was a defining episode that brought together people from around the world, united by the hope of striking it rich, and forever changed the story of the American frontier. From the 1860s through the dawn of the 20th century, the American frontier was marked by rapid expansion, booming towns, and frequent violence. In a landscape often defined by chaos and lawlessness, a special class of men emerged to bring order and justice to the West. These were the Lawmen. Figures like Wyatt Earp, Bat Masterson, and Wild Bill Hickok became legends of the Wild West, celebrated and sometimes mythologized for their bravery, quick-draw skills, and determination to uphold the law in some of the most dangerous places in the country. Lawmen were often appointed marshals, sheriffs, or deputies in towns that sprung up quickly due to gold strikes, cattle routes, or rail lines. These towns frequently attracted a rough crowd, gamblers, gunslingers, outlaws, and drifters seeking opportunity or escape. With limited resources and no formal police infrastructure, lawmen had to rely on personal reputation, courage, and alliances to maintain peace. Their duties included arresting criminals, settling disputes, breaking up saloon brawls, and sometimes escorting prisoners across long and dangerous routes. One of the most iconic lawmen of the era was Wyatt Earp. Born in 1848 in Illinois, Earp served in various law enforcement roles across several frontier towns. He is most famous for his role in the gunfight at the OK Corral in Tombstone, Arizona, in 1881. Alongside his brothers Virgil and Morgan and ally Doc Holliday, Earp faced off against the outlaw cowboys in a shootout that lasted less than a minute, but cemented his place in Western history. While often portrayed as a fearless enforcer of justice, Earp's life was complex. He had brushes with the law himself, operated saloons, and was sometimes accused of being more of a vigilante than a peacekeeper. Bat Masterson, another legendary figure, was born in Canada in 1853 and made his name as a buffalo hunter, scout, and eventually a lawman in Dodge City, Kansas. Known for his calm demeanor and precise marksmanship, Masterson served as a sheriff and deputy U.S. Marshal. He was involved in numerous gunfights, but often preferred diplomacy and strategy over violence. Later in life, he moved to New York City, where he became a sports writer, proving that even the toughest lawmen could reinvent themselves. Wild Bill Hickok, born James Butler Hickok in 1837, was a scout, gambler, and lawman who gained national fame for his exploits in the West. Known for his sharp shooting and larger-than-life persona, Hickok served as a marshal in towns like Hays and Abilene, Kansas. His reputation as a deadly gunfighter was solidified by tales of multiple shootouts and daring arrests. He was also a showman, performing in early Wild West shows that helped shape the public image of frontier life. Hickok's life ended abruptly in 1876 when he was shot in the back while playing poker in Deadwood, South Dakota. The cards he held, a pair of aces and eights, became known as the dead man's hand. Lawmen often walked a fine line between justice and vigilantism. The lack of formal courts and legal protections meant they had to make quick decisions, sometimes based more on instinct than procedure. This blurred line led to both praise and criticism. Some saw them as heroes who protected the innocent. Others saw them as men who imposed order through force and fear. Many lawmen were also part of the very systems they tried to regulate, owning saloons, gambling halls, or brothels. Despite the contradictions, these men played a vital role in bringing stability to the frontier. Their presence deterred crime and provided a sense of order amid the chaos. Their stories were widely reported in newspapers and dime novels, turning them into national figures and embedding them into American folklore. As the frontier began to close and towns became more civilized, the need for such rugged lawmen diminished. The rise of more structured law enforcement agencies, statehood for many Western territories, and increased communication and transportation reduced the scope of lawlessness. But the legacy of the lawmen endured. They became enduring symbols of courage and justice in American culture. Films, books, and television shows portrayed them as fearless defenders of order in a wild and untamed land. While the real lives of Earp, Masterson, Hickok, and others were far more nuanced than the legends suggest, their impact on the development and stabilization of the American West cannot be overstated. They stood as both men of their time and as lasting icons of the values and contradictions of the frontier era. Between the 1860s and the early 1900s, the American frontier was not only shaped by pioneers and lawmen, but also by the outlaws who defied authority and operated outside the law. These bandits and rogues became legendary figures, feared and admired in equal measure. Their daring crimes, bold escapes, and violent ends contributed to the mythos of the Wild West, painting a picture of rebellion and danger that has fascinated generations. Among the most infamous outlaws of the Wild West were Jesse James, Billy the Kid, and Butch Cassidy. Each of these men carved their names into history through a combination of violence, charisma, and notoriety. Jesse James, born in Missouri in 1847, began his criminal career as a Confederate guerrilla during the Civil War. He and his brother Frank were part of a group known as Quantrill's Raiders, responsible for brutal attacks against Union forces and sympathizers. After the war, Jesse and Frank turned to a life of crime, forming the James Younger Gang. They carried out a series of daring bank and train robberies across the Midwest and South. Jesse styled himself as a modern-day Robin Hood, claiming to steal from the rich and give to the poor, though there is little evidence to support this image. The gang's exploits were widely reported in newspapers, and Jesse became a folk hero to some. But he was also ruthless. Innocent people died in their raids, and he remained on the run for years. In 1882, Jesse James was betrayed and killed by Robert Ford, a member of his own gang who hoped to collect a bounty. James was shot in the back while dusting a picture on the wall in his own home. Billy the Kid, whose real name was Henry McCarty, was born in New York City in 1859 and orphaned at a young age. He drifted westward and by his teens had already become involved in petty crime. By the time he was 21, Billy had killed multiple men and was one of the most wanted criminals in New Mexico. His involvement in the Lincoln County War, a violent conflict between rival ranching factions, thrust him into the spotlight. Billy was charismatic and reportedly well liked by those who knew him, but he was also deadly. He escaped from jail multiple times and was known for his quick draw. In 1881, he was shot and killed by Sheriff Pat Garrett, a former acquaintance, in a darkened room at Fort Sumner. Billy's legend grew quickly, helped by newspaper stories and dime novels that portrayed him as a tragic anti-hero rather than a ruthless killer. Butch Cassidy, born Robert Leroy Parker in Utah in 1866, took a slightly different path. Along with his partner Harry Alonzo Longabaugh, better known as the Sundance Kid, Cassidy led the Wild Bunch Gang, which became famous for robbing banks and trains throughout the western United States. Unlike many outlaws, Cassidy often avoided unnecessary violence and preferred planning over gunplay. The Wild Bunch conducted some of the most successful and well-organized robberies of the era. After law enforcement intensified efforts to capture them, Cassidy and the Sundance Kid fled to South America. Their exact fate remains a mystery. Some accounts claim they were killed in a shootout in Bolivia in 1908, while others suggest they escaped and lived under assumed names. Regardless of the truth, their story captured the imagination of the public and inspired books and films for decades. Outlaws of the Wild West were not merely criminals, they became symbols of rebellion during a time of rapid change. As railroads, telegraphs, and government structures expanded into the frontier, some people viewed these men as resisting encroaching authority and industrialization. Their stories reflected both fear and fascination with the untamed nature of the West. Newspapers played a crucial role in shaping the legends of outlaws. Sensational headlines and dramatic retellings of robberies and gunfights turned criminals into celebrities. Dime novels added layers of fiction, portraying them as gallant rebels or misunderstood loners. This romanticized image often obscured the violence and hardship they left in their wake. Many outlaws came from disadvantaged backgrounds. Some had served in the Civil War, others were orphans or laborers who saw few opportunities in a changing economy. The lawless conditions of the frontier provided both motive and opportunity for criminal behavior. Outlaws often formed gangs for protection and efficiency, relying on tight-knit groups to carry out their plans and evade capture. These gangs would often find temporary refuge in isolated hideouts, such as Hole in the Wall in Wyoming or Robber's Roost in Utah, where geography made it difficult for law enforcement to reach them. Despite their daring, most outlaws met violent ends. Few retired peacefully. The frontier was an unforgiving place, and loyalty was fragile. Betrayal was common, as in the case of Jesse James. Others, like Billy the Kid, were hunted relentlessly until they were gunned down. Their deaths only added to their legends, turning them into martyrs of the frontier mythos. By the early 1900s, the frontier had largely closed. Railroads connected distant regions, telegraphs enabled quick communication, and professional law enforcement agencies became more effective. The age of the outlaw faded, but their stories endured. They became part of American folklore, shaping the way future generations would view the Wild West. The outlaws of the frontier era remain some of the most intriguing characters in American history. Their lives were marked by danger, drama, and contradiction. They were both products and provocateurs of a tumultuous time. And though their actions often caused suffering, their stories continue to captivate, reminding us of the complex legacy of the American frontier. From the 1850s through the 1890s, the American frontier was the stage for a long and violent series of conflicts between Native American tribes and the expanding United States government. Known collectively as the Indian Wars, these clashes were rooted in land disputes, cultural misunderstandings, broken treaties, and a relentless drive for westward expansion. As settlers pushed into tribal territories, indigenous peoples resisted the invasion of their ancestral homelands, leading to tragic and often brutal confrontations that reshaped the West. The roots of these conflicts go back to earlier decades, particularly the policy of Indian removal adopted by the U.S. government. One of the most infamous episodes was the Trail of Tears, which took place during the 1830s. Under the Indian Removal Act signed by President Andrew Jackson, thousands of Native Americans, including the Cherokee, Choctaw, Creek, Chickasaw, and Seminole, were forcibly removed from their lands in the southeastern United States. They were marched west to what was then called Indian Territory, in present-day Oklahoma. The journey was marked by disease, starvation, and exhaustion. Thousands died along the way, making the Trail of Tears a symbol of suffering and injustice. In the decades that followed, as settlers continued to pour into the Great Plains, the Rocky Mountains, and the Southwest, more tribes came into direct conflict with the U.S. military. The Plains tribes, such as the Sioux, Cheyenne, Comanche, and Apache, were among the most fiercely resistant. These were warrior cultures with deep spiritual connections to the land, and they did not accept the encroachment of railroads, homesteaders, or soldiers without a fight. One of the most iconic battles of the Indian Wars was the Battle of the Little Bighorn in 1876. It took place in Montana Territory and is often referred to as Custer's Last Stand. Lieutenant Colonel George Armstrong Custer led the 7th Cavalry into battle against a coalition of Lakota Sioux, Northern Cheyenne, and Arapaho warriors led by Sitting Bull and Crazy Horse. Custer underestimated the strength of the native force and divided his troops, which led to the complete annihilation of his unit. Over 260 U.S. soldiers were killed. While the battle was a stunning victory for the native tribes, it galvanized public opinion in the United States and led to an aggressive military campaign that eventually forced many tribes onto reservations. Other significant conflicts during this era include the Sand Creek Massacre of 1864 in Colorado, where a peaceful village of Cheyenne and Arapaho was attacked by a Colorado militia, resulting in the deaths of over 150 people, many of them women and children. The Red River War of 1874-75 in Texas and the Southern Plains saw the U.S. Army clash with Comanche, Kiowa, and Southern Cheyenne tribes. The Nez Perce War of 1877 involved a remarkable retreat by Chief Joseph and his people, who traveled over 1,000 miles in an attempt to reach Canada before ultimately being forced to surrender. The Apache Wars in the Southwest lasted for decades and involved legendary figures like Geronimo, an Apache leader who resisted U.S. and Mexican forces through guerrilla warfare. Geronimo's campaign spanned from the 1850s to the 1880s and became symbolic of native resistance. His eventual capture in 1886 marked one of the final chapters in the Indian Wars. The last major conflict is often considered to be the Wounded Knee Massacre of 1890 in South Dakota. Tensions had risen due to the ghost dance movement, a spiritual revival among native tribes that preached the return of the buffalo and the retreat of white settlers. The U.S. government saw the movement as a threat. When the 7th Cavalry attempted to disarm a group of Lakota at Wounded Knee Creek, a shot was fired and chaos ensued. Soldiers opened fire, killing around 300 Native Americans, including many women and children. Wounded Knee symbolized the tragic end of the Indian resistance and the closing of the American frontier. Throughout the Indian Wars, native tribes suffered tremendous losses. Their populations declined from disease, warfare, and starvation. Many were confined to reservations, often far from their traditional lands and with limited resources. Treaties were frequently broken, promises were unfulfilled, and generations of Native Americans endured systemic displacement and cultural erosion. Despite these hardships, native cultures endured. Many tribes preserved their languages, traditions, and spiritual practices. In the face of adversity, they adapted and survived. The history of the Indian Wars remains a painful but essential chapter in the story of the American West. It highlights the cost of expansion and the resilience of the peoples who resisted it. The legacy of the Indian Wars continues to be felt today. Native communities still face challenges related to land rights, economic opportunity, and cultural preservation. But they also continue to celebrate their heritage and reclaim their histories. The tragic events of the Indian Wars remind us that the American frontier was not only a place of opportunity, but also a place of deep and enduring conflict. By the 1890s, the Wild West had begun to change, signaling the end of an era that had once been defined by lawlessness, rugged individualism, and the unregulated life of frontier towns. The closing of the frontier, officially declared in 1890 by the U.S. Census Bureau, marked a turning point in American history. As the frontier receded, the promise of uncharted land and endless opportunities began to fade, replaced by the realities of industrialization, organized law enforcement, and the expansion of the railroad. The Indian Wars, which had been waged for decades, effectively came to a close by the end of the 1880s. With the defeat of major Native American resistance movements, the remaining tribes were confined to reservations, and their traditional ways of life were all but destroyed. The vast expanse of the American frontier was now largely under the control of the U.S. government and its settlers. The idea of the frontier as a place of freedom and opportunity, where anything was possible, began to be replaced by the reality of a rapidly evolving nation. The completion of the Transcontinental Railroad in 1869 had already begun to transform the West, facilitating the movement of people, goods, and resources across the country. The railroad made it easier for settlers to travel to the frontier and for products like cattle, crops, and minerals to be transported to markets back east. Railroads also brought in lawmen, businesses, and social structures that began to bring order to the once untamed West. As trains crisscrossed the land, They connected the far-flung corners of the country and made the vast distances of the frontier seem smaller and more manageable. The expansion of the railroad also led to the rise of towns and cities, where the frontier's rough-and-tumble days of lawlessness gave way to the growth of more regulated urban societies. By the turn of the century, cities like Denver, Phoenix, and Albuquerque had become thriving centers of commerce and culture. As settlements grew, so did the need for organized law enforcement. The vigilante justice that had once been a hallmark of the frontier was gradually replaced by more formalized systems of policing. The rise of modern law enforcement during this period played a significant role in the decline of the Wild West. The U.S. government began to establish more permanent law enforcement agencies, and local sheriffs, marshals, and detectives replaced the independent, often lawless figure of the frontier lawman. These new institutions, along with improved communication methods like the telegraph, made it easier for authorities to track down criminals and enforce the law across larger areas. The widespread use of the railroad also made it more difficult for outlaws to escape to remote hideouts. The days of the notorious train robberies and bank heists began to diminish as law enforcement grew more sophisticated and far-reaching. At the same time, the rise of corporate interests and industrialization changed the nature of the Western economy. Cattle ranching, mining, and farming were increasingly dominated by large corporations, and small-time homesteaders and independent cowboys were gradually pushed out. The once wild cattle trails were replaced by barbed wire fences and more organized corporate ranches. As a result, the economic boom that had once fueled the Wild West began to slow. The promise of free land for homesteaders dwindled as the government sold off land to private interests or gave it to railroad companies, further closing off opportunities for independent settlers. By the 1900s, the romanticized image of the Wild West had become a thing of the past. The outlaws and lawmen who had once defined the frontier were now relegated to history books and popular myths. The social and economic changes that had taken place over the previous decades had brought an end to the untamed world that had once been synonymous with the American West. The final chapter of the frontier era was written not with the last gunfight or the last train robbery, but with the closing of the land that had once been open to all. Despite the decline of the Wild West, its legacy lived on. The stories of the outlaws, cowboys, and lawmen, as well as the great battles between settlers and Native Americans, continued to captivate the public imagination. The myths of the frontier were immortalized in dime novels, plays, and eventually in Hollywood films, which romanticized the characters and events of the Wild West for generations to come. The Wild West became a symbol of American toughness, resilience, and individualism, qualities that were associated with the pioneering spirit and the forging of the nation. The closing of the frontier signaled the end of a specific chapter in American history, but in many ways it marked the beginning of a new era. The lessons and legends of the Wild West continued to influence American culture, politics, and identity for years to come. The frontier may have closed, but the spirit of exploration, the desire for freedom, and the quest for new opportunities would continue to shape the country in the century that followed. The Wild West has long been a symbol of freedom, adventure, and rugged individualism, but much of what we think of as the Wild West today is shaped by myth and legend. From the moment the frontier began to close in the late 19th century, the stories of cowboys, outlaws, lawmen, and the untamed land itself began to evolve. What was once a real and chaotic part of American history gradually became a romanticized vision, exaggerated and idealized in the popular imagination. The myths of the Wild West were not just confined to books and folklore, They were amplified by the emerging movie industry in the early 20th century. Filmmakers eager to tell stories of adventure and heroism found a rich source of material in the legends of the American frontier. Westerns became a genre all their own, with iconic films such as Stagecoach 1939, The Searchers 1956, and High Noon 1952 solidifying the myth of the lone cowboy, battling the forces of chaos and lawlessness. These films often portrayed a stark contrast between the rugged individualism of the cowboy and the encroaching modernity of society. The cowboy, as depicted in these films, was often an anti-hero, a figure who operated outside the law but still maintained a sense of honor and justice. His world was one of adventure, danger, and the fight for freedom, embodying ideals of personal independence that resonated with American audiences, especially during periods of social and economic upheaval. But while the films painted a picture of the West as a place of high drama and moral complexity, they also often glossed over the realities of life on the frontier. The violent conflicts with Native American tribes, the struggles of settlers and homesteaders, and the challenges faced by women and minorities were frequently sidelined in favor of more heroic and romanticized narratives. In the years following World War II, Hollywood westerns reached their peak. Actors like John Wayne, Clint Eastwood, and Gary Cooper became synonymous with the image of the cowboy hero, and their portrayals became the standard by which all westerns were measured. Yet, despite their popularity, these films often failed to accurately depict the true history of the Wild West. They turned the historical complexities of the frontier into a one-dimensional narrative of good versus evil, with cowboys representing the forces of righteousness and outlaws symbolizing chaos. In reality, the Wild West was far more nuanced. The outlaw figures who became legends, like Jesse James, Billy the Kid, and Butch Cassidy, were often romanticized as rebels fighting against oppressive authority. Their robberies and violent actions were portrayed as acts of defiance rather than criminal behavior, turning them into folk heroes in the eyes of many. These stories, sometimes embellished and exaggerated, were passed down through dime novels, newspapers, and later, Hollywood films. But while the outlaws were glamorized, the Native Americans who resisted encroachment on their lands were often demonized as villains or savages. The history of Native American resistance, the forced removal from their ancestral lands, and the lasting impact of the Indian Wars were frequently overshadowed by the myth of the Wild West as a place of heroic struggles and battles between good and evil. Over the years, the romanticized vision of the Wild West continued to influence American popular culture. Television shows like Bonanza, 1959, 1973, and Gunsmoke, 1955, 1975, as well as more recent films like Dances with Wolves, 1990, and True Grit, 2010, kept the spirit of the West alive, even as the country entered the 20th and 21st centuries. The cowboy remained a symbol of rugged masculinity, independence, and a nostalgic yearning for a simpler, more adventurous time. Yet, even as the Wild West has been mythologized in film and television, it has also been subjected to reinterpretation. Modern westerns, like No Country for Old Men 2007 and The Ballad of Buster Scruggs 2018, often deconstruct the classic myth, offering more complex portrayals of frontier life. These films explore the harshness of the West, the morality of the characters, and the consequences of violence, presenting a more critical and nuanced view of the American frontier. The legacy of the Wild West remains strong, not just in entertainment, but in how the American frontier is perceived today. The symbols of cowboys, outlaws, and lawmen still evoke a sense of freedom and adventure, despite the fact that much of the mythic history of the Wild West has been distorted or simplified. The romanticized image of the frontier continues to shape American identity, representing a time when the nation was forging its path and expanding its boundaries. But the Wild West's mythology has also contributed to the marginalization of important aspects of history. The reality of the American frontier was often far more violent, divisive, and tragic than the stories we tell about it. Native Americans, whose lives and cultures were deeply affected by westward expansion, have often been relegated to the background in favor of stories that glorify the settlers and outlaws. The history of the West is much more than the legends of cowboys and gunfighters. It is also the history of displacement, injustice, and survival. Today, the Wild West remains an indelible part of American culture, but it is also a reminder of the complexities of the nation's history. The legends of the cowboys, outlaws, and lawmen are still cherished, but they are no longer the sole narrative of the West. As we move forward, there is an increasing effort to tell a more complete story of the American frontier, one that includes the voices and experiences of those who were often overlooked or silenced. The Wild West will always be a symbol of adventure and freedom in the American imagination, but it will also be a reminder that history is never as simple as the stories we tell about it.